wanted to. Let me make sure that we've got everything ready to go, and we're going to resume. Let me back up just a little bit.
2000 would also see the release of another important
On with the
FPS
job hunting.
that offered something markedly different from the popular arena shooters of the time. Originally a mod for Half-Life, Counter-Strike placed a greater focus on realism and the tactical side of the genre, and quickly received plenty of attention online, including from Half-Life creators Valve, who offered to buy the intellectual property and hire the mod's creator before releasing the game officially. Counter-Strike helped create an enduring esports scene, as well as a number of hugely successful sequels, and showed the innovative nature and potential benefits of a game supporting modding, something that has become increasingly rare in games as times went on. Of course, none of the games mentioned so far come close to matching the impact of the year's biggest release. From Maxis and SimCity creator Will Wright, The Sims was like nothing else before it. As a social simulation with impressive building tools, Sims turned life itself into a video game and wowed players with the amount of freedom it gave them and the level of detail it managed to include. From carefully guiding your Sims up the corporate ladder and finally purchasing the local mega mansion, to turning their life into an inescapable, never-ending hell, The Sims was a massive hit with players and received 7 expansions, which was a huge amount for the time. It also sold over 11 million copies, making it the best-selling PC game of all time until it was overtaken several years later by its sequel. Much like Pac-Man or Tetris before it, The Sims was a game which found unprecedented levels of success by appealing to people who may not have typically played video games. By 2000, personal computers were starting to become a common household item, and The Sims' universally understandable concept and general accessibility made it the perfect gateway to the medium for those who may not have been swayed by the fast-paced deathmatches of Quake or the advanced Dungeons & Dragons of computer RPGs. Accessibility and broadened
We used to call those people
would be a
casuals.
major part of the decade, but not before the next generation of console wars got underway in fittingly dramatic fashion. The Dreamcast got off to a solid start, and its launch lineup was followed by a number of memorable titles. The most important was Shenmue, which Sega hoped to be the system's killer app. Featuring advanced 3D graphics and FMV cutscenes, alongside a detailed open world, complete with NPC schedules, variable weather effects, and a day-night cycle, Shenmue was a major step forward for open-world game design. Ambitious, innovative, and technologically impressive, it received much critical praise and sold well, although unfortunately not well enough. With development costs of around $50 million, Shenmue was one of the most expensive games ever made, and its sales of 1.2 million weren't enough to recoup such a high investment. It also didn't become the major system seller Sega hoped it would be, meaning for the Dreamcast, there was still more work that needed to be done. Other strong early performers on the system included Crazy Taxi, an arcade-infused action-packed racing game, Jet Set Radio, a skating action hybrid that embodied counterculture and was one of the first games to feature the use of cel shading, and Phantasy Star Online, a continuation of Sega's popular Phantasy Star series and the first ever online RPG to appear on consoles. Phantasy Star Online showcased the Dreamcast's impressive online capabilities and was particularly successful with Japanese audiences where online PC gaming still hadn't really caught on. In the end though, the Dreamcast's fate would be decided more by its competition than its games, and 2000 was the year that Sony's next-gen successor was ready to make its debut.
Sony PlayStation 2 will be the biggest thing to come along since TV was invented. The buzz on this product is that strong.
PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2, newest, fastest video.
I wonder if he's going to cover, like, they didn't want the PlayStation 2 to be sold in Iraq because the cell processor in the PS2 was fast enough to be used for missile technology, basically. Like they could spend like, you know, a couple $100 on a PlayStation 2 and then put that into like a, you know, $250,000 missile. You know, it's like, I wonder if he's going to cover that, because I remember that being a thing. I remember reading news articles about the cell processor and like the DoD, you know, not wanting those units to be shipped anywhere near Baghdad.
Game system ever.
Following the tremendous success of the PlayStation, many were left wondering how Sony would top the best-selling games console of all time. Sony's answer was to leave people wondering, meaning information about the PlayStation 2's development was kept as secret as possible, with Sony refusing to even confirm that they were working on a new system. Secrecy wouldn't last forever though, and at the Tokyo Game Show in September of 1999, the PlayStation 2 was revealed, with demos for Gran Turismo and Tekken to show off its next-gen graphical capability. It wasn't the games or graphics that impressed the audience the most though, but rather two specific design features. The first was full backwards compatibility that covered the entire PlayStation 1 library as well as some of its accessories like its controllers. At the time, backwards compatibility was an often requested feature, yet the only other console to provide it without additional add-ons had been the otherwise disappointing Atari 7800. And if backwards compatibility alone wasn't enough, the PlayStation 2 also included a built-in DVD player. This was when DVD players were still relatively new, and standalone units could often cost more than the PS2's $299.
Oh, that's right. It was cheaper to just buy a PlayStation 2 as a DVD player. Yeah, it was a cheaper DVD player than some of the standalone units. I forgot about that.
Launch price, which made it seem like great value for money and helped its reputation as being more than just a games console. When this was combined with the strong momentum behind Sony's brand after the success of their last system, it was enough to ensure the PlayStation 2's launch was a big success, with the new console selling out in Japan and later America as Sony struggled to meet the high demand. The launch lineup was also noticeably weak, with few heavy hitters outside of perhaps Tekken Tag Tournament from Namco and no first-party titles from Sony, but in the end, this didn't matter too much, as in October 2000, the PlayStation 2 finally arrived in America, and quickly became the public's most wanted games console.
本当かい？
はい、セガが変わりました。変わった変わった。
そうか。
セガが一番面白いよ。
いや、おじさんホッとしたよ。
嘘だよ。セガなんていらないよ。いらないいらない。帰ってプレステやろう。やらない。
おい、待ってくれ。
専務大丈夫ですか？
What's funny is this is a spoof off of a commercial campaign done a decade earlier by Sega against, it was either Sony or Nintendo, and now it looks like the shoe's on the other foot.
For Sega, the impact was immediate, and amidst now rapidly declining Dreamcast sales and yearly losses of over $400 million, the discontinuation of the Dreamcast was announced on the 31st of January 2001. This would be the end of the line for Sega's hardware aspirations, but they would live on as a third-party developer and publisher, and in March 2003, the company finally had a profitable year again after 5 years of consecutive losses. As for Sony, having collected one scalp already, they turned their attention to those who remained, and prepared themselves for what would go on to be one of the biggest years in video game history.
Again, today isn't about you, it's about the new Xbox, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited. The Xbox is everything The Rock is, cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating, and like The Rock, it will be the most electrifying thing coming out this year.
Microsoft unveiled. The decision to enter the console space came after seeing the PlayStation's success in the last generation, with then CEO Bill Gates worried that an unopposed Sony could become so dominant that they might threaten Microsoft's line of Windows PCs. Microsoft had also seen the way the PlayStation's PC-focused development kits had won them third-party support, which led to the idea of just creating a console using PC hardware and DirectX programming interfaces, with the use of DirectX being what led to the console being named Xbox. The result was a powerful system, with technical specifications notably beyond any of its competitors. The console included a built-in DVD player, just like the PS2, as well as a hard drive and impressive online support. But Microsoft was called Microsoft for a reason, i.e., they were a software company, meaning that at the time they had no actual experience in manufacturing hardware. This led to expensive development and manufacturing.
That's why, yeah, it was a damn computer. I remember the first time I opened up an original Xbox, and when you pull that hard drive out of there, there's a motherboard, and you can clearly see that there's like 2 sticks of RAM, and it's just like really, really cheap computer parts.
Costs, with Microsoft ultimately making a loss on each unit sold. Still, luckily for them, if there was one thing Microsoft did have available, it was money. And in November 2001, the Xbox released in America, 3 days.
Think about how crazy how crazy your market share must be to be able to muscle your way into a hyper competitive industry like gaming, the consoles, and then operate at a loss for years while you slowly build up more market share. That's crazy.
Days before the arrival of the 6th gen's final contender.
Let me introduce you to our new baby. Like all babies, it's small. It will make a lot of noise.
Nintendo might have been down after their last gen defeat to the PlayStation, but unlike Sega, they were far from out, with dominance still in the handheld market and a strong selection of established first-party series. For their next system, Nintendo's priority was to avoid the mistakes which cost them with their last console. This meant no more cartridges, although they didn't opt for a DVD-based system either, and instead used the more data-limited mini-disc. They also tried to ensure the system was easier to develop for, and that it didn't release significantly later than the rest of the competition. Nintendo did try out several more experimental features, including stereoscopic 3D, motion controls, portability, and microphone support, but for now, these ideas played little role in the final console. And so, Nintendo's GameCube was a fairly traditional system that was less powerful than Microsoft's Xbox, but with a slight technological edge over Sony's PS2 in CPU and graphics card. The marketing focused on Nintendo's reputation and first-party success, making use of the catchphrase, "the Nintendo difference." But one thing which did remain the same was a lack of effort on Nintendo's part to entice third-party exclusives. Nintendo also weren't able to meet their initial target of the holiday season in the year 2000, which would have seen their new console launch alongside Sony's. But at least this time they wouldn't be quite so far behind, and at E3 2001, the system was fully unveiled, with Shigeru Miyamoto himself taking to the stage to announce the release date and launch lineup, with a later price reveal putting the GameCube at $199, $100 less than its 2 rivals. Unlike every Nintendo console before it, however, something, or someone, was noticeably absent, as for the first time, Nintendo would be launching their system without a Mario game to support it. In Mario's place was his brother in Luigi's Mansion, which went on to receive positive reviews, but was a far cry from the generational defining Mario titles of earlier consoles. Luckily for Nintendo though, even if Luigi wasn't able to live up to his big brother's big reputation, Nintendo did have another title mere months away which could. Super Smash Bros. Melee took the formula of its predecessor and ran with it. Featuring more characters, more stages, more gameplay modes, more music, and updated multiplayer that ensured it would be a hit with fans and critics alike, even decades later, Melee went on to be the GameCube's best-selling title and acted as a fantastic showcase of what Nintendo were bringing to the 6th generation. Microsoft, however, had a killer app of their own to mark their entry into the console space. Most of Microsoft's early efforts to buy third-party developers weren't successful, but one company they did acquire was a relatively unknown, yet still successful Macintosh developer by the name of Bungie. The studio's sci-fi FPS series, Marathon, was exactly the type of game that might appeal to Western audiences, but its Mac-only status had previously limited its reach. In the late 90s, Bungie had begun work on a follow-up to Marathon, and after it was unveiled at 1999's Macworld Expo by none other than Apple CEO Steve Jobs, Microsoft decided to swoop in and make their move, impressing the team at Bungie with their commitment to the gaming industry and securing the studio and their new title exclusively for Xbox in the process. With this, Microsoft had now found their tentpole title to center the Xbox's launch around, but for Bungie, things would be far from simple. The switch from computer to console brought a number of development challenges. The team's deadline was incredibly tight, and the weight of an entire new console was being placed quite squarely on their game's shoulders. In the end, though, Halo proved up to the task, launching alongside the Xbox and becoming an instant critical and commercial success. Halo was a very ambitious game. The biggest surprise, then, might be that in the end, all its ambitions seemed to pay off. Featuring vehicle combat alongside massive open-world-like environments with impressive enemy variety, AI behavior, and encounter design, Halo was a fantastic game, but even more impressive was how well it played on console. Bungie added subtle auto-aim to accommodate for the use of a gamepad over a mouse, and used a system of input buffering to make movements feel smoother and more precise. The result was a huge step forward for the console FPS genre, and the creation of Xbox's first true blockbuster title. But while Nintendo had Melee, and Microsoft had Halo, Sony, on the other hand, had what might be the single greatest year of console exclusives in all of video game history. 2001 was massive for the PlayStation 2. Many of the PS1's best-selling series would see sequels, with Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec, Final Fantasy X, and Metal Gear Solid 2 each releasing to universal acclaim and incredible sales. What's more, each of these games showcased outstanding graphics, making the difference in the new generation crystal clear to potential buyers. Alongside these was another important title that would leave a lasting impact on game design and would kick off the PS2's best-selling series, Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto 3. This wasn't the first Grand Theft Auto game, but it was the first in 3D, and its fully open world and emphasis on player freedom was unlike anything that came before it. It remains a landmark open-world game and did much to change people's conception of what video games could achieve, and this was still just one of many major titles releasing on the PlayStation 2 that year. Looking back today, the most impressive thing about the PS2's 2001 release lineup is surely its diversity, with different genres and tastes being catered to, and innovative new titles coming alongside the more expected big sequels. Ico gave players something original, mature, and creative. Capcom's Devil May Cry brought arcade-inspired action and created its own new genre in the process. Konami's Silent Hill 2 gave the console one of the greatest horror games ever made. Naughty Dog's Jak and Daxter brought Sony a major new series and offered something a little more light-hearted, and there are other games that could be mentioned here too. The PlayStation 2's lineup was stacked, and this was exactly what Sony needed to keep them on top amidst the launch of their rivals' new consoles. Still, even if the PlayStation 2 would end the year ahead, both the Xbox and GameCube did see strong initial sales, with many retailers selling out of the systems. Each console also had its own clear advantage, with the GameCube being the cheapest and the Xbox being the most technologically advanced. And so in 2002, Sony set out to take those advantages away. To do this, they cut the price of the PS2 to $199 to bring it in line with the GameCube, and set about creating a PlayStation Network adapter add-on alongside several first-party online-focused titles, like SOCOM, to compete with Microsoft's soon-to-be-launching Xbox Live. 2002 would also bring a number of PS2 exclusives, with the three biggest being Square's latest action RPG, Kingdom Hearts, which combined Final Fantasy characters with massive Disney franchises, Insomniac Games' Ratchet & Clank, an important action platformer that would get a number of sequels on the system, and Rockstar's Grand Theft Auto Vice City, which followed on from GTA 3 by bringing the series to a new city and new decade, and found even greater success in the process. Nintendo and Microsoft had other important titles in the following years as well, but each company would also experience their own third-party struggles. Nintendo did finally receive the Mario game they needed with Super Mario Sunshine, which featured a tropical setting and a new spin on 3D Mario gameplay. Other classic Nintendo series would also get new entries, with Metroid Prime seeing Metroid make its 3D debut in an atmospheric and immersive take on earlier games that retained much of what made the original special. Zelda returned with Wind Waker, which saw players take to the ocean and explore many islands in a new cel-shaded art style that was a dramatic departure from the previous games. Mario Kart returned with Double Dash, which replaced the sprites of the N64 version with full 3D and allowed 2 riders per kart to provide a new take on co-op gameplay. Animal Crossing and Pikmin made their debuts, giving players a relaxed, open-ended life sim, alongside a highly original real-time strategy puzzle game, and other Nintendo series like Mario Party rounded out what was admittedly a strong first-party lineup. When it came to third-party support, however, Nintendo were once more at a disadvantage, after having done little to secure exclusive third-party titles in the lead-up to the 6th generation. What's more, Rare, a developer who had done more to support Nintendo than any other in the last 2 generations, started to experience financial difficulties and were forced to look for a buyer. Nintendo already had a significant stake in the company and could have purchased the rest, but they instead declined, leaving room for other interested parties, like Nintendo's newest rival, Microsoft. While Rare did release one GameCube title before this, their acquisition by Microsoft still left Nintendo's already lackluster third-party support even more lacking. In a strange twist of fate, one of Nintendo's most prominent third-party developers in this period was none other than Sega, who brought a number of series to the GameCube, including Sonic and Phantasy Star. The only other notable third party that provided exclusives was Capcom, who would bring a number of Resident Evil games, including timed exclusivity on Resident Evil 4, alongside some new IPs. Still, while the GameCube did have exclusives, it also found itself left out of certain multi-platform releases as the generation stretched on. Some examples include Burnout 3, Black, Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2, certain entries into the Pro Evolution Soccer series, Hitman Contracts and Blood Money, Midnight Club 2, and so on. Individually, none of these titles may have been deal-breakers, but the cumulative effect meant the GameCube had the smallest library and came to be seen as the worst system for multi-platform games. Microsoft would also eventually bring Grand Theft Auto over to Xbox, once more leaving Nintendo out of what was arguably the biggest series in gaming at the time. To make matters worse, Nintendo were also increasingly finding that they were developing an image problem in Western markets. Amidst the gaming industry that was putting out more and more mature titles, and marketing from Sony and Microsoft aimed at securing older audiences, Nintendo's GameCube came to be seen as the console for younger audiences. This reputation had been developing since their showdown with Sega, but now it was starting to do real damage, particularly with teenagers who might place a lot of value on how a gaming system is seen by their peers. It may no longer be true today, but in the early to mid-2000s, GameCube just wasn't cool, and this had an impact on sales. Meanwhile, with the Xbox, Microsoft also faced problems as they struggled to provide Master Chief with any backup. Attempts were made though. Project Gotham Racing received strong reviews but failed to come close to matching the sales of Sony's mega hit Gran Turismo. Blink's The Time Sweeper would see key staff from the Sonic series creating an Xbox exclusive platformer, but it too failed to make a major impact. And new acquisition Rare failed to live up to their past heights with games like Grabbed by the Ghoulies and Conquer Live and Reloaded. Microsoft's most prominent third-party support came from Japanese publisher Tecmo, who made a deal early on with Microsoft and contributed the popular fighting series Dead or Alive and the 3D action debut of Ninja Gaiden, as well as from several former PC developers who brought a number of RPGs to the console. These included Bethesda's breakthrough open-world RPG, The Elder Scrolls III: Morrowind, Lionhead's ambitious new IP, Fable, and BioWare's popular Star Wars: Knights of the Old Republic and Jade Empire. These RPGs would go on to be some of the most highly acclaimed titles on the system, and further cemented Xbox's growing reputation with Western audiences. But compared to the PlayStation 2's continually expanding library, the Xbox still had a lot less to offer by comparison. As a result, Microsoft placed great hope on their upcoming online service, Xbox Live, which launched 1 year after the console in November 2002. Xbox Live was an impressive service for its time, featuring friends lists, voice communication, and fast matchmaking, while making use of an Ethernet port and a faster broadband connection over the still popular dial-up. Its flagship launch title was Epic's Unreal Championship, but a disagreement with Electronic Arts over the terms of the new service led to EA withholding all of their games from Xbox Live for its first few years. Still, Xbox's online system was a success, and launched before Sony's alternative without the need for any additional hardware. Its impact on the industry hadn't been quite as dramatic as Microsoft had hoped for though, or at least it wasn't, until the service's killer app arrived in 2004. Halo 2's campaign was a solid follow-up from the first game, but this wasn't the main thing it came to be known for. With Halo 2, Microsoft's best series was able to take advantage of their console's best feature, and it turned out to be a match made in heaven. Halo 1's multiplayer had already impressed, but for many players, this would be their first experience moving from split screen to online, and the improvement was dramatic. Halo 2 quickly became the console's best-selling game and the most popular thing on Xbox Live, vindicating Microsoft's decision to prioritize online features on their console while also creating one of the most fondly remembered multiplayer experiences of all time. But as successful as Halo 2 was, it wasn't the best-selling game in 2004. In fact, it wasn't even close, as just when Xbox fans finally had a real reason to celebrate their console's superiority, the PlayStation 2 would see the arrival of its own best-selling game with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, which would go on to reach an unprecedented 17 million copies sold on PlayStation 2 alone. San Andreas took the open-world design of the previous games and drastically increased the scale, featuring 3 distinct cities instead of 1, alongside many new features that improved immersion and customization. The game did come alongside controversy, particularly after the modding community were able to uncover a hidden code left in the game's files that enabled a crude sex minigame, which led to outrage and a revision of the game's rating from the ESRB to the very rarely used adult-only rating. Still, this wasn't enough to stop it from becoming one of the most successful games of all time, and Sony's PlayStation 2 flourished alongside it, receiving an updated slim model the month before its release, and promptly selling out again during the holiday season. The final years of the 6th generation would see Sony continuing to add to their already strong lineup of games, with high-selling sequels to Metal Gear Solid, Gran Turismo, Final Fantasy, Tekken, and Kingdom Hearts, alongside an impressive new action series in Santa Monica Studios' God of War. Unique titles came alongside the bigger names as well, with games like Team Ico's visually stunning and emotionally evocative Shadow of the Colossus, or the weird and wonderful Katamari Damacy from Namco. Truthfully, neither the Xbox or GameCube had bad lineups of games. The PlayStation 2 was just on another level, and this would ultimately be reflected in its sales. Over its long life, the PlayStation 2 sold over 155 million units worldwide, making it the best-selling gaming system of all time, a title it still holds to this day. By contrast, the Xbox and GameCube sold 24 million and 21.7 million units respectively, making this the most decisive victory of any console generation since the Nintendo Entertainment System brought the home video game market back from the dead. Sony benefited from strong third-party support, the built-in DVD player, backwards compatibility, a highly competitive price, and a growing reputation of excellence in the console market. For both Microsoft and Nintendo, there would be silver linings, however. The Xbox successfully forged itself a place within the console market, took second place in a highly competitive generation, and found great success with Halo and Xbox Live, two things which showed much promise for the future as online gaming and home broadband both continued to become more and more widely adopted. Meanwhile, for Nintendo, they continued to build on their established first-party series while cementing their reputation for making quality games. The GameCube may have suffered due to its perception as being for younger audiences, but Nintendo may not have. Younger gamers will one day grow up, and by staying true to their vision and creating great games for all ages, Nintendo continued to create franchises with strong nostalgic appeal, and sometimes nostalgia can have great dividends in the future. In the end, it seems fitting that the GameCube's best-selling game would be the crossover title Super Smash Bros. Melee, as no other game better represented the system's appeal or Nintendo's strengths. Nintendo's different approach also allowed them to set themselves apart from the competition, and while that isn't always the best strategy to win, it can sometimes help you survive. And ultimately, survive they did, as did Microsoft, and while Sony's lead may have looked insurmountable, gaming has always been an industry where things can change quickly. Before a new wave of consoles could go head-to-head, however, the handheld market would finally get to experience a console war of its own. Nintendo had dominated the handheld market since as far back as the original Game & Watch in 1980, and after the Game Boy beat out a number of rivals in the early 90s, Nintendo spent years being virtually unopposed. Their reign continued in the early 2000s with the long-awaited Game Boy Advance, which released worldwide in 2001. The system still lacked a backlit screen, a feature other handhelds had included as early as the Atari Lynx in 1989, but otherwise it launched at an affordable $99, and compared to the now seriously dated Game Boy, it provided a decent step up. The original Game Boy was technically inferior to the 8-bit NES, whereas outside of the smaller screen resolution, the Game Boy Advance was technically superior to the 16-bit Super Nintendo. This had clear benefits for games, so long as you could see them on the poorly illuminated screen that once more got to haunt a new generation of children. Nintendo would follow the Game Boy Advance with the Advance SP 2 years later, which updated the model and finally included a light source. And now that Game Boy owners could at last see what games they were actually playing, they were in for a treat, because the Game Boy Advance had an extensive library on top of backwards compatibility with the original Game Boy's cartridges. The system's best-selling game was Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire. Its second best-selling game was Pokémon Fire Red and Leaf Green, and its third best-selling game was Pokémon Emerald. But it had successful games outside of Pokémon, as well as all the Nintendo series you'd expect, with plenty of ports of Super Nintendo classics. One thing it didn't have was an original Mario title of its own, but without any competition, that hardly mattered, and the Game Boy Advance and Advance SP were highly successful, with sales of over 81 million units. Still, Nintendo's era of free reign wouldn't last forever, and at E3 2003, it was revealed that they would face new competition from the same company who had just beaten them twice in the home console market.
PlayStation Portable will allow consumers to enjoy 3D gaming similar to the experience delivered on PlayStation 2. It also has the ability to deliver high-quality movies, music, and video, as well as other forms of digital entertainment content through one central device. And all of this is made possible through cutting-edge technologies aimed at helping us explore the future in new ways.
Sony had dabbled in the handheld space already with the Pocket Station, a portable add-on for the PlayStation 1 that released in 1999 exclusively in Japan. Their next attempt would be rather more ambitious, and the announcement showed off some impressively powerful technical specifications, alongside a heavy focus on multimedia support, with movies, music, and online web browsing. Sony's plan was simple: do for handhelds what they did for consoles through following the same approach, i.e., good hardware, disk-based operating, functionality outside of games, and strong third-party support. And, as for that hardware, Sony were keen to highlight just how similar it was to the still mid-cycle PlayStation 2, at a time when Nintendo's current handheld was only on the level of a 2 generations old Super Nintendo, and their next handheld was being developed in line with the last gen N64. Basically, Sony was planning to skip ahead and deliver a product a whole generation more advanced than their rival. For Nintendo, however, power wasn't the main priority. The idea for their next system came from Hiroshi Yamauchi, a man who served as Nintendo president for an incredible 53 years. The dual screens were similar to certain models of the Game & Watch, and Nintendo wanted to use their new system as a chance to innovate and move away from the conservative image that they were worried they'd started to develop. Nintendo were still taking the handheld market seriously though. In fact, after the mediocre sales of the GameCube, the next generation of handhelds came to be seen as more important than ever, with President Yamauchi famously saying that if the new system succeeds, we will rise to heaven, but if it fails, we will sink to hell. And so, Sony's PlayStation Portable and Nintendo's DS went head-to-head. Both systems launched at a similar time in Japan in 2004, although the DS had a 4 to 5 month head start in other regions. The DS also had a lower retail price of $150 to the PSP's $250. Meanwhile, the PSP had a clear advantage in hardware, with a larger display, higher resolution, and a much more powerful CPU. This translated to far better graphics, with the PSP succeeding at coming close to PS2 level, minus the smaller resolution, whereas the DS was still clearly one generation behind. Nintendo's new system did come with a touchscreen, however, and this was several years before the arrival of smartphones, meaning few people had seen this technology before. The combination of 2 screens and touch-based controls did make the DS stand out, but it wasn't initially clear to prospective buyers just how big an impact this would have on their gaming experiences. And so, as both systems launched, the PSP was the one generating the most hype, with reviewers impressed by the system's power, and with Sony riding high off the momentum of 2 record-breaking home consoles. In Japan, both systems got off to strong starts, with the PSP selling out faster, but the DS selling more units due to greater supply. In America, the PSP released later and performed below Sony's expectations, while the DS surpassed Nintendo's. Europe saw more or less the opposite though, as while the PSP again arrived late, this time it sold out at record speeds, quickly surpassing the earlier numbers of the DS. And so, in their first year, the two systems seemed to be neck and neck, and attention then turned to the games. In the console market, Sony had always excelled at attracting third parties, but when it came to handhelds, they were still a newcomer, whereas Nintendo had been working with third parties on handheld games for many years. As a result, both systems received plenty of third-party support, but Sony no longer had the clear advantage. The PSP looked to continue the success of its less portable cousins through continuations of many of Sony's best-selling series. Its biggest success would be Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, and this would be followed by a spin-off to Jak and Daxter, a new Tekken title with Dark Resurrection, a second Grand Theft Auto with Vice City Stories, multiple Metal Gear Solid titles with tactical card game Metal Gear Acid and the more traditional Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, and a new Ratchet & Clank game in Size Matters. Later releases would see new entries into the Final Fantasy series with Crisis Core and Dissidia, a Kingdom Hearts prequel with Birth by Sleep, entries into the Gran Turismo and God of War series, and several games from Capcom's new Monster Hunter series, which proved hugely popular in Japan. The PSP was further helped by the addition of a miniature analog stick, which was a feature the DS didn't have, which helped the PSP's reputation as a more serious gaming system. Meanwhile, over on the DS, there would also be continuations of popular series, with the first new 2D Mario since the Super Nintendo in New Super Mario Bros., as well as Mario Kart DS, a port of Super Mario 64, Animal Crossing Wild Wood, Mario Party DS, and The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. However, alongside these more familiar names, the DS would also find success with several new series that were deliberately designed around the system's touchscreen. One of the most popular of these was Pet Sim Nintendogs, which released early on and quickly became a big hit. But amongst the DS's best-selling games were a number of other names that didn't seem to resemble the usual gaming top sellers. These included Brain Age Train Your Brain in Minutes a Day, Professor Kageyama's Maths Training The 100-Cell Calculation Method, Big Brain Academy, Flash Focus Vision Training in Minutes a Day, and English Training Have Fun Improving Your Skills. If you want to know just what a big deal Brain Age Train Your Brain in Minutes a Day was, all you need to know is that it sold more copies than any Pokemon game released on the DS. The game was inspired by a popular Japanese book, Train Your Brain: 60 Days to a Better Brain, and after new president of Nintendo, Satoru Iwata, met with the author, a decision was made to implement the book's thesis in a new game for Nintendo's upcoming handheld that they hoped might appeal to casual gamers. And it did. Nintendo released a number of semi-educational puzzle games over the DS's lifespan, and this became a major contributor to the success of its software sales. Sony targeted core gamers by doing something similar to its existing consoles, and found success with the teenage and young adult markets. But Nintendo found considerable success with both younger and older demographics, including people who may not traditionally have had much experience with gaming. And so, just like with the design of their system, both companies had radically different approaches with their gaming lineups, and with time, one started to perform better than the other. The DS saw consistently stronger software sales, and was able to maintain its momentum through a number of redesigns, starting with the DS Lite in 2006, then the DSi in early 2009, and lastly with the DSi XL 1 year later. These redesigns weren't universally applauded, with the DSi's removal of backwards compatibility with Game Boy games and its introduction of digital cameras being seen as questionable. But the DS Lite in particular helped the console maintain sales. Meanwhile, the PSP also saw hardware updates, with the PSP 2000 and 3000 reducing the size and improving the screen, and the later PSP Go providing a total model redesign alongside a move to digital only. Still, the Go retained the system's high price, and over time, interest in the PSP dwindled, while the DS pulled further and further ahead. This might be because while the PSP came close to matching the PS2's best titles in terms of graphics, its games still felt consistently inferior to their console inspirations. Early Metal Gear titles in particular seemed to mark a drop in quality, but even the PSP's best-selling Grand Theft Auto titles were still widely considered to be worse than the games which inspired them. Then, as the next generation of consoles arrived with high-definition graphics, the PSP's visuals were no longer quite so impressive, and with neither graphical prowess or must-have games to sell the system, and competition from newly arriving smartphones diminishing the PSP's role as a multimedia device, the system was left struggling. Meanwhile, the DS was different in both gameplay experiences and audience, and so it was able to maintain its more unique place within the gaming market over time. In the end, the Nintendo DS sold over 154 million units, making it the best-selling handheld and second best-selling system in history, only behind the PlayStation 2. Meanwhile, the PlayStation Portable sold around 80 million units, making it an impressive debut by Sony, even if it still ultimately fell well behind its competition. For handhelds overall, however, this may have been the greatest generation in gaming history, with record numbers of titles, genuine innovation from Nintendo, impressive power from Sony, and overall sales figures far beyond anything which came before or after. By the end of the decade, smartphones were well on their way, bringing the new frontier of mobile gaming with them, and creating fresh competition for dedicated handheld systems. Still, for a while, the Nintendo DS and PlayStation Portable put handhelds on top of the gaming world, and with two very different systems to choose from, consumers were arguably the biggest winners of gaming's miniature console war. Nothing lasts forever though, and the arrival of mobile gaming would come to mark the beginning of the end for handhelds. And this wasn't the only part of the industry where things were changing. For many years, PC gaming had been a place of new innovations and independent development, but by the start of the 21st century, the divide between PC gaming and consoles wasn't quite so clear anymore. The PlayStation 1's use of PC-based development kits made porting between computers and consoles easier than ever, and as a result, many PC developers started to bring their games to consoles as well. This trend continued into the next generation as all major console players now took the importance of porting and cross-platform games into consideration. At the same time, the console market had seen rapid growth since the launch of the PlayStation 1, making it a more lucrative market than ever, and then Microsoft entered the console space as well, making PC gaming and consoles even more closely connected. The result of all this was that PC gaming wasn't really as important in the 2000s as it was in the previous decades, and several notable PC developers started to design their games with consoles in mind, and maybe even as a priority. One of the best examples of this is BioWare, whose Baldur's Gate series had helped define the computer role-playing genre in the late 90s. Then, after another PC-focused RPG in Neverwinter Nights in 2002, they made Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic for PC and Xbox, a game with a more console-focused design than earlier titles, and then their next two games, Jade Empire and Mass Effect, continued the console-focused design and released exclusively on Xbox and Xbox 360, while only later coming to PC. And so, while PC games did continue to release in this period, for developers, this was a time when consoles were often more important. The 2000s would also see certain classic PC gaming genres start to fall out of fashion, either because of changing consumer interests, or changing trends in game design, or just the impact of console growth over PC. Examples include point-and-click, which started with Shogun Total War in 2000 and received 4 more sequels over the next 10 years, and the Civilization series, which saw its third entry in 2001, with further sequels in 2005 and 2010. Perhaps the PC's most standout release in this period was Valve's Half-Life 2 in 2004. Built on the studio's brand new Source engine, its graphics alone were a whole generation ahead of anything on console at the time, and when combined with the engine's advanced new physics simulation, the game offered one of the most realistic and immersive experiences anyone had ever seen. Still, Half-Life 2 was more than just a graphical showcase. It used its new higher level of detail to craft effective environmental storytelling. Its physics were incorporated into puzzle design and allowed for the addition of a new gravity gun, and it combined varied gameplay, evocative world-building, and an immersive, seamless story to create one of the most enduring single-player FPS experiences of all time. Half-Life 2 is one of the most highly acclaimed games of the 21st century, and it sold over 12 million copies. At a time when big PC exclusives seemed to be dying out, Half-Life 2 was a game which came to symbolize the system and its player base, even if it did still release on consoles a few years later. Still, even if the PC might have been past its golden age, there was one area where it continued to innovate, and it was an area which was only growing in importance. Online. Online gaming may have started in the 90s, but the 2000s was when it exploded. The biggest contributor to this was the adoption of broadband. In 2000, only 3% of American homes had broadband, but by 2010, that number had increased to 66%, and broadband meant convenient, high-speed internet access, which was perfect for playing online games. In 2001, Dynamix's Tribes 2 upped the scale of online shooters to a staggering 128 players in fast-paced, jetpack-fueled action. In 2002, EA's Battlefield 1942 offered a rather different kind of large-scale multiplayer warfare with up to 64 players in an impressive simulation of a realistic battle. Alongside EA's Medal of Honor and Activision's Call of Duty in 2003, these three series established the modern...
Hey Phoebus, it's good to see you in chat, man. Thanks for coming by and saying hi. We're about halfway through actually of the documentary. We're just now getting to the early 2000s. I remember playing like Call of Duty 3 or something and being really impressed. I think that's the last time they had the World War II. That's back in the early 2000s. Tons of World War II games.
Military shooter, something that would play a massive part in the gaming industry for years to come. In 2004, Valve released Counter-Strike Source, ensuring the popular round-based shooter continued to stay relevant, and in 2007, Valve released Team Fortress 2, a class and objective-based FPS that has continued to remain active and popular to this day. Online shooters were making their way to consoles as early as Unreal Championship in 2002, but for many people, PC was still the best place to experience them, with custom matchmaking, dedicated servers, and loyal communities all shaping an experience unlike the one on the more tightly controlled consoles. But online gaming wasn't just about shooting other people. One of the biggest trends of the decade was the growth of massively multiplayer online RPGs, with games like Dark Age of Camelot, RuneScape, Ragnarok Online, Final Fantasy XI, and Star Wars Galaxies all following on from what Ultima Online and EverQuest started in the late 90s. Still, when it came to MMOs,
I missed Star Wars Galaxies. I heard stories that it was the game before the combat patch, before they screwed it all up. They had like it was super hard to be a Jedi. And there was a lot of things that you had to do, like a ton of stuff to start to trigger that quest, and everybody loved it. And then they released a patch where it's like you could just select to be a Jedi as like a class, a selectable class, and it just pissed off all of their hardcore fans. And then it went downhill from there, sadly.
There was one game which reigned supreme over all others. Released in late 2004, World of Warcraft took Blizzard's popular fantasy series online in a massive way. With a staggeringly large open world.
Am I still with Leela? No, man, that relationship was over like a decade ago. that's 2-3 girlfriends ago now, man. No, can't say that I am.
Distinct factions, classes, and races, and more attention than previous MMOs to accessibility and leveling, World of Warcraft quickly became hugely popular. By 2010, it was well into its second expansion and had over 12 million concurrent subscribers, all paying monthly fees. In a time before microtransactions, loot boxes, or DLC, this represented a serious amount of continuous income on a scale which the gaming industry had never really seen before. 12 million players also meant a serious amount of time was being invested into Warcraft's virtual world. As more and more players followed, the reputation of a genre as something life-consuming, addictive, and dangerous grew as those outside the gaming community tried to make sense of this new, growing phenomenon. In reality, some of the panic this led to was overblown, but there was an element of truth to it as well. For some people, MMOs really were addictive. The escapist promise of another world to lose yourself in, the competitive
nature... Oh, it's okay, man. No harm, no foul.
Of player versus player combat and endgame raiding, and the social bonds that come from spending so much time with other players in a shared world, all
I got laid off a month or two ago now, so I'm in the process of, let's see, I've already applied to 2 places today. I've got to expand my search. I'm gonna have to start looking at like support engineer jobs and stuff because I just don't know what else to do. It seems like the whole AI thing's really like flattened the hiring curve, and I think that's one of the reasons I got laid off is because I implemented AI at the place that I used to work at, and when I got done implementing it the first time, they laid off like 80% of the support staff and kept me on. I was basically maintaining most of it, and then I got laid off. I guess I should have seen it coming. So now I'm between jobs trying to figure out what I'm going to do remote. I got to stay in Puerto Rico because I got all my rent's low here, and I got rent paid through until next year, and so I gotta find something I can work remote from here. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So, and we're just checking out these documentaries that this guy's name's Never Knows Best, and I just discovered him like a week ago because he had released this video essay called "Where Are the Skyrim Killers," and he did a good job of answering it. We've been checking out his content while I've been applying for jobs through like recruitment websites and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing right now, and probably need another hour or two, and we'll get through this documentary. Spend another hour or two while I'm looking for jobs, just applying to what I think will stick. And I just keep on keeping on. I gotta, it's good to actually have this live stream here because and it just kind of forces me to I like putting job hunting up there on the agenda and like forcing myself to do that, because otherwise I'd probably do some sort of stupid displacement activity and I'd do a bunch of things besides looking for a job. So yeah, I'm glad I put the job hunting up front, and then same thing with the exercise. We exercise here at the desk, so there's no excuse. It's I hadn't been going to the gym since I got laid off because I don't know. You kind of as a man you tie your self-worth into how much revenue you can generate, and then when you're suddenly not generating any more revenue, you kind of feel worthless. And I know that's not true, but it doesn't stop you from feeling that way. So putting the exercise and stuff on there is helping too. So I'm actually looking forward to the workout. I'm starting to sleep a lot better now that I'm doing a little bit more like intense workouts. I'm not having as much problems getting to bed. So quite some improvement there. Anyway, I'll shut up. I'm going to go back to applying to some jobs, and we'll check out this video.
Contributed to an experience still new to many people that could provide hours of fun, but could also be hard to turn away from. World of Warcraft would be followed by many other MMOs, most of which took heavy inspiration from its success, but in the end, the genre's growth didn't last, and rather than going on to conquer the entire gaming world, the genre instead seemed to peak at the decade's end as more and more online games started to emerge. For a time, however, World of Warcraft really did stand at the top of the gaming world, and it became an important part of 2000s gaming culture in the process. Still, while World of Warcraft might have been the biggest online game of the 2000s, it certainly wasn't the only one that left a lasting mark on the industry, and in fact, it wasn't even the only one to come from the Warcraft series. Warcraft 3 released in 2002 and was an important online game in its own right, with an active modding and competitive scene that were aided by the game's inclusion of a world editor. This allowed players to create custom scenarios or maps for the game, and many of these found popularity online, but one map in particular would go a whole lot further. Defense of the Ancients took inspiration from an earlier custom map in StarCraft, and shifted Warcraft's more traditional RTS focus towards hero vs hero action. Dota proved to be a big hit, and would continue to get updated over the course of the decade, with a dedicated community being built around its competitive play, which soon started appearing at esports events. By the end of the decade, Dota was starting to attract serious commercial attention, and in 2009, one of its original developers, alongside the recently formed Riot Games, would launch their own take on a standalone Dota-like experience called League of Legends. In time, the genre's name would change from Dota-like to MOBA, or Multiplayer Online Battle Arena, and in a little more time, this would become one of the most popular genres in the world. And it all started with a single custom map for Warcraft 3. Counter-Strike and Team Fortress were also games which started life as player-created mods, and between them, they proved that the innovative and independent side of PC gaming, where developers could change the entire industry with a few lines of code written in their bedroom, was still alive, even in the console-dominated 2000s. And speaking of console domination, the mid-2000s also brought the arrival of a new generation alongside the greatest fall from grace since the collapse of Atari.
You know how I just kind of fell off the face of the earth for a while, and I didn't post anything anywhere on social media, or I didn't really respond to emails. I had a real rough time for a long time. I had a bunch of health issues, mind and body's linked. So I had health issues, I had mental issues, and I self-isolated for a long time because I needed to manage myself, basically. And I had a hard time getting through the day, every day. And it was just, every day was a struggle for years. And then I slowly started getting better. And now I think I've kind of got most all my shit worked out. I'm ready to, try to get back out there and be social again. Now that I've got all my, at least I'm as good as I'm going to ever get, basically. So, I had a bunch of problems, and I didn't want those problems to affect others. So I isolated, and like Swifty emailed me like a year and a half ago, and I responded to him, but it took me like a week and a half because I was going through a bunch of crap as usual. I just sent him a message yesterday apologizing for not getting back to him on time. So I sent it to his email. And if I don't hear from him by like tomorrow, we'll send him a message maybe on like X, formerly Twitter. But I thought it made more sense to send him just an email, without the public visibility of like a Twitter post or something for starters. So that's what that's doing up there for. I'm finally, I got my shit together as much as I'm ever going to get my shit together. So lots of people are requesting that we get back in touch with Swifty and make some content and that kind of stuff, and I'm happy to do it now, basically.
With the PlayStation 2, Sony achieved the unthinkable, and they were set to enter the 7th generation of consoles with a huge lead in market share and a near flawless reputation with the public. 1 year without any competitor coming close. For 10 years, they looked unbeatable. Until, suddenly, things changed. The story of how this happened began at E3 2005. For years, gamers the world over had been eagerly awaiting the next generation of gaming, and it was here that they were finally going to get to see it, with Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo showing off their new consoles officially for the very first time. For Nintendo, the reveal was still rather secretive. The console was named the Revolution, due to Nintendo's belief that it would revolutionize the industry, but the reason for that revolution wasn't yet made clear, and other than a look at the prototype model, some technical details, and a brief showing of some next-generation Metroid, the audience was ultimately left with more questions than answers. For Microsoft, the event meant details. The already announced Xbox 360 was set to launch later that year ahead of its competition, and Microsoft showed off upcoming games, provided technical specifications, and emphasized the new online interconnectivity with in-game messaging, downloadable games, and further online support being planned. Sony, however, wasn't as close to their console's release date, and so the event came to be about the future. Sony's main announcement was the Cell multi-core microprocessor that would be powering their new upcoming system. This was being built in collaboration with IBM and Toshiba and used genuine supercomputer technology, making it a promising piece of hardware that could put Sony's system a clear step above its competition in terms of pure power. Sony spent far longer showcasing the Cell processor than any company would normally spend on such a subject, with both tech demos and games designed to show off its capabilities. Some of what was shown was genuinely mind-blowing. It can be hard to tell on lower resolution video footage after years of further technological advances, but for the time, the quality of certain games was far beyond anything people had seen before. Beyond Microsoft's recent 360 showcase, and beyond what many people thought was even possible. For example, Killzone featured animations, physics, and lighting effects that are still difficult to achieve today, 18 years later, including explosions casting shadows in real time. For people who knew a little about gaming hardware, this could only mean one of two possibilities, and arguments were quick to break out online about which one was true. Either Sony was about to obliterate the competition and dominate a third console generation in a row with their far superior system, or the games shown were fake, i.e. pre-rendered videos that were only posing as games, or at best, actual games that were instead running on top-of-the-line PC hardware. In the end, time would tell, but not before the Xbox 360 launched. The 360 released in November 2005 at $299 or $399 depending on model, and it received a positive critical reception. Sales started strong, but manufacturing problems limited supply, leading to the system selling out in all regions except Japan, while not selling as many units as was originally hoped. The launch lineup was nothing remarkable, with Call of Duty 2 and Perfect Dark Zero being the best-selling titles, yet neither represented a true system seller. And so, with one console released, the field was wide open, with everything still to play for. 2006 saw the PlayStation 3 being delayed from its earlier release date of spring to later in the year, while the 360 continued strong, adding more exclusive games to its library, including The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, Dead Rising, and Saints Row. Meanwhile, E3 that year brought Nintendo's big reveal, and reactions were mixed. The new name, the Wii, was widely mocked, and the showcasing of the new motion controls left audiences uncertain. For Nintendo and the gaming industry, this was a bold new direction, and no one seemed quite sure yet what the impact of this would be. One thing it did make clear, however, was that Nintendo wouldn't be in the competition for the most powerful next-gen system anymore, and would instead be finding success or failure through forging their own path. And so, attention returned to Sony, who were about to have a conference that would live in infamy ever since.
Our development teams all around the world, in all of our studios, have been hard at work converting that technology and vision into magic.
Whoops. Another exciting aspect is the ability for consumers to make microtransactions, $599 US,
and we've been digging deeper and discovering what kind of muscle this machine really has.
And you can see from all of the games that we have up and running on PlayStation 3 that we're really starting to push what this machine is capable of.
Real-time weapon change.
It's exhilarating. What they're creating for the PlayStation 3 is inspiring.
So that sums up our playable section.
When E3 began in the 90s, it was something aimed primarily at investors and industry professionals, and it came alongside boring PowerPoint presentations full of sales figures and bar charts. As time went by, E3 became more and more about media coverage and consumer outreach, with it becoming the #1 place to make gaming announcements, while also drawing heavy consumer scrutiny. By 2006, E3 was starting to attract more consumer attention, and Sony's presentation wasn't exactly convincing. Making fun of E3 conferences has gone on to become a recurring part of online gaming culture, but this was where that tradition started.
And we're certainly not interested in gimmicks.
So you can position this next to your TV screen and see for yourself what is coming up behind you.
And we're certainly not interested in conventional thinking.
Genji 2 is an action game which is based on Japanese history. The stages of the game will also be based on famous battles which actually took place in ancient Japan. So here's this giant enemy crab.
It's Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer. It requires huge financial investment, $599 US, but we must take risks to reap the rewards.
Still, as the dust settled, on-stage awkwardness and giant enemy crabs were the least of Sony's worries. A retail price of $599, or $499 for a model with a smaller hard drive and several missing features, was a staggering amount of money, well beyond the competition or what anyone expected. The system would include a Blu-ray player, which helped Sony promote the Blu-ray format, but unlike the DVD player of the PS2, for most consumers, this did little to make up for the system's high price, as the Blu-ray format was still rarely being used at the time. Sony, however, justified the high price on the basis that the power of their system made it worth it. They were Sony, they made the best consoles, and the higher price was reflective of their far more powerful hardware. Sony didn't see the problem with this logic, but other people did. Alongside the price, release date, and lessons on Japanese history, Sony also showcased several upcoming games, yet most of them didn't look as impressive as what Sony had shown the year before. What's more, they also didn't look especially different to the already released games on the Xbox 360. Sony did have a more powerful system, but it seemed they didn't have much to show for it. Of course, some people disagreed, with arguments raging online about the console's graphics, and people possibly seeing whatever they wanted to see. In the end, time would once more tell the true story, and in November 2006, the PlayStation 3 released in America and Japan, with a last-minute delay leading to the European release being pushed to early 2007. Regardless of the price, the system did still sell, with stock shortages and online scalpers causing controversy. The PS3 launch lineup also didn't have too much to offer and featured fewer games than the 360 had at release, with the best-selling game being Resistance: Fall of Man. Still, by this point the Xbox 360 had been out for a year already, and in that time its library had grown considerably, with the month of the PS3's launch just happening to coincide with Microsoft's latest big exclusive, Gears of War, a third-person shooter from Epic Games. Gears was a major critical and commercial hit. Its heavy focus on cover-based combat was seen as a fresh take on the shooter genre, and it was the perfect game to fill a space left open by the 360's absence of a new Halo. What's more, its Unreal Engine-powered graphics wowed critics and showcased what the 360 was capable of, and it seemed that what the 360 was capable of was keeping up with the supposedly more powerful PlayStation 3. Of course, arguments about graphics still raged online, but by this point, for most people, it was clear that if the PS3...
Who over at Microsoft do we need to collectively roll up to and slap in the face and say, release another Gears of War game? Who do we have to say that? Like, why don't you like money? I thought you're a company, you're a corporation, you make things to sell people. Why haven't you made another Gears of War game yet?
He did have an advantage. It wasn't a big enough one to win them the console generation outright. At this point, you may be wondering what the hell was going on inside the PlayStation 3, and whether the system even was more powerful to begin with. And this was a question many people asked throughout the 7th generation. The simple answer is that the cell processor famously used by the PS3 was more powerful, but it was also more complicated, which made it hard.
Thanks for the positive feedback, Shoddy. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out. It's just yeah, we'll do some as soon as I'm done applying. I need to apply to at least 2 more places. My goal is to apply to at least 5 places online every day, if not more. So as soon as I get done doing that, we can move on to something besides just checking out the documentaries. But I am enjoying this documentary. The dude's putting in a lot of work. It shows. So does the effort and the editing that he's put into it. So I'm very, very appreciative of this, and I think he's done an amazing job.
For developers to actually utilize its power.
Again, his name is Never Knows Best, and this is far from his first rodeo, by the way. He's got a lot of great stuff out there. If I was going to throw out some constructive criticism, it would be that he makes his point, and then there are times where he will make his point 5 more times, and he didn't need to do that. So I have found myself in some of his video essays skipping ahead quite a bit to the next chapter, because it's like, okay, you made your point, you're going to spend the next 30 minutes making the same point, all right, next. But that's really the only one of the few criticisms. He some of his earlier essays, he can ramble a bit, but like, who am I to talk? I can ramble too, so.
Meanwhile, the 360 had a solid CPU itself, while also having a small edge when it came to GPU power and a more convenient shared memory system. In the end though, any difference in power didn't really matter. The key decider was third parties. Sony hoped that they'd continue to lead the industry and that developers would prioritize developing for their more powerful system as a result. In reality, however, the Xbox 360 quickly gained a
Thanks, Shadi. Hope to see you next time.
sizable share of the market, and so developers' priority became making sure their games were available on both systems, with some developers even going as far as to publicly criticize Sony's more difficult to develop for hardware. But as the 360 was easier to develop for, most multi-platform games were developed primarily for the Xbox 360 and then ported to the PS3, meaning not only did the PlayStation 3 lack a graphical advantage, but in many multi-platform games, the PlayStation version either looked or ran worse. The PS3 did produce some great-looking exclusives, particularly later in its life once developers had more time to get used to the system's architecture. But its reputation...
Hey Deathforge, welcome to the stream, and thanks for coming in and saying hi. It's always good to see the regulars hop in and say something. You know, when you first start the live stream, you have no idea how long you're just sitting there talking to yourself. But you do it for the benefit of the people who might be watching the live stream later, right? Because I've had a couple people come in and say that they do that. So it's like you're always being watched. But it's good when it's good to be able to respond to people too. We're doing the job hunt. I messaged Swifty yesterday, trying to reach out, apologizing for losing touch with everybody. I have applied to, let's see here, 1, 2, 3 different places. I think I found a fourth, not yet. So I'm trying to apply to at least 5 different places today, and then tomorrow maybe we'll apply to like 10 or 15. Because I would like to be employed very much. Yeah, once we're getting through this, everybody seems to love this documentary. I'm really glad too, because there's a good amount of effort and work that went into it. The guy's really done his homework. He's got got really great visuals and everything. So we're enjoying the documentary, and I'm just I got laid off and I'm looking for a new job, and I'm using the live stream as a way to keep myself accountable. Like I gotta apply to these places first before I can do anything else, and that's just gonna keep on keeping on.
For having inferior versions of multi-platform games at a time when multi-platform games were becoming more important did damage the system's sales, with Microsoft often seeing much better software sales for multi-platform titles. It also damaged Sony's brand, and without a graphical edge, or many strong exclusive games early in its life, the PlayStation 3 fell behind the 360, while the Xbox's library continued to grow. 2007 brought more exclusives to Microsoft's system, including Crackdown, Forza Motorsport 2, BioShock, and Mass Effect. The biggest of these, though, was the much-anticipated Halo 3, which promised players the chance to finish the fight in what was to be Master Chief Chief's final game. Halo was huge. It went on to sell over 14 million copies in what many considered to be the best game of...
Oh my god. Okay, this is me not on mute. And I was saying how I have a Discord, but it's tied to a Patreon membership, and maybe we should just make the Discord public access and just let people join it, and then that way at least I can get the message out there that I'm live streaming, and then if people want to support me on Patreon, they can. But maybe that way at least we've got some sort of direct connection with the community outreach or something. Yeah, it was muted the whole time, but that's basically what I said. I muted it because I'm eating crackers. I honestly thought I had this all set up. Like, I went through this whole thing. If somebody actually does pledge at one of the levels, they should be invited to the Discord, but I don't know if anybody's ever actually done it. Membership, yeah, 3, 5, 10. But in any one of these, they should be auto invited to the Discord. Thank you. I'm glad you're asking about this, Deathforge. It would be good to connect with some more people. I shouldn't spend as much time alone as I do. It can be counterproductive. much better to chat and bounce ideas off of people instead of go down my mental rabbit holes.
Of the 7th generation up until that point. Sony would have some exclusives of their own that year, but the likes of a new Ratchet & Clank, Uncharted Drake's Fortune, and Gran Turismo 5 Prologue weren't enough to match the 360's superior offerings. What's more, many of the series that once made the PlayStation the console king were going, or had already went, multi-platform. From Grand Theft Auto to Devil May Cry, Tomb Raider, or Tekken, Sony's list of exclusives seemed to be getting smaller and smaller, and at E3 2008, it was announced that even Final Fantasy, a series more important to Sony's early success than any other, would be coming to both systems. Microsoft did face some of their own problems, the most expensive being high rates of hardware failure and the infamous Red Ring of Death. Reports of technical problems appeared early in 360's life, but the true extent of the issue wasn't made apparent until a year or two after its
I see that you pledged at the high amount, man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let me make sure that I can get you an invite. I'm looking into this right now. I thought I had this thing working. Give me a couple minutes.
Launch as more and more systems continued to fail. In the end, Microsoft was forced to make an official response to the situation, alongside offering all Xbox owners a full 3-year warranty, covering repairs and shipping. This was estimated to cost over $1 billion, and slowed the Xbox's momentum at a time when Microsoft would have loved to instead have been pulling further ahead. As the decade grew to a close, the PlayStation 3's outlook was finally starting to look more positive. Consecutive $100 price cuts in 2007, 2008, and 2009 finally brought the system to an affordable price. Several early 360 exclusives, like The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion and BioShock, turned out to only have timed exclusivity and made their way to Sony's system as well. And as the generation continued, the PlayStation 3 was able to add more and more exclusives of its own, including Little Big Planet, Metal Gear Solid 4, Killzone 2, Infamous, God of War 3, and Gran Turismo 5. Meanwhile, the exclusives on the 360 started to come slower, with highlights including Fable 2, Left 4 Dead, and sequels to Halo and Gears of War. The decade would end with Microsoft still in the lead, but with Sony working hard to make amends for their mistakes by taking heavy losses on systems sold after price cuts as they tried to foster an image of appealing to core gamers and creating strong first-party titles. Still, for Microsoft, the 7th generation can only be interpreted as a victory, whereas for Sony, they went from being untouchable to having to fight for their life. When Sony launched the PlayStation 1, they found record success through the system's affordable price, its ease to develop for, and its great third-party support that led to many exclusive titles. 10 years later, they seem to have ignored all of these factors and were instead relying on name recognition to sell their system no matter the price, and to bring developers to their side no matter the challenge of development. Yet, while it might seem like Sony's downfall was brought about by arrogance, it might be fairer to say that they were simply over-ambitious. The man responsible for many of the decisions involving the PlayStation 3 was then Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO Ken Kutaragi, who is sometimes described as the father of PlayStation. For Kutaragi, this was to be his last direct involvement with Sony's gaming division, which was something he had once done so much to help create, and he truly believed in the power of the Cell processor and had hopes its technology could be used in other Sony products. In the end, this wasn't to be, but Kutaragi had taken gambles with the PlayStation 1 and 2 as well, and in the past, this was a big part of what helped turn Sony into the leader of the industry. This time, however, he simply got it wrong. Still, Sony weren't the only ones who took a gamble in the 7th generation, and while the PS3 and 360 were in fierce competition for the core gaming market, Nintendo were finding success elsewhere. The Wii wasn't like its peers. Where Sony and Microsoft moved to high definition, Nintendo's system remained at the 480p of the previous generation, breaking the long-running convention of new consoles being more powerful than their predecessors. Instead, Nintendo opted to avoid direct competition and to target a broader demographic, in what has sometimes been called the Blue Ocean business strategy, which asserts finding value in less contested market spaces.
Hey,
To this end, Nintendo set out with the goal to innovate.
Phoebus, are you around? Phoebus, if you're around, I want you to try. Let me show you what's happening. Deathforge, I'm going to show you what's happening too. Give me just a sec. Hold on. Let me hide your private info here. Okay. Okay. Let me switch on over. Deathforge, let me show you what's going on. Okay. Here's the Discord server, and I thought I had this set up to where you'd get an automatic invite to it. So we got a couple of folks. See, there's Phoebus right there. So what I do, like I'm coming down here because you were supposed to get the invite through Discord. In fact, if I go to accessibility, no. Anyway, here's the weird thing. So if I come down, like I right click on Nexius's new sphere, and here's the server settings, invite people. Okay. Now, it says or send a server link to a friend. Okay, so it says hidden, use copy button. So I use the copy button. Now here's the problem. When you paste it, it says hidden, use the copy button. Do you see that? So I'm trying to generate you a link. It could be because I'm live streaming. Maybe it's because I'm in stream mode. Stream mode is enabled. Usernames have been truncated. I guess let's try that. Give me a sec. Let me switch back over. I don't want to reveal anybody's info. There we go. I'm working on it, man. Give me a sec here. Here, I'm going to turn off streamer mode. And now I'm going to try to invite people. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. I think that's what it was. Give me a sec here. Okay, Deathforged. Here's the. Sorry, it didn't. Auto invite. Try this one for me. Try. This link to join the Discord. Okay, so I'm sending you a. These are notes. Let me hit message. Okay. Direct message. Start message. Here we go. So I'm messaging you over Patreon. Okay, so Deathforged, I sent you a message over Patreon with the Discord join link in it. So you should be able to do that. And as soon as I see you joined on the Discord server, I'll make sure you have the right level of permissions and stuff. I did spend a decent amount of time setting up this Discord server, so I'm a little miffed that didn't work, but I'm sure I'll look at it when I get done with the agenda. I guess we'll add that as a list of things to do. All right, and then Deathforge, let me know if that works or not, and if not, I'll dive back into it.
Taking inspiration from the success of
and thanks again for pledging. That really means a lot.
The Nintendo DS, as well as the popular arcade rhythm game Dance Dance Revolution, and new advancements in motion sensing technology. The end result released in November 2006, mere days after the PlayStation 3. Unlike the PS3, however, the Wii cost a mere $250, and it quickly sold out, beating the combined sales of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in most regions during its launch. The Wii offered something genuinely new, and people seemed eager to try it out for themselves. By September 2007, the Wii had overtaken the 360, despite releasing a year later, and it continued to sell well until 2010, when it started to experience a rapid decline amidst increased competition. For many people, though, the Wii was the perfect family console. Its advertising targeted a wide audience, including mothers and grandmothers, and its wealth of party games and simple pick-up and playability led to many people who may not have usually played video games being willing to give it a go. Its best-selling titles reflect this broader appeal, with the bundled Wii Sports selling an impressive 82.9 million copies. Wii Sports didn't receive the strongest critical reception, mostly due to the gameplay's lack of depth, but its simplicity worked well as an introduction to motion control and as a way to attract those new to gaming. Other new first-party motion control games like Wii Play, Wii Fit, Wii Party, and Wii Sports Resort also sold impressive numbers, with Nintendo managing to showcase various creative ways to use their new technology, particularly through the...
Oh, good. You've joined. Let me make sure you got the right perms. Where are you? You did? Oh, Death Forge, way to say hi. Okay. All right, well, that I don't. Death Forge is a good dude. I don't mind him seeing all that. Things might look a little bit different on the Discord later, Death Forge, but welcome. I think what I'll end up doing is restricting a couple of the channels just to like just because there are some controversial topics in a couple of these channels, so you want to play nice with everybody. So, but I don't think there's anything recent in there. Yeah, it's all us just talking about work and stuff. Yeah, seems good. Yeah, I like to take a nuanced look at most things as well. I try not to fall into black and white or A and B thinking. You know, like there's only two sides to something. Is there a third side? Are there four? You know, how many sides can there be? That kind of stuff. Okay. I think. All right. So we've got you in there. I'm applying for jobs. We've got. I wish I had like some sort of little button to press to do the celebration thing. Now we got our first Death Forge, our first Patreon subscribers. I'm feeling pretty good about that. That's awesome. That is a start. So thank you, Death Forge.
Combination of exercise and gaming in Wii Fit. Alongside these were many of the classic series people had come to expect from Nintendo, with Mario Kart Wii and New Super Mario Bros. Wii being the best-selling titles, and Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario Galaxy 2, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess being its most highly acclaimed. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 stood out in particular for once more offering a fresh take on the 3D Mario formula, this time with a space theme and lots of creative level design focused on different uses of gravity. Much of the Wii's library focused on its motion controls, however, and on this aspect opinions varied, with some seeing it as a bold new step for gaming, and others seeing it as more of an imprecise gimmick. The legacy of the Wii is also hard to judge. It was the best-selling system of its generation, and yet in its later years, its sales fell consistently behind both its rivals in hardware and software, and this severe loss of momentum may have went on to hurt Nintendo's next console. For a time, it looked like the system would live up to its early codename, but in the end, the motion control revolution didn't really amount to much, suggesting that the success of the system might have been more down to novelty than the inherent value that motion control provided. There were also problems beyond the system's less impressive graphics, with poor online support, poor audio, and a plethora of lower quality titles that seemed designed to purely cash in on the latest craze with little regard to quality. This came alongside a lack of long-term third-party support from more established video game developers, who often stated they found motion controls difficult to implement and develop for.
That was the biggest problem with the Wii, is that Nintendo made the best games for the Wii. Like Metroid Prime, Zelda, Mario Galaxy, Mario Kart for the Wii. Like all of these are like primary Nintendo titles, and Nintendo made those games. So like Nintendo was doing a good job of showing everybody what was possible with the new control scheme, but the rest of the industry was just kind of like looking at it and going, huh. And then they went back and just made a game that would work on the Xbox and the PlayStation controller. Oh yeah, we Smash too got that got like a whole subculture a lot with it and stuff too. You're right.
We would also miss out on many multi-platform games due to the difficulty of porting to a system with lower technical specifications. Yet, at the same time, the Nintendo Wii was one of the most unique and daring consoles the gaming industry has ever seen, and it remains an iconic part of gaming in the 2000s. And while motion controls may not have been the future for mainstream gaming, appealing to wider demographics may well have been. The 2000s would see another trend come and go in the form of accessory-based rhythm games. Across different systems and different titles, the Guitar Hero and Rock Band series saw hugely impressive sales, and while this subgenre soon fell away, this was around the same time that smartphones and mobile gaming were starting to explode and conquer the casual market, as well as a big chunk of the entire industry in the process. In this sense, the Wii may have been ahead of its time in making inroads into new, more casual audiences, but it would soon find itself outgunned in the Great Casual War by the rapidly growing mobile market. Mobile gaming wasn't the only thing on the rise at the end of the decade, however, as while console gaming was increasingly going big, some developers started to take a rather different approach. The 2000s can be seen as the decade where AAA gaming came to dominate, with bigger budgets, better graphics, and longer development cycles, at the same time that certain styles or genres of games were increasingly being pushed out of the limelight. But in the shadow of this increased focus on blockbuster titles at the expense of all else, something else started to appear in the decade's second half. Independent game development had long played a vital role in PC gaming. From pioneering students in the 70s, to bedroom coders in the 80s, to shareware successes in the 90s, and even modding innovations at the turn of the decade, independent development was around since the industry's beginning, and it never stopped being important. Still, throughout the 90s and 2000s, the technological gap between what small independent teams and big commercial studios could do grew and grew, moving the industry further and further away from independent development. In the early 2000s, however, several factors would align that helped give rise to a new form of indie game development. The first was the internet, which paved the way for more effective online distribution without the need for retailers or publishers. The internet also saw the start of browser-based gaming, which was made possible through programs like Java and Adobe Flash. This would give rise to a wealth of user-generated content, with hosting sites like Newgrounds seeing massive amounts of traffic over the decade, proving the popularity of even much more limited games, with some browser-based games quickly becoming successful enough to get full PC retail releases, like with PopCap's 2001 Match 3 game, Bejeweled. At the same time as this, new dedicated software like Game Maker Studio and new unified game engines like Unity and Unreal Engine were starting to lower the programming barrier to entry in game development. Finally, in 2004, Half-Life 2 released, and indie gaming would never be the same. Because, despite being very far from an indie game itself, Half-Life 2 was the first game to be offered on and require the installation of Steam. The Half-Life community wasn't exactly happy about this, but the Half-Life community didn't have a choice, and Half-Life 2 was a difficult game to resist. In 2005, Steam would release its first third-party games on the platform, including independent titles like Ragdoll Kung Fu and Darwinia. And as Steam's digital distribution model cut out retailers and manufacturing costs, it gave developers a higher profit margin, meaning that once Valve proved the model could work, they were able to start attracting bigger names, including id Software, Eidos, and Capcom, leading to further growth for the platform. This came alongside the rise of the term indie game. Once upon a time, there were no distinctions between games on the basis of developer status or budget, but as the industry grew, people eventually started to differentiate between small, cheaper, independent titles and the more traditional, full-priced commercial releases. One of the first games to help create this distinction was Cave Story, which was developed by one man, Daisuke Amiya, over a 5-year period starting when he was in college. Amiya was inspired by the games he played growing up, like Metroid, and so he made a 2D platforming adventure game with a retro visual style. Cave Story was finished in late 2004, with Amiya making it available online for free. The reason he didn't charge anything was because he thought the shareware model would be too much hassle to implement, and he just wanted more people to play his game after working on it for so long. And people did play his game, with several Western media outlets reporting on and praising it soon after its release, and showing amazement that such a game could come from just one single developer. But as Cave Story released for free, in a time before most people had ever heard the term indie game, it didn't find mainstream success, and Amiya simply continued working his full-time job at a printing company until 6 years later when Cave Story released on Nintendo's WiiWare service and finally became a commercial success. Cave Story has been described as the quintessential indie game, and it would inspire others to follow in its wake, while digital distribution and new development tools made doing so more and more achievable. The next major step for indie games would once again come from Valve, and a non-indie game, however. Portal.
Okay, good news is I've applied to 4 jobs so far. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got to document all that for the unemployment stuff. So I'm going to apply to 1 more, and then we'll start working towards some sort of project again.
Released in 2007, and its creative puzzle design and memorable story made it one of the year's most critically acclaimed games. Portal was only about 3 hours long, however, which seemed far too short for a normal full-priced commercial release. As a result, Valve got around this by selling it alongside Half-Life 2 and Team Fortress 2 in a retail compilation called The Orange Box. Still, Portal's high quality and widespread popularity clearly highlighted the potential of smaller, more focused games. At the same time as this, Microsoft were looking to promote their own Xbox-focused digital distribution store, Xbox Live Arcade, which was a perfect place for indie games due to their smaller download sizes. And so, Microsoft began the Xbox Live Arcade Wednesdays program, which promised a new arcade game to be released each week over summer, as well as the Xbox Live Arcade Unplugged compilation discs to promote Xbox Live Arcade games to normal retail consumers. This was followed by the Xbox Live Summer of Arcade, which began in 2008 and saw Microsoft heavily promote a series of newly releasing indie games each summer. The first year's lineup included Castle Crashers, Bionic Commando Rearmed, Galaga Legions, Geometry Wars 2, and Braid. And this proved to be a big success, which helped establish the concept of indie games with general audiences. By 2009, promising indie titles were starting to become a common occurrence, even outside of Xbox's Summer of Arcade and Steam. Spelunky from Derek Yu combined platforming gameplay with the procedural generation of roguelikes to create a new type of non-traditional roguelike design that many future games would emulate. Flower from Back Game Company released on PSN and took players on a calm and emotional journey that contrasted sharply from the violence of most mainstream games. And World of Goo from 2D Boy released on PC and Wii and impressed with its simple yet challenging puzzle design and memorable presentation. And so, by 2010, indie games, in the form that we think of them today, had arrived, and they were just starting to become an important force within an industry that was otherwise moving in the opposite direction.
I might be getting okay. I got Deathforge all set up on the Discord server, I think, and then Deathforge, I'm going to be working very, very closely with you to make sure that the stuff being delivered on Discord has value to it. I want to make sure you feel like the support that you're providing is like making a difference, and that you're getting a sufficient behind the scenes look, or extra information that you find valuable. So I gotta apply for 1 or 2 more jobs, but yeah, let's definitely work together. I want to be able to advertise the Patreon as a thing and have people be happy with it, and I'm kind of in the process of getting all that set up, and if you can help me out, just give me your feedback, really. Let me know what you think, what I could be doing, what I could be doing better, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing, especially at the level that you did, and I'll shut up now.
At the start of the decade, Sony were at the top of the industry and were preparing for the release of a console that would soon be even more successful. By the end of the decade, they were in last place and trying desperately to rebuild their damaged reputation. At the start of the decade, Microsoft was still yet to formally enter the gaming space, yet by the decade's end, they were in the strongest position they would ever find themselves in, with the Xbox looking increasingly like the core gaming console of choice. At the start of the decade, Nintendo were the company for classic console gaming, yet by its end, they were finding new levels of success by appealing to new audiences with new types of technology. Things change fast in the gaming industry, and in just a few more years, everything just mentioned would end up changing again. But it wasn't just the fates of the major players that were in flux in the 2000s. Game design itself would see major evolution as mainstream gaming moved further and further towards a AAA approach. The jump from the 6th to 7th console generation would be the last time that new consoles would bring a really noticeable upgrade in graphics, as games went from 480 to 720 resolution, but even this came at a cost, as the average frame rate of console games dropped as a result from 60 FPS down to 30. For years, gaming graphics had steadily increased, but now the industry was starting to see diminishing returns, with sacrifices having to be made to performance to make continued advancement possible. And yet, the best-selling and most critically acclaimed games were, without doubt, the ones that looked the best. In 2009, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 broke records for sales, and Uncharted 2 broke records for Game of the Year awards, with both games putting a huge focus on linear cinematic set pieces and the highest levels of presentation that technology would allow. And yet, while mainstream gaming was getting noticeably more expensive and less diverse, it was other areas of gaming that would see the largest growth. At the end of 2009, Rovio Entertainment's Angry Birds and PopCap's Plants vs. Zombies had just released, as smartphone-fueled mobile gaming was becoming a larger and larger section of the industry. Sony and Microsoft were both preparing for the release of their own motion-controlled devices to try to replicate Nintendo's success with casual audiences, and a little indie game by the name of Minecraft was starting to make waves online after its first release to the public, while a little multiplayer game called League of Legends was just coming to the end of its beta. Gaming was changing, just like it always does, and the changes of the next decade would see some of the industry's toughest challenges yet, alongside some of its best and worst moments. The console wars would continue in the 2010s, but the first battle was fought over motion controls. Nintendo had responded to criticism of the original Wii remotes.
Oh, I forgot that PlayStation actually did have some motion controls. I completely forgot that PlayStation had those.
Poor precision with the Wii Motion Plus in 2009. This new add-on upped the accuracy, but only in games developed with it in mind, and it would be required for certain later titles like Wii Sports Resort and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Still, both Sony and Microsoft focused their marketing on why their new devices were better than the Wii.
Not just like this, but this way too.
because real boxers don't hit like this.
Sony boasted about their accuracy, pointing to the little glowing plastic ball on the end of the PlayStation Move remote as proof that the device is special, and making liberal use of terms like accelerometer, inertial sensors, synergistic processing units, and internal magnetometers. And no, I did not make any of those terms up just now. Microsoft, on the other hand, decided the best...
Well, it certainly rolls off the tongue better than doohickey and whatchamajigger.
Best marketing strategy was to freak everyone out with their surreal virtual child simulator, Project Milo, in 2009.
There we go. What do you think?
Look at what just happened.
Orange.
Claire drew a picture on a piece of paper. The piece of paper was held up to Milo. Natal recognized the piece of...
This guy thinks we're dumb. This guy thinks that we actually believe that that happened in real time.
The paper, scanned the piece of paper in. Milo looked at that piece of paper, recognized the shape, recognized the color, and able to get on with his project.
Thanks for your help, Claire.
This is true technology that science fiction has not even written about.
Don't forget your mum's birthday.
And this works today, now.
Unfortunately, while it may have apparently worked that day, 1 year later, when Microsoft returned to showcase the Kinect again, it was rather less impressive, being something more in line with the earlier PlayStation iToy. Meanwhile, the child Milo was never seen again.
You know what the funniest thing is? That, like, Nintendo's dead last in the console wars now, right? We're at like at the early 2010s or whatever. Nintendo's dead last from like the Wii U. This is before the Switch comes out. And yet you've got Microsoft and Sony are like still trying to move into that market, and they probably lost more money trying to do that than anything else. They never did unseat the Wii. It was just Nintendo just chose to fill a particular market niche, and they just got cemented in there over a couple of years.
For gaming fans that were happy using normal controllers, this was a strange time to be alive. Both E3 and gaming media were dominated by the new upcoming battle for motion control supremacy. For a time, the question of who would win between the Kinect, the Move, and the Wii was treated with the utmost importance, as if we were only now about to see the real battle that would determine gaming's future. In the end, though, it turned out gaming's future had other plans. The PlayStation Move, released in September 2010, received positive reviews for accuracy and responsiveness, particularly when compared to the Wii, and then produced disappointing sales, as the more serious gaming audience Sony were targeting at the time showed little interest. A disappointing selection of games to support it certainly didn't help either, and in 3 years' time it was all but forgotten. Microsoft's Kinect, on the other hand, released in November 2010 for a higher price and received worse reviews, and then it broke the world record for the fastest selling consumer electronic device, while easily surpassing the Move in the process, probably because it was marketed heavily towards a more casual audience, and the controller-free experience it offered was something different to the already widespread Wii. Reviewers criticized input lag and the lack of depth in games on offer, but did praise the Kinect's innovativeness. 3 years later, and the Kinect was far from forgotten, but we'll get to that later. Around this time, the Wii would also see its sales slow, as the motion control craze seemed to be coming to its natural conclusion after the novelty started to wear off. Still, while motion control might have dominated the news at that time, something else was dominating sales. In 2009, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 broke sales records for biggest entertainment launch in history, across all media. In 2010, Call of Duty Black Ops broke the same records, surpassing Modern Warfare 2. In 2011, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 broke records again, surpassing Black Ops, and in 2012, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 broke records again, surpassing Modern Warfare 3. Call of Duty's reign of terror would not last forever, but at the start of the 2010s, it certainly seemed like it might. Put simply, Call of Duty was the biggest thing in gaming at the time, with release after release easily managing to sell over 20 million copies, and there was a new release every single year. The multiplayer formula established by Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare proved incredibly popular with players, and Activision was happy to do everything they could to cash in on this.
This is when it started to go downhill. This is when they started releasing Call of Duty games like Madden games. That's when it was over.
And so, in a time when there was less online shooter competition, Call of Duty became the undisputed king. Amidst the soaring popularity of mobile games, the yearly domination of Call of Duty, and the newly arriving motion control devices, there was a sense at this time that older, or core gaming audiences might be being left behind in an industry that didn't seem to need them anymore. This would play a major role in the next console generation, but there were still well-received games being released in this period, and amongst them, a new trend was on the rise: the open world. After the record success of Grand Theft Auto on the PlayStation 2, it's no surprise that more games would try to copy its approach to open world design. But while the 2000s would see a large number of Grand Theft Auto clones, few of them ended up leaving a lasting impact. Things would change at the start of the next decade, however, as developers started to look beyond Grand Theft Auto for open world inspiration. Games like Fallout 3 in 2008, Assassin's Creed 2 in 2009, Red Dead Redemption and Fallout New Vegas in 2010, Batman Arkham City and The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim in 2011, and Far Cry 3 in 2012 all achieved critical and commercial success to help popularize the open world as a concept that would soon come to be used more broadly in mainstream game design. And as the decade continued, more and more games made the transition to open world, including most of the biggest series in gaming, like Metal Gear Solid, The Witcher, Dragon Age, Final Fantasy, Mass Effect, Forza, The Legend of Zelda, Halo, and Pokémon, alongside many of the decade's biggest new IPs. This fit the established gaming industry trend of trying to make bigger and better games to continually one-up what came before, where open world seemed to represent the next step in this, while also providing an opportunity to breathe new life into established franchises. The move towards open worlds brought benefits like increased immersion and player freedom, but it would also lead to criticism about repetition and game experiences being drawn out or padded, with the term open world fatigue sometimes being used as the decade continued. Still, at the start of the decade, open worlds were relatively fresh, and early examples like Red Dead Redemption and Skyrim were some of the most highly praised and best-selling games of their respective years. Still, while much of gaming at this time was moving in certain recognizable directions, there were two games which stood out for doing something different. The first was Dark Souls, which released in 2011 on consoles and 2012 on PC. From Software had already impressed players with Demon Souls in 2009, but Dark Souls was where they would reach a much wider audience, and the game quickly developed a reputation for its high difficulty and unforgiving design. What really made Dark Souls stand out, however, was how different it felt from so many other games of its era. Since the days of arcades, video games had been becoming easier and more accessible year after year, to the point where increasing accessibility was seen as a fundamental part of good game design.
Phoebus, thank you very much for sending me this FlexJobs website. I'm gonna get signed up for it.
The general consensus was that older games were often far too punishing, so developers added things like regenerating health and regular checkpoints. Or that old games were too vague and confusing, so developers added more tutorials, guidance, and features like minimaps. Or that old games were too simple and video gamey, so developers focused more on the cinematic side with action set pieces and cutscenes. And then Dark Souls came along and ignored all of this. It punished players for mistakes, even taking away their valuable experience points. It gave players minimal direction and made a world where it was easy to get lost, and it told its story almost entirely indirectly, leaving 99% of the experience as pure gameplay. Dark Souls broke all the rules about how a modern game should be designed, and in doing so, it created something unique, which many players fell in love with. With time, Dark Souls developed one of the most enduring legacies of any game from the modern era, although its reception at release was more modest. It was only the 32nd highest reviewed game from 2011, and it was widely ignored by Game of the Year awards. Yet, it was also a game which people kept playing and talking about, and soon its influence was hard to deny. Every difficult game would come to be compared to it. Countless indie games would directly copy it, and even mainstream games would start to indirectly copy it, all while its reputation kept growing. In short, from combat design to the lack of handholding to the use of difficulty or its approach to storytelling, Dark Souls was a title which made the industry reevaluate what good game design truly meant. And yet, it arguably wasn't even the most important game released that year. If Dark Souls challenged how people thought about game design, Minecraft challenged how people thought about video games. Beginning at the hands of a single developer, Marcus Notch Pearson, Minecraft would go on to become the best-selling game of all time, with a staggering 238 million copies.
Holy crap! Talk about an awesome, a well-received game. I think that's more than Tetris, for crying out loud. I applied to 4 jobs today. What I'll do is first thing tomorrow, Phoebus sent me a website called flexjobs.com where they look specifically for like remote people. So what I'm going to do tomorrow morning is I'll make an account with the FlexJobs website and update my profile and upload my resume and all that kind of stuff. And then I will apply to 10 to 15 jobs tomorrow on this new FlexJobs website. And that's the commitment that I'm making for tomorrow, because I feel like I need to do more. I don't know. It's really hard looking for a job in 2025. So just gonna keep doing everything I can, I guess.
Be sold, a number which is still rising. Notch took inspiration from the ambitious colony sim Dwarf Fortress and the block-based mining game Infiniminer to create a procedurally generated block-building sandbox that was made available to the public online in 2009 and received regular updates over the next 2 years. In 2011, it received its official release, and in 2014, Minecraft was bought by Microsoft for $2.5 billion, with the game still receiving regular updates to this day. Beyond simply being one of the most played games ever made, Minecraft popularized the concept of early access, where players paid to access a game that's still in development, and continuous development, where a game is continually expanded over time with no specific planned ending. It also challenged the perceived importance of graphics in gaming. For years, graphics had been getting better and better, and becoming a larger and larger priority, even as this caused development time and costs to continually increase. Then, Minecraft came along with pixelated blocky visuals that looked several generations old, and became the most successful game in history. In doing so, Minecraft proved that not only are high-quality graphics not needed for a game to be successful, but also that graphics might sometimes be holding gaming back. Minecraft's popularity was a result of the freedom it provided players to create and explore and do more than most other games allowed, and this level of freedom was only made possible by the simpler visual style, where not every asset needed thousands and thousands of polygons or multiple dedicated artists. At a time when the gaming industry was fully embracing AAA design and indie games were still finding their footing, Minecraft was a monumental statement about what video games could and maybe should be. And between Minecraft...
Okay, it does feel good to mark off the job hunting part completed for today. We set a new loftier goal for tomorrow. Got everything lined up. So now it's actually time to move over to the exercise. So let's actually switch over here. There we go. And we'll move this over here. Now we're going to get the screen set up for the exercising. There it is right there. Okay. I definitely like this workout. This is like a good warm up. Kind of gets me moving. And then we didn't do this one yesterday. We'll do this one today. And then we'll try this one out too. Some push-ups and some sit-ups and stuff. We'll try to do, you know, three to 5 sets basically of those, and then we'll do level 1 3 sets, three sets each. 1 2 3 4. So like you go through this 3 times. Is that what you're supposed to be doing? Oh, maybe I haven't been doing this right. Like I've been going through this once. And it says to go through it through level 1's 3 sets. So let's try that after we get warmed up. And this way we don't have to go to the gym, but we're still exercising. And it's helping all different kinds of things. It helps me sleep, helps me feel better, get some of that nervous energy out because all I do is sit at a desk all day and type on the keyboard. All right, back to the documentary.
Dark Souls, the open world trend, yearly Call of Duties, and unwanted motion controls, you have a great representation of what the next decade in gaming would be all about. Video games were changing, just like they always were, but now conflicts and divisions were starting to be more obvious as the industry continued to grow and expand. Within this, multiple distinct battles can be identified, like mainstream versus indie, conventional game design versus counterculture, core gaming versus casual, maximizing monetization versus preserving a franchise, and so on. And it was these divisions that would truly define the next decade, including the next generation of console warfare. In the 7th generation, Sony shocked the world by losing. After years of PlayStation domination, Sony looked unstoppable, but a high price, complicated system architecture, and the loss of key exclusives allowed Microsoft to close the gap with core gamers, while Nintendo thrived through appealing to new and more casual audiences. The fate of all 3 of these companies would soon change though, and this started before the next generation even arrived. After years of leading the pack, the Wii sales fell behind both the 360 and PS3 at the same time that new motion control competition arrived and consumer interest seemed to wane. Microsoft saw its lead over Sony dwindle and eventually disappear as the 360 lost momentum amidst few new exclusives, and Sony's system saw its finest years after price cuts and model revisions turned around sales. Sony's strong end to the generation would be complete with the release of The Last of Us in summer 2013, which was heralded as one of the finest games of the generation, at the same time that the PS3 finally managed to overtake the 360's total lifetime sales. Focus then turned to the next generation, which had officially begun in 2012.
And a runner on second. Hernandez is on the mound, and here comes the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 98-mile-per-hour fastball.
This was the world first reveal of Nintendo's new console, as shown at E3 2011. You may notice a heavy emphasis on the word controller. This trailer is 3 minutes long, and that word shows up on screen 12 different times. The word console isn't used once, and the Wii U console isn't even shown. The Wii U was one of Nintendo's greatest failures, and much of that failure is often said to be down to consumers failing to understand what the system even was. Looking at the reveal trailer shows how this might have happened, and even among gaming media, this caused some confusion. Amongst general consumers who may not follow gaming news closely, i.e. much of the Wii's new player base, it would have been easy to mistake this device as just an expensive add-on or a new Nintendo-themed tablet, and this poor marketing decision surely hurt the system's sales. This isn't the whole story, however, and even during its development, the Wii U experienced a bit of an identity crisis that went on to follow it for the rest of its life. The Wii exceeded Nintendo's expectations and excelled with casual gamers, but Nintendo started to worry that if they appealed too much to casual audiences, it might hurt their reputation with more core audiences. As a result, Nintendo made bridging the gap between the two groups a priority for their next system, and so they decided on HD graphics, as this was expected from core audiences, and that it should also include a new innovative feature that could appeal to families and Wii fans, hence the tablet-like controller. This controller wasn't as revolutionary as the Wii's motion control had been though, as tablet computers were already gaining popularity at this time. The controller was also heavy and bulky in design, had a short battery life, and needed to be in range of the Wii U console to be used, making it more limited than an actual tablet. Nintendo also struggled to show off the advantages this hybrid approach brought to game design, whereas the Wii's motion control was simple to understand and easily demonstrated. Still, in November 2012, the Wii U launched to the public for $299 or $349. The critical reception was mostly positive, with praise given to its backwards compatibility with Wii games and peripherals, as well as the potential of its unique controller. Initial sales were lower than Nintendo expected though, and the launch lineup had few must-play titles, with the bestsellers being a new Super Mario Bros. And the party game Nintendo Land. As time went on, Nintendo would release more games on the system, including new entries into most of the series people expected, like Mario Kart and Smash Bros., although the importance of these games may have been diminished by the fact that many also released on Nintendo's latest handheld, the 3DS. The Wii U's biggest problem, however, would once again be third-party support. At the start of the Wii U's life, it was on par with the still current PS3 and Xbox 360, meaning titles could be ported between these systems, and these ports made up a big part of the Wii U's early lineup. These games rarely made interesting use of the Wii U's unique controller, and sometimes ran worse than the older generation versions due to differences with the system's hardware, but this was still a lot better than what was to follow. Once the next generation of consoles arrived, the Wii U once again became technically inferior to its rivals, causing great difficulty for third parties when porting multi-platform games to the system. And as the Wii U got off to a slow start, which led to a small user base, third parties then had even less incentive to bring their games to the system at all. Less than 1 year after its release, EA and Bethesda both publicly stated that they had little plans for future Wii U games, and this problem only grew over time. By the end of the Wii U's life, the only game amongst its best-selling titles that didn't come directly from Nintendo was Minecraft. And so, for the fourth generation in a row, Nintendo's console was the worst place to be for third-party games, and this time, the problem was bigger than ever. Nintendo designed the Wii U as a system that would appeal to both casual and core audiences, but with little third-party support and few games which made interesting use of the controller, the Wii U failed to pull in many core gamers, and with confusing marketing, a high price, and the lack of a strong new gimmick, it failed to replicate the Wii's success with casual gamers. And so, the Wii U was a complete failure, and dumped Nintendo firmly into last place as soon as its competitors arrived. But as disappointing for Nintendo as this must have been, at least they could soon console themselves that they weren't the only one who dropped the ball in the 8th generation.
Introducing Xbox One. TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV. 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 Watch TV. TV remote. TV experience. TV. Anybody? TV and TV. TV. Television. TV.
Television. I'm thrilled to announce a live-action Halo television series.
Television, TV, sports.
Television. TV.
To understand how the 8th generation was won,
The
you have to
editing
keep in
is on
mind what had
point.
been happening leading up to it. The biggest trends over the last 5 or 6 years had been the success of the Wii and motion control, the huge growth in the mobile market, and Call of Duty continuing to break every sales record under the sun. People may not have admitted it, but the truth was, core gamers were starting to feel like they were being forgotten. The industry was growing, but it was growing away from what made many people like games in the first place, and the only thing big companies seemed to care about now was finding new ways to reach the more lucrative casual market. And so, as the next generation was about to be revealed, there was never a more important moment to put the focus squarely back on high-quality games. Then came the official Xbox One reveal show, which was the first look at Microsoft's new system, and a moment Xbox fans had been waiting for years. And the only thing being mentioned was
TV.
It took 33 minutes, almost all of which was focused on TV, before a single video game was shown, and when it was just a highlight reel for the next yearly installment of multi-platform EA Sports titles. This was followed by the more promising Forza 5, then a newly announced confusing game-TV show hybrid called Quantum Break, and then it was back to actual TV coverage. Halo made an appearance as a newly announced TV show, Steven Spielberg made an appearance to talk about TV, American football made an appearance as something you can apparently watch on TV, and then the show finished with Microsoft's biggest reveal. Call of Duty will appear on Xbox later that year. Just as it had for the last 6 years because it was a multi-platform yearly series. And then the show was over. This was how Microsoft threw away all the goodwill they had slowly built with core audiences over the last 10 years. At a time when gamers were worried about how the industry was changing, Microsoft used the one moment where everyone was watching them to prove that all of people's fears were true. The reception to this reveal was universally negative, but things would soon get a whole lot worse. 3 weeks later, at E3 2013, Microsoft had one last chance to make a big impression before their system's release. And the show ended up dominated by news that the Xbox One would be an always-online system, that owners couldn't play games on it without an internet connection, that people could no longer sell or share used games due to new DRM measures, and that the built-in Kinect would be always on, watching you, recording your daily activities for storage in Microsoft database in case of any future bad behavior. That last part may have been added more by the public than Microsoft themselves, and Microsoft were a little unfortunate to be holding their press conference 1 week after Edward Snowden leaked documents revealing unlawful surveillance by global security agencies. Still, for the most part, Microsoft did it to themselves.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360. That's your message if you don't, like it?
If you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device. I mean, seriously.
At this point, victory was being handed to Sony on a silver platter, and all they had to do was mention video games a few times and remind people that at least they're not Microsoft.
In addition to creating an amazing library of new titles on PlayStation 4, we're equally focused on delivering what gamers want most, without imposing restrictions or devaluing their PS4 purchases. For instance, PlayStation 4 won't impose any new restrictions on the use of PS4 gamers. Yes, that's a good thing. We believe in the model that people embrace today with PlayStation 3 and continue to demand. Just heard you there. When a gamer buys a PS4 disc, they have the rights to use that copy of the game. They can trade in the game at retail, sell it to another person, lend it to a friend, or keep it forever. In addition, PlayStation 4 disc-based games don't need to be connected online to play. and it won't stop working if you haven't authenticated within 24 hours.
Sony's best announcement was still to come, however.
I'm very proud to announce that PlayStation 4 will be available at $399.
This meant the PlayStation 4 would be $100 cheaper than the Xbox One, and it wasn't because of less powerful hardware. In fact, if anything, the PlayStation 4 seemed to be the most powerful system. The reason for the Xbox's higher price was the built-in Kinect device, a feature that offered several benefits, yet was highly disliked by many in gaming communities. For Microsoft, the reveal and its follow-up were a disaster. 1 week after E3, they announced that the new DRM policy would be scrapped, that the system would no longer require an internet connection, and that owners would even be allowed to unplug the Kinect and still use the console. President of Microsoft's interactive entertainment business, Don Matrick, departed shortly after, but by this point the damage was already done, and the high price still remained. In November 2013, both consoles released to the public, with the PlayStation 4 quickly selling out. By the end of the year, it had sold 1.2 million more units than the Xbox One, and with time, this lead grew, until in 2015, Microsoft announced that they would no longer be publishing sales figures. Microsoft may have hoped that after the release of the Xbox One, their reputation might improve due to the quality of the system, but unfortunately for them, this too was not to be, because while the two consoles were similar in specs and architecture, it was the PlayStation 4 which seemed to have the edge and was consistently performing better when it came to multi-platform games. For Microsoft, there was little they could do but dig in, repair their damaged reputation, and prepare for the future. At E3 2014, they revealed a $399 Kinect-free version of the console to bring the system in line with the PlayStation. The TV-focused Xbox Entertainment Studios was also closed later that year, and focus for the future shifted more towards video games, with Microsoft purchasing several studios, including Mojang, the creators of Minecraft, which Microsoft continued to allow on Sony systems in what they hoped would be seen as a pro-consumer move. For Sony, their lead over both Microsoft and Nintendo never seemed to be any doubt, and while in time Microsoft did succeed at distancing themselves from past controversies, the PlayStation 4 continued to be a well-received and well-liked system that offered a far more impressive list of exclusive titles. This lineup was admittedly slow to get going, but later included Marvel's Spider-Man, God of War, Uncharted 4, The Last of Us Part 2, Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghosts of Tsushima, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and Bloodborne. Meanwhile, the Xbox One had few highly reviewed exclusives outside of Halo, Gears of War, and Forza. Still, by this point, exclusive titles played a much smaller role in determining a console's fate than they had in the past, with most games being multi-platform, and with console exclusives increasingly being released on PC by all parties except Nintendo. There can be no mistake, however, that the PlayStation 4 won the 8th generation. The most recent sales figures show that Sony's system sold over 117 million units, which is more than twice as many as the Xbox One, and vastly more than the 13.5 million of the Wii U. For Nintendo, the battle was lost before it even began. For Microsoft, inferior multi-platform performance, few exclusives, and a higher launch price are what ultimately doomed the Xbox One, although the damage done by the poor handling of the initial reveal and the heavy focus on TV made sure that the system got off to the worst possible start. Microsoft had found some success at targeting casual audiences with the release of the Kinect in 2010, and they presumably hoped to continue this by including the Kinect with their new console and focusing heavily on multimedia.
We wanted to bring new audiences into Xbox, people that were outside of what traditionally was thought of as our core gaming audience. That was really the intent at the time.
Within the company, there's always a sense of do more and grow, but I think Don was looking for like, what's that next big leap after Kinect? And I think there was a sense that TV could be that thing.
Like Nintendo finding that the Wii U had to compete with real tablets though, smart TVs were also readily available by the time the Xbox One launched, which made much of the system's multimedia utility less impressive. Their biggest mistake, however, was simply failing to consider their core audience when designing their system and marketing it. If they'd focused on TV in addition to video games, the reaction wouldn't have been so negative. But instead, all they had to show alongside their TV-related announcements were anti-consumer features like Always Online and DRM, and a high price that was a result of a feature most people didn't even want. When gamers were worried about being abandoned by the industry, Microsoft did exactly that, and it cost them. Still, like others before them, Microsoft and Nintendo were down but not out, and things do change quickly in gaming, as the rest of the industry was making clear. When the DS and PSP went head-to-head in the mid-2000s, Nintendo was the clear winner, but the PlayStation Portable was far from a failure, and as the next generation of handhelds was revealed at the start of the 2010s, it looked like history might repeat, with both companies sticking to a similar approach. Sony doubled down on power, boasting of near PlayStation 3 level graphics, and Nintendo introduced a new unique feature to complement their dual-screen design by way of stereoscopic 3D. This is something Nintendo had been flirting with for years. First with the Japan-only Famicom 3D system in the 80s, then with the universally panned Virtual Boy in the 90s, and even with an unreleased LCD attachment for the GameCube in the early 2000s. This time, however, 3D was the main attraction, and with a relatively low cost and no need for additional glasses, it was a feature that got people talking. The Nintendo 3DS released in March 2011 for $250. Reviews were positive, with praise given to the addition of a new circle pad analog controller, backwards compatibility with DS games, and the improved user interface, while criticism was directed towards the low battery life. The main talking point, though, was unsurprisingly the 3D effect, with reactions varying widely, and these reactions were more important than usual as the 3D effect didn't pick up on camera, making it hard for Nintendo to show off. Still, some people were blown away by the effect, some saw it as nothing but a gimmick, and some complained about it inducing nausea and headaches. It also required rather precise positioning of the system, or the effect would blur, which was a little impractical for a handheld device. The 3D effect did at least make the system stand out as something new, but in the end, this didn't translate well to sales, with Nintendo struggling to sell many units outside Japan, leading to a surprise price cut of $70 only 4 months after launch. After this, sales increased, but it was a significant sacrifice for Nintendo to make, just to get the device off the ground. The PlayStation Vita, on the other hand, launched at the end of 2011 in Japan, and in February 2012 outside Japan, meaning it took almost 1 year longer to release than its rival. Its price of $250 put it in line with the 3DS's launch price, but behind its updated price. Reviews for Sony's system were also positive, with the improved performance, impressive display, rear touchpad, and second analog stick all helping to make the system stand out as a significant step up from the original PlayStation Portable. The main criticism was the memory card requirements, which created an additional and necessary further cost that was made worse by the fact that only Sony brand memory cards worked with the device, meaning users had no choice but to buy Sony's expensive cards, even if they already owned other memory cards. Still, the Vita did its best to get off to a strong start, and boasted a relatively big launch lineup of 25 titles, which was more than most consoles or handhelds in this era. Those games included Uncharted Golden Abyss, Wipeout 2048, FIFA 12, and Rayman Origins. The Vita's first year would also see more major releases such as Little Big Planet, Persona 4 Golden, Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, and Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified, as Sony tried hard to establish the system's reputation with core gamers. At first, this looked like it might work, with the Vita seeing promising sales at launch, but these numbers soon declined, and by the end of 2012, it had only sold 4 million units, well below Sony's expectations. And with slow sales came a loss of interest from many third-party studios, causing Sony to abandon their strategy of trying to sell the system through big releases and instead adopt a more indie-centric approach where they reached out to mobile and PC developers to try to bring as many promising smaller titles to the platform as possible. In August 2013, Sony also dropped the price by $50, alongside a reduction in memory cards, and in conjunction with the more successful indie focus and the system's strong sales in Japan, the Vita was able to survive. But it never came close to matching its predecessor, or the 3DS. As for Nintendo, they would launch an updated 3DS XL model in summer 2012, followed by a model without the 3D display named the 2DS 1 year later, followed by a new, more powerful version called the new 3DS in late 2014. Alongside Nintendo's characteristic strong first-party lineup and decent third-party support from companies like Square Enix, Konami, and Capcom, this helped keep sales far beyond the Vita. The 3DS would even see the release of a new Monster Hunter game from Capcom, which had long been one of the PSP's best-selling series. Still, as dominant as the 3DS was over the Vita, it still fell far short of the original DS, with less than half of its total lifetime sales. The reality was that both the 3DS and Vita were solid handheld devices that made significant improvements on their predecessors. The 3DS's much-touted 3D struggled to prove its value in the long term, with many players simply turning it off for most games once the novelty wore off, and the Vita shot itself in the foot with how it handled memory cards. But in a different era, it's easy to imagine both systems finding strong commercial success. Still, in the end, it wasn't a different era, and in the 2010s, the 3DS and Vita combined wouldn't even come close to matching the mobile market. The harsh reality was that in a world where most people already had smartphones, dedicated handhelds simply seemed to have too much competition. And so, for Sony and Nintendo, this would be the final handheld generation. Nintendo dominated the handheld market for decades, often with a staggering market share, but nothing lasts forever. As for mobile gaming, it revealed an entirely different side of the industry, one with different monetization models, different games, and different dominant regions. For most observers of this, the biggest takeaway was the industry's size and growth. At the start of the 2010s, the mobile industry was still well behind consoles or PC, but as the decade continued, it soon caught up, and by the decade's end, it was considerably larger than all other types of gaming combined. Most mobile games made money through in-app purchases or in-app advertising, rather than the more traditional buy-to-play model.
Hey Ken, yeah, I gotta stay active, man. If I don't exercise, I don't sleep well. If I don't sleep well, I feel terrible. I'm all nervous and anxious and crap. And it's just so important for me to get up and move around. So instead of going all the way to the gym, we're just doing what I can here. And then we'll move on to we'll cool down from the workout, which I'm still very much at the beginning of, and then we'll go back to rewriting some of the script for the next video and or starting to work on the next music video, which will be Doom themed, because the Skyrim music video will be launching at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and the premiere is already set up there on YouTube, so be sure to hit the notify me button if you haven't already.
And the amount of money individual games could make was staggering.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea, Phoebus. I will post the workouts that I do in the Discord.
The game with the highest revenue was Arena of Valor, also known as Honor of Kings in China, which is a MOBA made by Chinese gaming giant Tencent that's brought in over $14.6 billion since its release in 2015. If numbers that large seem a bit abstract to you, I like to use the currency called the Bethesda. Microsoft bought Bethesda and their IPs for $7.5 billion, so Arena of Valor's revenue is about 2 Bethesdas. Other high-grossing mobile games of the decade include the RPG physics game hybrid Monster Strike, Supercell's fantasy-themed strategy game Clash of Clans, the Battle Royale-focused PUBG Mobile, the Match 3 RPG hybrid Puzzle & Dragons, the more traditional Match 3 game Candy Crush Saga, and Pokemon Go, an augmented reality-based Pokemon game from Niantic that received a lot of mainstream attention during its release in 2016 for its unparalleled ability at making gamers touch grass.
And then shameless self-promotion. There is a Discord server for those of you that support me on Patreon. You should automatically get access to it once you pledge one of the sponsorship levels. But if not, just let me know here in chat, and I might have to set it up for you manually, like I did Deathforge. But we do have a Discord for the Patreon supporters. Otherwise, just happy to chat with you in the chat.
It also caused Nintendo's stock to increase by 50% in the space of a week. It can be difficult to talk about mobile games without the conversation eventually leading back to money, whether it's the growth of the industry, the revenue of individual games, or the methods of monetization that are commonly used. Still, for many people, mobile gaming is about the convenience of games that can be played in short bursts, wherever you happen to be, with little barrier of entry. As the industry's grown to be so large, it's developed a lot of choice and diversity, and as smartphones have continued to become more powerful, what can be achieved on them has increased at the same time. In the end though, regardless of people's various opinions on mobile gaming, it's impossible to deny the industry's significance, particularly as the trends seen in the mobile industry would soon make their way into the gaming mainstream. Online gaming has been steadily growing since the early 90s, and the 2010s were no exception. What would change this decade though was the way online games made money. World of Warcraft was a hugely important game, not just because it had 12 million active players, but because those 12 million players were each paying a monthly subscription fee. Compared to a more traditional one-time purchase, monthly fees were massive, but when it came to further monetization, this was only the beginning. The one-time purchase business model didn't fit well with online games that were being continually updated and emphasized long-term engagement, and so change was inevitable. One of the earliest and most significant examples was Team Fortress 2, which maintained a steady active player base after its release in 2007, while receiving regular free updates, adding additional content. In 2010, one such update allowed players to buy and sell in-game items, like hats, and the game's revenue immediately quadrupled. In 2011, the game was updated to be completely free-to-play, as revenue from in-game transactions had come to far exceed those of people purchasing the game. And after Team Fortress 2 went free-to-play, revenue went up again, and the industry took notice. At the same time as this, new online games like League of Legends were also starting to draw in lots of players while making a big profit. League of Legends was also free-to-play and made money through cosmetic skins and purchasable champions. Players could acquire these champions through slowly earning in-game currency as they played, but many would choose to purchase them for real money, with more champions and skins being added over time to ensure there was always something new to buy. At the time, this business model was largely praised, with the free-to-play aspect helping the player base grow, and the earnable in-game currency providing an alternative to needing to spend real money. Of course, players did still spend money, and as the game's highly competitive nature ensured strong replayability, the player base grew and grew alongside the game's revenue, as League of Legends became one of the most played and most successful games of all time. Still, changing monetization wasn't exclusive to multiplayer games. Once upon a time, arcade games made big money by making gamers pay to play, but some games went even further, like Double Dragon 3, which featured an in-game shop where players could purchase a range of items, including new characters, weapons.
I'm an idiot. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any viewers on Twitch, and it's because I had I pressed the record button instead of the stream button. So here's 7 gigabytes of video that I just recorded to my local drive instead of broadcasting it to Twitch. Good job, Nex. Good job. Real pro.
Weapons and power-ups. This was widely criticized, and arcades eventually lost popularity, making the one-time purchase model of non-arcade games even more standard. Older PC games did often sell physical expansion packs that added additional content at less than full price, and these were generally regarded quite positively as a fair way to expand existing games. Things advanced with the arrival of Xbox Live, where some games started to provide bonus downloadable content, usually for free. The Xbox Live Marketplace then evolved with the launch of the 360 and soon featured small pieces of downloadable content at small costs, with one of the most infamous being the $2.50 cosmetic horse armor in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. A similar practice was later adopted by Sony and Nintendo, at the same time that music games like Guitar Hero and Rock Band were gaining popularity while making purchasable downloadable songs a core part of their business model. And so, smaller, or microtransactions, were introduced to multi- and single-player games alike. Electronic Arts also introduced microtransactions via in-game stores into several existing series, like The Sims with its third entry. EA would then add a form of luck-based microtransaction in the 2009 edition of FIFA, something that is now commonly referred to as loot boxes. Loot boxes would go on to be added to many other popular online games, including Counter-Strike, Team Fortress 2, Battlefield, Call of Duty, League of Legends, and more. In 2011, Rockstar pioneered a new approach by selling content that didn't exist yet in the form of a Rockstar Pass that could be purchased to unlock future content. Other games like Mortal Kombat and Call of Duty soon adopted this Season Pass approach as well, and in Call of Duty this would split the player base between those with the Season Pass maps and those without. In 2012, Capcom's Street Fighter Tekken crossover drew criticism after including future DLC files on the game's physical disc. While in 2013, Dead Space 3, again from EA, became one of the first single-player focused games to offer...
That's funny. Including the future DLC files on the game disc. So they were ready to ship with the original game, and it's just like admitting that you intentionally held content back just to charge people more. Of course there was a lot of outrage.
But a purchasable weapon and resource pack to assist players in its campaign. Later games like Assassin's Creed Origins from Ubisoft and Middle-earth Shadow of War from Warner Bros. Would take paid advantages in campaigns significantly further. And in time, microtransactions, in-game stores, loot boxes, and season passes would all become common practice in many big-budget games, although often not without criticism from players, the media, and even governmental regulators, who have likened loot boxes to gambling and raised concerns over their potential harmful impacts. Meanwhile, gaming companies have often sought to defend these additions by claiming that they're only providing players with more choice, and that increases in video game budgets have occurred over time, while game prices have stayed relatively flat, meaning further monetization methods have become necessary. Still, regardless of whether any necessity does truly exist, more monetization means more money, and businesses don't usually turn down a chance for extra profit. As single-player focused games are less monetizable, a trend also began towards games as a service, or live service games, where AAA games tried to expand into online areas or just placed increased focus on future content updates to create continuous engagement from players. The king of live service games is unquestionably Grand Theft Auto V, which continued Rockstar's tradition of high-quality and universally acclaimed open-world titles in 2013, but then took things a step further with Grand Theft Auto Online. GTA Online allows up to 30 players to freely roam GTA 5's world while completing lobby-based missions and earning experience points, with a focus on general progression. And while it did originally have a rocky launch, it soon went on to be hugely successful. When Grand Theft Auto V released, it easily surpassed Call of Duty's sales records, selling 11.2 million copies in its first 24 hours. Unlike so many of the best-selling games before it, however, Grand Theft Auto V continued to put out impressive sales figures, year after year after year. This was partly because of future releases on next-gen consoles and PC, but it was also because of the impact and enduring popularity of Grand Theft Auto Online. And
I know one person that got big into GTA 5 and GTA Online. I know one person.
so, the gaming industry saw how blockbuster single-player games could be transformed into blockbuster live service games, where they could not only continue to sell more copies due to staying relevant for longer, but could also tap into the unbelievably lucrative territory of multiplayer-fueled microtransactions. 1 year after GTA 5, Bungie released their new online-focused first-person shooter Destiny, which combined elements of the MMO genre with FPS gameplay. Destiny was also very profitable, with publisher Activision claiming it was the most successful new gaming franchise launch in history, and between the success of GTA Online and
And all they did was steal all their ideas from Warframe.
Destiny, the live service trend was established and proven beyond doubt. Others would soon follow, including several developers that had previously built reputations around creating single-player games, such as BioWare with Anthem, Bethesda with Fallout 76, and Crystal Dynamics with Marvel Avengers. Clearly, not every live service game was a success, but for the biggest publishers in the industry, live service offered the biggest rewards, and the trend towards live service games is still very much alive today. Still, online gaming in the 2010s wasn't just defined by changes to monetization. For decades,
I see no problem with the live service game as long as there's clear communication, a steady release pipeline.
we also see a number of new genres and new takes on existing genres as online gaming expanded upwards and outwards.
He did mention the early Battlefield games. He didn't mention Battlefield Bad Company 2. That was probably the best Battlefield game ever. The smoke in Bad Company 2 is still unrivaled to this day. The fact that you could actually use smoke and effectively screen yourself from fire and flank people using the smoke in the game to this day, like, oh, I put that shit to such good use. I remember 2142. I remember it being very niche. I understand why a lot of people didn't like it. I enjoyed it thoroughly, but I get why other people didn't like
it. In 2014, Blizzard's...
And then Battlefield 3 was fucking amazing until EA screwed it all up. Battlefield 3 was just so great, and then they did the bullshit with the DLC and split the community.
Hearthstone achieved major success for its accessible and polished take on the digital collectible card game genre. In 2015, Rocket League from Psyonix combined cars, rockets, and football to create one of the decade's freshest sports games. And in 2016, Blizzard's Overwatch received great critical acclaim for its team and hero-based FPS design that stood out from most other popular shooters at the time. The decade's most popular new genre would come once more from a mod, this time from Brendan Green, also known by his online alias PlayerUnknown, who created DayZ Battle Royale, which itself was an offshoot of the DayZ mod for Arma 2. Taking inspiration from the Japanese film of the same name, the mod focused on player versus player combat with a large number of combatants on a big open map. The scale of the map and the random placement of weapons was intended to introduce an element of unpredictability, and the battleground was designed to get progressively smaller as the games went on to ensure regular action. The result turned out to be a hit, and would eventually lead to the creation of the standalone PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in March 2017, that soon turned Battle Royale into a worldwide gaming phenomenon. Seeing the success of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Epic Games decided to create a Battle Royale mode for their upcoming construction shooter hybrid Fortnite to create Fortnite Battle Royale in September 2017. And between the two games, the gaming industry was never quite the same again. Fortnite and PUBG offered different takes on the same idea, with PUBG being more focused and prioritizing realism, and Fortnite standing out thanks to its building mechanics and more cartoony aesthetic. The games would also fare differently in different markets, with PUBG being a massive success in Asia, and Fortnite finding dominance over schoolyards across America and Europe. Still, one thing both games had in common was being staggeringly successful. PUBG quickly broke the record for most concurrent players on Steam with over 3.2 million, which was about 2 million more than the next highest game on record, and soon Fortnite was able to boast even greater numbers. Many other Battle Royale games followed in their wake, some successful, some not, some higher budget, some low, some shooters, some anything but, and while most of these would not find long-term popularity, that didn't stop plenty of developers from trying anyway. The 2010s were also the decade where online gaming spread beyond games. Gaming tournaments had been around for a long time, and by the 90s some were even quite large, like the Nintendo World Championships in 1990, or the Evolution Championship Series for fighting games starting in 1996. In the 2000s, televised coverage started to be more popular, particularly in South Korea, where StarCraft was well on its way to becoming the new national religion. In the mid-2000s, esports history was made at EVO 2004, when Daigo Umehara, playing as Ken in Street Fighter III, performed the Daigo parry.
Now on the verge of putting Daigo down, 1-0.
The 15-hit consecutive parry with only 1 pixel of health remaining into a comeback victory that would see Umehara through to the finals has since been described as the most iconic moment in competitive gaming history. It was also a perfect showcase for the potential appeal of esports, and by 2010, that potential was quickly becoming reality. New online streaming services opened esports to a much wider audience, and with more popularity would come greater prize money and bigger stages, as StarCraft, Counter-Strike, League of Legends and Dota all helped push esports into the mainstream. With time, more and more games would follow as the numbers kept rising, and by 2019, Dota 2's The International Tournament had a total prize pool of over $34 million, and League of Legends 2019 World Championships would see a peak of 44 million concurrent viewers. Over the course of the decade, esports became big business, but people weren't only watching competitive gaming. Live streaming and Let's Plays, made possible by platforms like Twitch and YouTube, also rose to popularity in the first half of the decade, becoming a major new tool for video game marketing and drawing great amounts of attention to certain titles. Horror games like Amnesia: The Dark Descent and Five Nights at Freddy's, or the social deduction game Among Us, stand out as examples of how small games with little marketing can still have massive impacts through this new online social media fueled ecosystem. Social media also brought a greater focus to various controversies. Video games and controversy have long been acquainted. For example, Mortal Kombat and Night Trap in 1993, Doom following the Columbine shooting in 1999, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas following the discovery of the Hot Coffee mod in 2005, panic over the MMO genre following the success of World of Warcraft, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2's civilian killing No Russian mission in 2009, all provide examples of major gaming controversies. But all of these past examples had one thing in common, which was that the controversy was caused by people outside of the gaming industry looking in. In the 2010s, however, controversy started coming from within, while becoming more frequent and more intense. One of the earliest examples of this was the ending for Mass Effect 3, which fans viewed as disappointing for the similarity between different endings and for their failure to represent players' choices over the trilogy. The negative response led to an open letter from BioWare's founder, charity drives from fans, statements from the Federal Trade Commission and Better Business Bureau, a revised extended cut DLC, a significant number of cupcakes, and a disparaging parody from Weird Al.
Why don't you just confess?
Confess?
Yeah. Admit that the end of this game totally sucked.
I think you mentioned this.
Everyone did!
For a disappointing game, this level of negative attention was unprecedented, but it turned out this was just a taste of what was to come. In 2014, gaming media
Well, I mean, it kind of happens when you promise everybody that their decisions over 3 previous games is going to matter, and you have them load their save game from the previous game into the next game, and then you have them do that again for the third game. They think that, you know, it's actually going to matter, and you just ended up lying to them. No wonder people were mad.
Media and gaming communities embraced the political culture war with Gamergate, and both have been vigorously arguing about politics ever since. But there were also controversies over monetization, like with Middle-earth Shadow of War, Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Genshin Impact. Controversies over the disappointing state games released in, like with No Man's Sky, Fallout 76, and Cyberpunk 2077. Controversies over working conditions and crunch periods at studios, like with BioWare, Rockstar, and Naughty Dog. Controversies over sexual misconduct, like with Riot Games, Ubisoft, and Blizzard. Controversies over graphical downgrades, controversies over DRM, controversies over lack of accreditation, controversies over lack of difficulty options, controversies over games releasing too soon, controversies over games releasing too late, controversies over story decisions, controversies over censorship, controversies over translations, controversies.
I'm going to hide the webcam for a second. I got to administer my hormone medication.
Over voice acting pay, controversies over cameos, controversies over original authors, controversies over political representation, gender representation, sexual representation, racial representation, and religious representation, and controversies over controversy, and controversies over a lack of controversy. And you could probably drag this section out even further if one were so inclined. It's worth keeping in mind that for media outlets and online content creators, controversy is one of the best ways to make money, and people are willing to do whatever they can to encourage it. More surprising though is how much consumers seem to have embraced this approach, and how difficult it's become to avoid this constant focus on controversy within gaming communities as a result. And so, the 2010s were a decade where the internet changed many things, and video games were no exception. Still, while not all of these changes were positive, the internet did allow for one part of the industry to flourish like never before. After major breakthroughs in the 2000s, independent game development continued to thrive in the 2010s. This period saw mainstream games grow in cost and development time, which often led studios to taking increasingly conservative approaches by sticking to proven genres and series. Meanwhile, the smaller budgets of indie games meant they only needed a fraction of the sales to be profitable, meaning developers could still succeed by appealing to niche audiences or through taking greater risks. The result was a huge amount of diversity, from genre to art style to level of accessibility or more, as indie games brought variety at a time when the industry needed it the most, which can be shown clearly by looking back through some of the decade's most critically and commercially successful titles. 2010 saw the release of Playdead's darkly atmospheric experiential puzzle game Limbo, and Team Meat's fast-paced and fiendishly difficult 2D platformer Super Meat Boy. 2011 would bring a new take on the roguelike genre with The Binding of Isaac, which added action gameplay and Zelda-inspired procedurally generated dungeons as players helped Isaac escape his abusive mother. Relogic's Terraria also released that year, with the expansive 2D sandbox game going on to sell 44 million copies, making it one of the best-selling games of all time. In 2012, Journey from that game company impressed many with its striking use of visuals, audio, and non-verbal storytelling that would help it win several Game of the Year awards, whereas Denatong Games' top-down shooter, Hotline Miami, came in hard with a mix of ultraviolence and surrealism to provide a somewhat contrasting experience. 2013's Papers, Please from Lucas Pope tested players' morality by putting them in the shoes of an immigration inspector at a border checkpoint in the glorious dystopia of Aristoska. In 2014, Yacht Club Games' 8-bit side-scrolling platformer Shovel Knight paid homage to gaming's past, while impressing with cutting-edge controls and level design. 2015's Undertale from Toby Fox provided a clever twist on RPG conventions and created an enduring fandom alongside one of gaming's greatest soundtracks. In 2016, video game players that wanted to avoid going outside were positively spoilt for choice. Concerned Ape's Stardew Valley became a sensation for its open-ended and relaxing take on the farming sim genre. Factorio from Woob Software gave players an endlessly deep factory and automation simulator, while establishing its own genre in the process, and RimWorld from Ludion Studios combined base building and emergent storytelling in its addictive and relatively accessible take on the colony sim genre. Meanwhile, 2017 seemed determined to test players' skills, with the demanding and impeccably presented Cuphead from Studio MDHR that had players running, gunning, and repeatedly dying to its many creative boss fights, and Hollow Knight from Team Cherry, an expansive and surprisingly epic Metroidvania that had players take on the role of a nameless knight as you explore the fallen kingdom of Hallownest. In 2018, Subset Games Into the Breach offered strategy fans something new by stripping away much of a genre to place all the focus on its rich, tactically engaging, turn-based gameplay. 2019 would see the release of Megacrit's much copied yet never bested roguelike deck builder Slay the Spire, as well as Mobius Digital's time loop adventure game Outer Wilds, that gave players complete freedom to explore its miniature solar system as they unraveled the mysteries of its unforgettable universe. Finally, in 2020, Supergiant Games wowed the world with the action roguelike Hades, a game with so much content and such high-quality presentation that it almost seems to have left the indie label behind. Indie games have come a long way, to the point where the term indie increasingly tells you very little. Once upon a time, the word seemed to imply certain characteristics, like games that are short, cheap, retro, or artsy. Yet, by the end of the decade, indie could imply almost anything, with massive companies like Ubisoft, EA, and Tencent all creating games in traditionally indie styles, all while independent developers increasingly create games with a level of ambition, size, or presentation comparable to many big-name studios. It's also worth noting that there are many other games that could have been mentioned in this section as well, and it is a testament to the strength of the indie market just how spoilt for choice you are when looking for high-quality games to highlight. Still, the vast number of indie games being developed over the past decade became a talking point in itself, with many raising concerns that so many indie games makes it harder and harder for indie developers to get noticed and find success. As the indie market seemed to be reaching a point of saturation in the later half of the decade, the term indie-pocalypse started to be used to refer to this situation, and yet while increased competition may have made success harder, there has been no sign of an indie market collapse, and good games continue to be released. This continued rise of indie gaming also brought a number of related trends. Minecraft paved the way for the concept of early access, where many indie games would release unfinished and receive continuous updates over time. This helped establish new genres, like survival games, while also aiding developers by assisting with funding during development and making it easier to incorporate player feedback. The downside of this system was that it could also lead to anti-consumer practices of misleading advertising, overpromising, or just abandoning games unfinished after receiving players' money. Still, for every standout early access disaster, it's easy to find other standout successes. Alongside early access, the 2010s also saw the rise of crowdfunding in game development, usually through the platform Kickstarter. This often involved respected figures within the industry wanting to bring back classic series or genres that publishers deemed too risky to fund, and crowdfunded games could vary between relatively big games from already well-established studios to much smaller projects from individual developers. With time, many crowdfunded games were released, and amongst them were many of the decade's most acclaimed indie games, but there were also plenty of notable failures, from MMOs accused of being scams, to games that critically bombed, or just games that never released at all. Through the combination of crowdfunding and indie growth, the 2010s would see a lot of genre revivals, particularly from those once popular in the past that don't fit well with modern AAA game design. These included RTS games, point-and-click adventures, CRPGs, shoot-em-ups, boomer shooters, space sims, classic survival horror, beat-em-ups, FMV games, and many more. Retro-inspired games in particular saw a resurgence in the 2010s, possibly because people who once grew up with older games were now old enough to create games themselves and took inspiration from their favourite games of the past. But also because the smaller budgets of indie games fit well with retro-inspired design. And developers weren't the only ones making games this decade. One of the most played games at the end of the decade, and one of the most confusing for older generations, was Roblox, a game creation platform that allows users to share their own games inside its engine. Roblox attained great popularity with younger generations, probably as much like Minecraft before it, it tapped into players' natural creativity. Finally, the 2010s would also see game development go global as indie development and digital distribution opened the industry up to more regions around the world. Still, as the 9th generation of consoles finally approached in the latter half of the decade, the attention would once more return to Japan. No company has more experience in the gaming industry than Nintendo. But in 2012, the gaming veteran experienced something new, as for the first time since entering the industry, Nintendo would see a financial loss for the year of $366 million. In 2013, they would report similar losses, and in 2014, those losses would grow even greater. The Wii U was a failure, but for the first time, Nintendo was starting to fail as well. They had never been further behind in the console race. The once reliable handheld market was rapidly shrinking, and unlike certain other big names, they didn't have additional areas of business outside of gaming. Video games were basically everything to them. And this is the climate in which they would create their next and possibly last console. Nintendo's growing desperation was visible long before their next console would be ready. In 2014, the company heads crafted a new strategy to turn their finances around. A key part of this was to reverse their earlier stance on mobile gaming. Originally, Nintendo wanted to preserve the quality of their franchises and continue their practice of only allowing Nintendo games on Nintendo hardware, but now they were looking to enter the mobile market in an attempt to maximize their intellectual property, leading to core Nintendo series like Super Mario, Animal Crossing, and Mario Kart making their mobile debuts. This was also the time that Nintendo launched Amiibo, a toys-to-life figure series that had built-in functionality with certain Nintendo games. Still, as useful as additional monetization might be, Nintendo still knew the deciding factor would always be their next console. So, how do you respond to record losses and your greatest ever failure? Well, Nintendo's answer was to double down and try the same thing again. And so, once more, Nintendo would avoid competing with their rivals in terms of power. Once more, they would focus the console around a portable screen, and once more, they would target the same audience with the same intent to bridge the gap between serious and more casual gamers. Still, far from creating a Wii U 2, this console would instead learn from the Wii U's mistakes and address its greatest shortcomings, providing true portability without needing to stay close to a console, as well as better battery life, a more comfortable and versatile design, and of course, less confusing marketing. Officially announced in October 2016 after years of fan rumours, and released in March the following year, the Nintendo Switch was a gamble. By this point, many Nintendo fans were sick of being behind the competition in terms of power, and were frustrated by Nintendo's continued focus on gimmicks. The Nintendo Switch ignored this. Similarly, the Nintendo 3DS, while less successful than its predecessor, was still Nintendo's best-selling system at the time, and by creating a new portable device, Nintendo were risking competition with their own system, while also combining their two main existing revenue streams. What's more, after several disappointing years, Nintendo were fast approaching the point where they simply couldn't afford another lackluster launch, and following the reveal, plenty of onlookers were expressing doubts. But in the end, those doubts would not be founded. The Switch launched strong. By the end of March, it had sold 2.74 million units, exceeding Nintendo's expectations. Nintendo responded by increasing production capacity. The Switch responded by continuing to sell. Nintendo upped their forecast for the financial year, aiming for 10 million units sold, and the Switch then upped its sales again, meeting this target with months to spare. By the end of its first year, the scale of Nintendo's success was starting to be revealed. It would take the Switch less than 12 months to overtake the lifetime sales of the Wii U, and in the process, it became the fastest-selling games console in history. Things change quickly in the gaming industry, but sometimes they change in your favor. There is no single reason for the Switch's record-breaking success, and its reception from reviewers was no more positive than the Wii U before it. The portability of the system is a clear upgrade from its predecessor, and the Switch may have benefited more from a lack of handheld competition, as while smartphones were more common than ever, the Switch offered something much more traditional and substantial than mobile gaming did, which might have appealed to a different audience. It may also have benefited from the failure of the Wii U. Nintendo learnt from the earlier system's hardware and marketing to make needed improvements on their second attempt, and the Wii U's underplayed library also gave Nintendo the perfect opportunity to port many of its best games over to their newer system to quickly expand the Switch's lineup and ensure the system got off to a strong start. And speaking of games, the Switch certainly had its share, including a launch title that may have been the first true killer app seen in more than a decade. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild is one of the most highly acclaimed games in history. By taking Zelda open world, it gave new life to the Zelda series and the open world genre, with a more hands-off and exploration-driven approach to game design that many felt represented what had been lacking from many other games of the modern era. Breath of the Wild was a true system seller, and its sales clearly show this, as it accounted for almost 50% of the Switch's early software sales, with the game selling nearly one-to-one with the console. Launching with a mainline Zelda title, let alone one of the best-received Zelda titles in history, is always a significant advantage for a console, but the Switch's first year included more hits than just Breath of the Wild. Soon after its release, it would receive its all-time best-selling game by way of the ever-popular Mario Kart 8, which was an expanded version of the Wii U title, as well as a well-received sequel to third-person territory control game Splatoon, and even a new 3D Mario game in Super Mario Odyssey, which gave the Switch its second critically adored must-own title. In a time when consoles were increasingly launching with weaker and weaker lineups and had less and less exclusive games, the Switch finished its first year looking like a true heavyweight, with plenty more still to come. And as the Nintendo Switch got off to a great start, it pretty much solved Nintendo's long-running third-party support problem, as many developers no longer wanted to miss out on the Switch's larger user base. But it wasn't just Nintendo who would have a good year in 2017, and it wasn't just Nintendo who needed such a year. After the Nintendo Entertainment System launched in 1985, Japan dominated the gaming industry for over 30 years. But as gaming moved to high definition, this quickly started to change. More and more of the best-selling and highest-reviewed games were coming to be from outside Japan, with major Japanese series like Final Fantasy and Gran Turismo seeming to experience longer, more drawn-out development periods and a decline in critical and fan reception. In this period, a new trend began of Japanese studios outsourcing established franchises to Western developers, something that was once almost unheard of. And this wasn't just small unknown series either. It included some big and beloved names like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Devil May Cry, Dead Rising, Castlevania, Contra, and more. The worst part of this trend was that almost every one of these games was received far more poorly than the older Japanese-developed games of the same series. Meanwhile, other major Japanese publishers like Square Enix would make moves to acquire Western-based developers in order to adapt to the changing market demands. Konami went even further by going on to abandon games altogether in favor of focusing on gambling and the pachinko market, while industry giant Sony shifted their focus far more heavily towards Western developers and Western audiences. And this was more than just a change in where development was taking place. From 2007 to 2012, the Japanese gaming industry shrank for 5 years in a row, and the only major Japanese developer doing well in this period was Nintendo, who were about to release the Wii U. And so, as the Japanese gaming industry stumbled and fell, a lot of people started to take notice. The views of the general gaming populace were perhaps best summarized by once popular indie developer Phil Fish when asked what he thought of recent Japanese games.
Recent. I'm sorry.
They suck. I'm sorry. Like, you guys need to get with the times and make better interfaces and like update your technology. We're totally kicking your ass. Back then, you guys were the king of the world, but your time has passed.
No, this is well, I mean, I don't like Japanese games either. You have a joyless husk, right?
A joyless husk.
Yeah, let's just leave it a joyless husk.
Japanese games are a joyless husk. Kotaku.
As tone-deaf as this might now seem, at the time, Fish really was just saying something many people were thinking, and it wasn't just Western developers and journalists. Japanese developers were also highly critical, and it's not an exaggeration to say that the Japanese industry was experiencing a genuine crisis that was made even more dramatic by how much of a fall from grace it seemed to represent. But in 2017, this would finally change, as Japan took back its crown. It began before the year even started. At the very end of 2016, 2 games famous for being stuck in development hell finally released. Final Fantasy XV was first shown in 2006. The Last Guardian, the next game from the team behind Ico and Shadow of Colossus, was first announced in early 2007. 10 years later, after much anticipation, derision, and desperation, these games finally made it to the public.
Okay, that's it for the exercise, and we're gonna update the agenda. Join me on the Patreon to get access to the Discord, and I link these there on the Discord, or you can just follow along with me here on the live stream. You don't have to join the Patreon if you're not looking forward to. If you're not looking to, I'm trying to figure out how to get the shameless self-promotion out there.
And both were received positively. But this was only a taste of what was to come.
Move on to cool down.
January 2017, Resident Evil 7 released to critical acclaim after the previous mainline entry was widely panned, and achieved success by returning the series to its survival horror roots. The very same day, Yakuza 0 released in the West, becoming the most successful Yakuza game of all time and popularizing the series outside Japan. In February, Nioh released, ending developer Ninja Theory's long run of poorly received titles and becoming their most highly acclaimed game since Ninja Gaiden in 2004. March brought Nier Automata, which released to critical acclaim, becoming the first game from beloved Oddball game director Yoko Taro to reach mainstream audiences. This was the same month that the Nintendo Switch and Breath of the Wild also made their debut. April continued with Persona 5, which became the most highly reviewed JRPG since Final Fantasy IX in 2000, while also making thousands of people online say the words, "I don't usually like JRPGs, but..." Something worth keeping in mind here is that Yakuza 0, Nioh, Nier Automata, and Persona 5 all released as PlayStation exclusives in the first half of 2017. All received great reviews, and all sold millions of copies. And yet, at E3 2016, Sony wouldn't promote any of these 4 games. They ended up as some of the best PlayStation exclusives in years on a console that was, at the time, light on exclusives, and yet Sony had refused to show any of them in favour of focusing on multi-platform games like Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered and LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens. This was probably because these games simply looked too Japanese, and despite being a Japanese company, Sony seemed to decide that showing such Japanese-looking games could be bad for their brand. This was the situation Japanese games were in. At least, this was the situation in the eyes of the biggest Japanese games company in the world, until 2017 happened. June brought the triumphant return of one of gaming's most iconic fighting series, Tekken, after an 8-year absence. July brought the release of Dragon Quest XI, only in Japan, and yet Japan alone was enough to reach 5 million copies sold. August brought the return of 2D Sonic in Sonic Mania, a game not made by Japanese developers but instead by several Sonic fans, and yet it went on to give the iconic Japanese series its best reviewed game since the Dreamcast. September brought the return of Metroid in Samus Returns, 7 years after the last Metroid game and 13 years since the last 2D Metroid, October brought Super Mario Odyssey, and December rounded the year off with Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the best-selling game in the long-running Xeno series, and another reason for Switch and JRPG fans to be happy that year. For video games, some years are better than others, and 2017 was without doubt one of the best of the modern era. There were good Western and indie games released that year as well, but it was Japanese developers who stole the show, and the idea that the Japanese games industry was falling behind, or dying, would be permanently dispelled ever since. Nintendo and the Switch would find further success in the following years, with major titles like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Animal Crossing New Horizon, and many, many Pokemon games. Still, as the decade reached its end, attention would return once more to the other two major giants of gaming, as their next generation of consoles were getting ready to finally release. The most interesting thing about the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X is how uninteresting they are. Once upon a time, different gaming consoles were entirely distinct species, but look past the deceptively varied exteriors of Sony's and Microsoft's latest efforts, and you'll find near-identical pieces of hardware. AMD 8-core Zen 2 CPUs, AMD Radeon RDNA GPUs, similar SSD drives, similar promises in resolution and frame rate, similar backwards compatibility, similar disk.
Sounds like AMD's the real winner here, doesn't it?
And digital-only variants, similar prices, although the digital-only Xbox is cheaper and less powerful, and a similar release date, which basically means unless you're a tech enthusiast, a dedicated fanboy or girl, or a paid marketer, there isn't anything important separating the two machines at a technical level. The real proof of this is in multi-platform performance, where once the 360 beat the PS3, and then the PS4 beat the Xbox One, now there's no clear difference. Some games might perform better on one system over the other, but even then the differences tend to be small and don't always follow any general rule. This doesn't mean the launch of the two systems was uneventful, but even here, events of note had nothing to do with the systems. A global pandemic combined with a global microchip shortage led to supply issues and stock shortages for both companies, which then led to heavy scalping. For what it's worth, the PlayStation 5 got scalped harder and would eventually sell more, with recent figures putting the PS5 at 30 million units sold to the Xbox's 18.5 million, although even in 2022, hardware availability was still a limiting factor.
I wonder if he's going to touch on how PlayStation has a problem that not enough players are adopting the PS5, and it's actually holding some PS5 games back. I got a buddy who plays Call of Duty on the new PS5, and they like tone things down in the PS5 game so PS4 people can play.
Regardless, even if the console war has turned cold, there have still been major developments that will likely shape the future of gaming in the years to follow. The first is the emergence of virtual reality headsets, which would see a major breakthrough when 18-year-old Palmer Luckey had the idea to use cheap lenses in place of older, expensive lenses and instead tackle the problem of lens distortion through software, creating the potential for much lower-cost systems. Luckey was joined by John Carmack of Doom fame, and together they created the company Oculus VR in 2012, which was then purchased by Facebook 2 years later. Sony and Valve would also start development of their own headsets, and in 2016 the Oculus Rift, the Vive from Valve and HTC, and PlayStation VR all launched to the public and received a mixed reception. Praise was given to the immersiveness and uniqueness of the experience, while criticism focused on the high prices, high latency, the practicality of space required, long-term comfort, and the possibility of motion sickness. In time, second-generation headsets arrived that made significant improvements over their predecessors. The Oculus Quest 1 and 2 provided standalone headsets that removed the problem of wires. The Valve Index provided impressive field of view and resolution, while making improvements to comfort, albeit at an impressively high price. And recently, the PlayStation VR 2 provided a high-end headset with an OLED screen and a strong price-to-performance ratio. 7 years after VR headsets first arrived, it's become clear that despite their rather lackluster start, VR technology is making impressive strides and still getting better every year. That said, truly widespread adoption still hasn't happened yet, and the experience provided by VR headsets has so far seemed to be more of an adjacent experience to traditional gaming than a replacement, as while VR does allow for completely new types of experiences, it also has significant disadvantages, like the limitations of controls or long-term comfort that make it a bad fit for some areas of gaming. Still, when it comes to the console war, Sony has established themselves as one of the best manufacturers in the VR industry, and are placing more and more focus on VR games, while Nintendo have mostly stayed away, and Microsoft has made some big moves in the past, but have distanced themselves more recently, meaning if VR does become a larger part of the industry, it's Sony who looks like the one who'll benefit the most. And if the rate at which VR technology is improving remains steady, it's easy to imagine the VR industry seeing significant growth over the 2020s, as better tech leads to more users, which leads to more games, which leads to more users as the positive feedback loop kicks in and VR finally becomes a core part of the industry alongside consoles, PC and mobiles. But while Sony might be winning at VR, Microsoft has seen growth in a different area. Game streaming has been around since the start of the decade, with companies like OnLive and Gaikai offering forms of cloud gaming, a service where you play games on a remote server, which is then streamed directly to a user's device. This removes costly hardware requirements, but also requires high-speed, low-latency internet connections and substantial data usage. Neither OnLive nor Gaikai would turn a profit, and both would eventually be acquired by Sony, but in time other cloud-based streaming services would appear to take their place. Meanwhile, both Sony and Microsoft launched their own game subscription services, PlayStation Now and Xbox Game Pass, which would incorporate cloud gaming as well as provide access to a range of games that can be played for no additional cost. Of all subscription and streaming-based services, Xbox Game Pass has reached the most users, while seeing substantial uptake amongst PC players. It seems clear that the plan is to create something like a Netflix for video games. However, despite heavy investment from Microsoft, they still haven't been able to reach their target numbers, and are facing a lot of competition from other companies like Amazon and Nvidia. The full impact of game subscriptions and streaming remains to be seen. Some worry that widespread use of game subscriptions will move games further towards additional monetization methods like microtransactions, while widespread use of streaming could have an even more substantial impact as it threatens the existence of traditional console and PC gaming entirely, particularly in regions where people may already have less disposable income. Rumours also currently exist about a cloud gaming handheld device from Sony, and it seems possible that cloud gaming will come to play a much greater role in the industry in years to come. Game Pass hasn't been Microsoft's only recent investment, however. The final trend that seems to be defining the current generation is consolidation. When Microsoft announced its acquisition of 5 smaller studios at E3 2018, few questioned the move. Sony had been winning the exclusive war for years and showed no signs of stopping, so it made sense that Microsoft would look to acquire talented studios of their own to create dedicated first-party titles to help them keep up with the competition. Microsoft's acquisitions didn't end at E3 2018, however. First, there were more smaller studios announced. Then there was the more surprising news of a deal to acquire ZeniMax in 2020 for $8.1 billion, which included Bethesda and big-name franchises like The Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Then other large companies seemed to join in with major purchases, like EA acquiring Glue Mobile for $2.4 billion, Take-Two acquiring Zynga for $12.7 billion, and Sony acquiring Bungie for $3.7 billion. Still, the biggest buyer would once again be Microsoft, who announced the deal to acquire Activision Blizzard for $68.7 billion in 2022. Activision Blizzard are the largest third-party publisher in gaming, and an acquisition of this size is unprecedented. This is different to buying talented studios, which is something large gaming companies have been doing for years. Instead, this is basically buying a significant chunk of the industry, and many, including regulatory bodies and antitrust agencies, have expressed concern about the potential negative impacts this may have, with the deal still currently facing significant challenge, particularly from the Competition and Markets Authority in the United Kingdom. Whether this deal will ultimately go through, though, remains to be seen. Microsoft has been quietly losing the console war for years, and most believe competition between major gaming companies can only benefit consumers. Yet whether these moves will make the console market more or less competitive is unclear, and this general trend towards consolidation certainly raises concerns. Still, this is hardly the only thing people have been critical of in recent years. The Romans had a...
Yeah, it is odd that he didn't cover any of Valve's stuff. I think that's probably the biggest glaring omission from this essay is Valve getting into the hardware market.
Saying that translates to, the past is always well remembered, and the Romans weren't alone in this belief. Sometimes, however, things really do get worse. So what about video games? Everywhere you look online, you'll find people telling you about how bad games are now, and how much better they were in the past. But the internet is also addicted to negativity, and people are biased. So what evidence is there for this belief? And what does gaming's 50-year history actually tell us? Well, for one thing, the future does raise concerns, but a worrying future isn't anything new. This is an industry of change, and change brings uncertainty. The gaming industry has crashed more than once. The console market almost died completely, the biggest gaming company in the world went bankrupt, many other console manufacturers also exited the scene, reliable companies have produced spectacular failures, established companies have experienced tragic deaths, Y2K didn't happen but multiple stock market crashes did, the most successful console of all time was followed by the company's greatest failure, and soon after this every other major player also suffered their greatest failures. Motion controls threatened to take over, PC gaming threatened to become irrelevant, mobile gaming threatened to take over, indie gaming threatened to become apocalyptic, online gaming threatened to take over, and now consolidation, monetization, and subscription services threaten gaming as we know it. And time will tell how things play out, but really, future concerns are a part of the gaming industry, and they always have been. So, what about the present? Well, one of the biggest trends in the last 10 years has been a growing abundance of remakes, remasters, reboots, and re-releases. On the one hand, old games don't always remain accessible, and so attempts to bring them to modern audiences make sense. And as the passage of time creates more old games, it also makes sense that there might be more attempts to bring back older classics. This might also be representative of the changing demographics of gamers, where there's now a large portion of older people nostalgic for the games from their childhood, or younger gamers unwilling or unable to play older games who still want a way to feel included. Still, one thing that is hard to justify is the low quality of some of these newer additions. There are many remasters and remakes that could be criticized, but perhaps the single one most endemic of a bigger problem is Grand Theft Auto: The Trilogy, the Definitive Edition, a compilation of 3 of the best-selling games of the 2000s that was published by one of the most respected developers in gaming, and yet the end result was appalling, being buggy, inauthentic, and an all-round visual downgrade, with missing animations, sound effects, and textures. The Definitive Edition received one of the lowest user scores of all time and stands as a testament to just how bad an improved edition can be, with Rockstar making matters even worse by also removing the original games from stores at the same time. So various re-releases have given companies a lazy and low-cost way to cash in on past games. Some remakes do receive considerably more effort, but even these display a deep lack of originality, as companies are choosing to finance remakes of still readily accessible and enjoyable games in place of creating something new, and this practice seems to be becoming more common. So far in 2023, 90% of the highest rated games are remasters and remakes. This is rather pathetic, but the high critical ratings and the fact these games continue to sell is proof that this is what many people want. One day, attitudes might change, but for now, gaming companies just seem to be giving the people what they ask for, with the quality varying between attempts. Another trend of modern gaming has been additional monetization methods, such as loot boxes and in-game cash stores. For the mobile industry and many online games, these have been incredibly effective at increasing
It's good to know Rockstar fixed their mistakes.
revenue, and this has come to extend to even some more traditional games, although some attempts have been met with considerable backlash. Still, much like with remasters and remakes, consumers again have a choice here, both in whether to play these games and whether to spend money on these services. And again, many people are making the choices that make additional monetization methods profitable. The gaming industry is a business, and if consumers allow it, companies will do what makes them the most money. Finally, another obvious trend has been a decline in the quality of AAA, with games seeming to take longer to release while taking less risks in their design and being more likely to launch unfinished and buggy. This is partly because advancements in game technology have slowed over time alongside ever-rising game development costs, which has meant graphical upgrades have become less noticeable and impressing gamers through continually creating more spectacular games has become harder. As a result, games might be over-ambitious, or make sacrifices to gameplay or design, or take longer to release, or make sacrifices to quality in order to meet deadlines. Claiming that AAA games have got worse in recent years seems pretty reasonable though. The thing is, many of the highest rated and best-selling games from recent years have still been the biggest budget and most visually impressive titles. Critics and consumers alike want and reward AAA game design, and amongst these games there will be some that succeed and some that fall short. It seems unrealistic to expect every game to meet the highest standards, or to criticize the industry for caring too much about budget and presentation, while people continue to praise those same qualities in other games. A lot of the problems mentioned here do have some relation to greed, and the gaming industry, like other industries, can certainly be greedy. This also isn't anything new, however. After the success of Pong, gaming companies made so many Pong clones the industry collapsed. After the success of Atari, game developers made so many low-quality third-party games that the industry collapsed again. Space Invaders led to too many arcade space games, NES developers made too many action platformers, Doom led to too many Doom clones, Grand Theft Auto led to too many GTA clones, Guitar Hero led to too many plastic peripherals, the Wii led to too many motion control devices and too many low-effort motion control games, Call of Duty led to too many Call of Duties, Minecraft led to too many Minecraft clones, Dark Souls led to too many Souls-likes, Skyrim and Far Cry 3 led to too many open-world games, DayZ led to too many early access survival games, PUBG and Fortnite led to too many Battle Royale games, indie games led to too many indie games, Slay the Spire led to too many roguelike deck builders, and most recently, Vampire Survivors led to too many whatever the hell genre this is. The point is, success often leads to saturation, and it's been that way since the very start. And yet, at the same time, the industry has often rewarded those who go against the grain. Pac-Man, Tetris, Pokemon Red and Blue, Half-Life, The Sims, the DS, the Wii, Minecraft, Dark Souls, DayZ, Battle Royale, gaming history is littered with games that did something different and were rewarded for doing so. The point that I think everything comes down to in the end is choice. People do have a choice in who they support and how they spend their time, and sometimes the choices of gaming companies or the general public can be frustrating, but it is their choice to make, and they do have their reasons. And after months of researching, thinking, and writing about gaming history, I have come to the conclusion that nothing defines this present moment in time as much as choice does. It is a strange thing to try to write the history of the present, because so much of how we understand the period is shaped by how it looks from the future. That said, I don't think there is a crisis of modern gaming. I don't think the industry is in decline, and I don't think games are getting worse. And the reason is because currently, right now, we all have an abundance of choice. The industry has grown wider and become more accessible, but this is the result of growth, and traditional gaming hasn't been sacrificed to achieve this. Instead, within traditional gaming, we've seen a tremendous increase in the number and types of indie games being made, while through emulation, re-releases, community efforts, second-hand purchases, and official subscription services, older games have never been more available, and with the likes of cloud gaming and indie games, the barrier of entry into gaming has never been so low. The number of games being made has also increased, and for most people, older games are still out there. Everyone today has a great amount of choice, and that makes us rather lucky. I hope this abundance of choice remains in the future. In fact, I hope we get even more choice in the years to come, but this isn't guaranteed. One day, all old cartridges will stop working, CDs will rot, and old hardware will fail. One day, computers may struggle to be compatible with older software. One day, emulation might be shut down or strictly regulated. One day, fees may increase. One day, competition may disappear. One day, the indie market may collapse. One day, the console market may collapse. One day, the entire industry may collapse. It certainly has before. The future holds no guarantees, and this is an industry of change. But right now, things aren't as bad as many people might think they are. Good games are being made every single year, and goddamn is there a lot of good games already out there. Video games have come a long way, and not every change has been for the better. But never before have people had so much choice. Use it wisely. This has been the entire history of video games.
Oh, that was great.
Thank you for watching.
Could have mentioned Steam getting into hardware though. Could have done that. Oh boy. Oh man, it is what is it, Thursday? Yeah, man, it's been a day already, huh? Got the job hunting done, got the exercise done, and now I'm just like, oh. Man, can't take a nap, because then I won't sleep through the night. That'll be bad. Not sleeping through the night is bad. Three years ago, How to Save the MMO Genre. This was out when Vanilla WoW was a big thing. A serious critique of Genshin Impact. 3 years ago. I've never even seen Genshin Impact. I've heard so much about it.
Every few years, a game comes along that changes the industry. And Genshin Impact is one of those games. Not many people had heard of miHoYo before September 2020. The Chinese game studio was founded in 2012 by 3 students at university. It now has over 2,400 employees, making miHoYo quite possibly the fastest growing game developer in the world. Their recent hit title, Genshin Impact, has received attention for many reasons, one of which is its record-breaking revenue, with mobile income alone surpassing $1 billion in just 6 months, making it the quickest game in history to reach this milestone, and this figure doesn't include revenue generated on PC or PlayStation. And there are other reasons this game could be considered historically significant, from the unprecedented level of global reach it's had for a game made in China, to its technological achievements on mobile systems, or even the specifics of its monetization methods. You could argue that anyone with an interest in the gaming industry should probably have at least some understanding of Genshin Impact and why it's been so successful. And I have an interest in the gaming industry. And yet when Genshin Impact came out, I didn't play it. I didn't even look at it. Really, I tried not to even acknowledge its existence because I knew, without playing, looking, or acknowledging, that I didn't like this game. This was not because of its anime aesthetic. I'm not the biggest fan of anime, but I'm not the smallest fan either, and some of my favourite pieces of media are anime. It also wasn't because Genshin Impact was Chinese. I don't have a problem with Chinese games, and some of my favourite games that I've played this year have been Chinese. And it wasn't even because of its reputation as a Zelda clone. I like Breath of the Wild. I might like more Breath of the Wild, and some of my closest friends are in fact clones. No, there was just one reason I didn't like this game. One word which carried such dire implications in my mind that the mere invocation of it was the only thing I needed to know. I wanted to stay far, far away. Gacha. Not gotcha. I hear people say it that way sometimes. Quite often actually, and that's wrong. It's gacha, derived from the Japanese toy dispensing vending machines gachapon, where you exchange money for a capsule that may or may not contain what you actually want. It's actually an onomatopoeia describing the two sound effects involved, where gacha is the sound of the vending machine handle turning, and pon is the sound of dreams breaking in young children. When it came to the video games, they just got rid of the pon part though. Better optics that way. If there's one thing everyone loves, it's monetization. Once upon a time, people used to just buy complete games. They'd walk into a shop, make a one-time payment, and get a complete product, no strings attached. Luckily, those dark days are behind us, and now such primitive upfront transactions are on the decline. Welcome to the new age of monetization. We have it all. Loot boxes, paywall, subscriptions, in-game advertisements, take your pick. Or don't, we don't care, we'll force it on you anyway. You can pay to win, pay to play, pay to display, and pay to make those goddamn fucking pop-up ads go away. We got in-game stores and out-of-game DLC, pre-order bonuses and post-purchase handicaps, cosmetics and conveniences, characters and customization, daily limits, monthly subs, seasonal passes, yearly events. It's never been easier to get rid of all that annoying, unwanted money. Really, we've got everything. Well, almost everything. The only thing that's missing is some way to make people sign over the entirety of their worthless lives. But how? How do we do this?
Is the answer anime waifus? I think the answer is anime waifus.
By George, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my goddamn life. Okay, video game monetization is a subject where there is a risk in being over the top in your Nostradamus-like proclamations of the end times, but there's also a risk in being the opposite. New and aggressive monetization methods haven't exactly ruined the fertile fields of the gaming landscape overnight, but there has been a slow creep of the intrusive and unwanted into the games of tomorrow, like the ever-advancing march of a plague-ridden tortoise. There are reasons to believe this slope may be slippery. I mean, what's acceptable today wasn't acceptable in the past, and there's a monetary incentive for companies to keep pulling on the udders of their audiences to squeeze out as much milk as they possibly can, short of forcing players to migrate to greener pastures. But at the same time, games themselves have changed. Traditional monetization methods aren't always the best fit for every type of game. Audiences do retain some power through purchasing, and reasonably priced gaming experiences haven't just went the way of the dinosaurs. We're in a world where people do have a choice, and at some level, it makes sense to respect the choices of others and accept that people can spend their money on what they want. So, it's a complicated topic, but that doesn't mean there isn't a problem here. Ultimately, we must each ask ourselves what is and isn't acceptable, and then let our voices be heard through our actions. Which is easier said than done when the same companies that want your money will also try to influence what you consider acceptable. So, to have any real hope of resisting a worse future, lines must be drawn somewhere. And a day did come where upon the sandy beaches of my mind, I drew that line and drew it well. And on the unacceptable side of that line was gacha. All of it. But what is gacha? Why is gacha? How is gacha? And where is gacha? There's no who is gacha, that would be ridiculous, but these other questions are
He has my interest. This is pretty good so far.
Important. I have a problem here though, which is that I don't know who you are. You could be anyone. I mean, you look like a Blue Yeti microphone, but you're probably a person, and people have different levels of familiarity with the gacha genre, amongst other topics this video will touch on. So I'll try to keep this explanation brief, yet informative. Gacha, not gotcha, is a genre of games that grew in popularity over the last decade, particularly in Asian markets. They're usually free-to-play mobile games, and the already explained name is no coincidence, as while the gameplay of gacha games varies greatly, the unifying quality is the gambling-like method of monetization through which players acquire in-game characters and items. This activity, usually referred to as pulling or rolling, involves exchanging an in-game currency that can be purchased with out-of-game currencies in order to gain random rewards. Imagine loot boxes, and that's pretty much it. But the difference between the loot boxes of the West and gacha is that in gacha, the entire game is designed around this loot box-like element. This is usually done through large casts of likable characters that players want to acquire, alongside a heavy focus on progression to make your characters, items, and time spent with the game have a greater sense of value. They're basically great big ever-updating progression treadmills in much the same way that MMOs often are, except without some of the catch-up mechanics. So gacha games can create a sense that you need to keep up, which you do through grinding and daily activities, but rolling for more characters might not hurt either. Gacha games are strongly associated with anime, and it's often anime girls that people are rolling for, with many popular anime having accompanying gacha games, but it's not a genre exclusively about anime characters. Raid: Shadow Legends is a gacha game, which might explain how they're able to fund their widespread content creator harassment campaign, but there are also gacha games for many big franchises, including Star Wars, Marvel, Disney, and others. And plenty of video game franchises have got in on the action too. I mean, Final Fantasy has had 4 different gacha games. How that happened, I don't know, but I do know why. Money. And they do bring home the bacon, with some of the big boys pulling in over $1 billion revenue per year, and there are quite a few boys these days. It's a bit of a sausage fest. The metaphor, that is, the games are kind of the opposite. It's a growing genre, and for people who partake in the gacha way of life, it can be serious business. By which I mean, it can be fucking expensive. A few years ago, the Wall Street Journal ran a piece on a guy who spent $70,000 on Fate Grand Order. And while such ground-shakingly exorbitant figures are a rarity, meeting people who have spent $1,000 or $2,000 on a particular game is more common than you might imagine. It's also common, at least from my personal experience, for those same people who spend a few $1,000s to possibly be in denial that spending such a large sum on a free mobile game might be considered excessive. £1,000, that's nothing, they say. You should see what the whales spend, they say. I'm just a dolphin. My response to this has usually been to politely ask them to stop throwing aquatic mammal names at me and pay your fucking rent on time. I have since come to think of the whale as a mythical animal existing in the minds of gacha spenders to provide dogmatic justification that no matter how much a person might spend, at least there is some sea creature out there who is apparently spending more, so I guess that makes whatever you spend okay. It's like in Star Wars, there's always a bigger fish in the sea, at least in your mind there is. Yes, the relationship between man and his gacha is a strange thing to behold. People love these games. They also hate them. Sometimes they love them while hating them. Sometimes they make love to them while hating them, although we don't need to talk about that. What we do need to talk about is
the jiggle physics are on point.
The most valuable thing of all. Time. You could play a gacha game successfully without spending a penny, and people do, but you can't get very far in one of these games without some serious time investment. As I said previously, the core of these games is usually progression, and it doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the morning when you log in to do your dailies. And if people can spend thousands of dollars in these virtual anime girl menageries, they can likewise spend thousands of hours. Gacha can be a commitment. You may be wondering why people play these games if there are all these downsides. Well, there are 5 unique reasons, as identified by me, and we'll get to most of them later. Something that isn't one of these reasons, however, is gameplay. People do enjoy the gameplay of their favourite gacha game, but through extensive research I have concluded that this is not one of the main draws to the genre. My reasoning for this is that other games offer more or better gameplay for less time or money, and that the core gameplay of many gacha titles is very
Most gacha games just play themselves, and any game that's got like an autoplay on it, no thanks.
repetitive, and some gacha games just don't really have gameplay, as is the case with something like Uma Musume, which is currently the most popular gacha game in Japan, and is just about training horse girls. This might seem a little weird, but you have to understand the Japanese actually take their horse racing very seriously. Horse racing has a long tradition in Japan, and it's a culture where respect and tradition are a really big deal. The horse girls also sing and dance. Okay, point is, it's not about the gameplay, even though there usually is gameplay. The gameplay is just what ties the experience together. So, in summary, gacha, not gotcha, and not necessarily a good life decision. It's like gambling, except without the possibility of winning money. Or, when you consider the time requirements, it's like a second job, except instead of making money while you do it, you lose money. So I guess maybe it's more like a way of life, except a bad one. At least
that's basically the judging metric there. Is it a second job? And do I enjoy it enough to spend any money on it?
That's how it seems from the outside. Gacha seems less like a game genre and more like an addiction, a hobby offering danger, excitement, and cute collectible anime girls that can also bring ruin, pain, and suffering. It's like alcohol, cigarettes, or slot machines for a younger, more anime girl-obsessed generation, and this appeal might be difficult to understand, but it clearly exists regardless. Actually, it reminds me of the way in which MMOs were talked about during the peak of their popularity. Welcome to Azeroth. Quit your job, fail your degree, and future-proof your virginity. You'll love every second. And that comparison of gacha to MMOs runs deep, but it's worth pointing out that the fear-mongering of MMOs as this new, life-destroying gaming obsession did prove in most cases to be somewhat hyperbolic. As for where Genshin Impact fits with all this, well, this is a gacha game, and it might be the most successful one ever made. Only time will tell, but that's not the only thing that makes Genshin unique. You see, gacha was a mobile genre, and mobile games had a history of predatory and intrusive monetization methods long before gacha cemented itself as a thing. But Genshin Impact isn't exclusively a mobile game, and its focus on open-world gameplay is a radical departure from the largely menu-based gacha tradition. And so, Genshin Impact is an answer to the question of what happens if you take the wildly financially successful gacha model and combine it with a more conventional big-budget, highly polished single-player experience. And the loudest answer to that question is, you make money. Which means more games may well be motivated to follow in its wake. Genshin Impact is an intrepid explorer, forging a path into gaming lands previously untouched to set down the colonizing flag of its uniquely addictive monetization, and others will probably take notice. And that's why I wanted nothing to do with this game. It was an invader, and when its success leads others to follow suit, I was worried the land I cared for might be changed for the worse. And I would have had nothing to do with this game until 6 months ago when I decided I wanted to create a deep dive into the Chinese gaming industry, and so I began that journey with some preliminary research involving playing some of the most important Chinese games ever made, the first of which was Genshin Impact. As a long-time hater of gacha, who had no actual first-hand experience with the genre, but did have a maybe surprising amount.
You think he was the anime cat girl that did him in with the big titties?
Of negative second-hand experience, I went into this game not only expecting to dislike it, but also with a desire to use my time with this game to confirm to myself all the negative stereotypes I had about the genre. I wanted to prove to myself that gacha is evil, and I was going to do that with Genshin Impact. That didn't happen though. Genshin Impact doesn't start strong. The opening cutscene might impress in terms of animation, but the narrative hook it presents feels weak. In the past, your character had travelled to different worlds alongside your twin, until one day an unknown god showed up to abduct your twin, leaving you stranded in the land of Teyvat. You then awake many years later and set off to search for your twin with your newfound companion Paimon, a small floating child creature you apparently fished out of the sea one time. Paimon is in many ways the real main character of this story. I mean, you are a mostly silent protagonist, and Paimon is going to accompany you every step of your journey, guiding you in the direction the writers want you to follow. Really, she is the true heart and soul of this narrative, there to inject personality and humour into the frequent long stretches of dialogue with her jovial naivety, and my god, does it hurt me to listen to this character in English.
Kyle, what kind of treasure is it? Gold? Or better yet, gems?
Hearing her speak makes me feel like I am doing something wrong by playing this game. It makes me want to look around my room every 5 minutes to confirm I'm actually alone, because I feel worried one of my parents will walk in and be disappointed in me. And I haven't lived with my parents for over 10 years. So I changed the language to Japanese and never looked back, until I came to make this video where I replayed the first 10 hours of the game and was reminded of just how much pain this voice causes me. Over my many hours with this game, I have come to thoroughly like this creature, in much the same way that one might like a slightly annoying pet. Yes, they're not the exact creature I would have chosen if I was given a choice, but as long as they don't urinate on the carpet or bite small children, I'm more than happy to look after them and show them affection, while I convince myself and others around me that their annoyingness actually just gives them more character. This would not have been possible if I hadn't changed the language, however. Maybe this is a problem with me more than Genshin Impact, I don't know. I don't understand the science of why changing the language from English to Japanese eliminates the emotion of cringe for some people, and if this
Paimon will take you to the animal god's place first, and there's a reason why.
Doesn't make you cringe, then I respect and admire your mental fortitude. But I still feel this creature should come with some kind of warning. Once you escape the first few conversations, however, it doesn't take long to be enveloped in the blissful vistas of Genshin's open world, which frequently looks phenomenal. From the appealing colour palette to the seemingly limitless draw distance that's always reminding you of all the exciting places you have yet to explore, this world is able to make you want to spend time in it through visual design alone. But it has more to offer than visuals. In fact, this virtual space is so densely packed with chests, collectibles, and other things to uncover that even a short walk across its landscapes can lead you to making so many discoveries that it can feel a bit like you're injecting an illegal quantity of dopamine straight into your bloodstream. The world unravels before you like a never-ending breadcrumb trail of shiny things to interact with, where you can always see at least one more objective to head to from any given location. A lot of these objectives are connected to simple puzzles or combat encounters that rarely challenge, but still provide a surprising amount of satisfaction, which is probably because even without a great degree of challenge, the player still feels like they're always interacting with the world around them in some way. In many open world games, the world itself acts as a container for the activities, missions, or quests that the game revolves around, but in Genshin Impact, the world isn't just a space to do fun things in. The world itself is the fun thing. The experience is about exploration, and the many chests and puzzles this world is packed with are just there.
How does she climb up that sheer rock face in them high heels? That's wild, bro.
To be a reward for that exploration. And it works. Curiosity is rewarded. Moving from one place to another will have you constantly scanning your surroundings, always being invested in what might be around you, and while the simple challenges and hidden secrets fall short of being truly mentally taxing, they still force regular engagement. If you see something floating in the sky, you'll have to work out how to actually reach it. Head to one chest instead of another and you'll find yourself plotting a mental map of the many places you need to return to get everything, and the first time you solve each of the many different environmental interactions and secrets provide bite-sized eureka moments that leave you feeling smugly satisfied at your intellect, regardless of whether or not they actually require that much intellect, because hey, at least you worked it out for yourself. And if finding one thing is easy, finding everything isn't. And so, in much the same way that a collectathon works by giving you lots of easy things to find that come together to create a more challenging optional objective of finding everything, for those who enjoy exploring the world, there is a challenging end goal made possible but not easy by craftable items that help you track down those last remaining items. But keep exploring and the puzzles do become more complicated, the chests more spread out, and the environment more hazardous. And yet the pinball-like motion of bouncing from one objective to the next remains an enjoyable activity for hours and hours. I've explored the entire base game plus all content added since release, and I still want more. I feel like I might always want more, and even more surprisingly, when I started to replay this game again for this video, during which I was exploring places I had already explored before, while knowing that all progress I was making was entirely meaningless, even then I still found the core activity of exploring the world and collecting its treasure thoroughly enjoyable and felt an urge to keep going even when it came time to say goodbye. This is very impressive to me, and I can't think of any other game that offers a similar experience. Well, except for one, I guess.
So it's a well-designed game.
Before its release, Genshin Impact was dubbed a Breath of the Wild clone, and in its early days it probably got considerably more criticism for this quality than anything to do with gacha or monetization. China does have a history of playing fast and loose with intellectual property laws, maybe because for years China just didn't care about intellectual property laws, but regardless, there are reasons to be skeptical of this sort of thing, and there are some obvious similarities between the two titles, with the most apparent being the stamina system used to sprint, climb, swim, and glide. Breath of the Wild's stamina system is great. It takes simple traversal-related activities and adds a small layer of player involvement to turn something that is usually automatic into something more engaging. When you climb, you aren't just pushing forward on an analog stick and waiting. Instead, you're actively managing your stamina meter, looking ahead to judge distances and making decisions based on your surroundings. And Genshin Impact copies this system almost one for one. But I don't see that as a problem. Good gameplay systems should be copied, and there's more to both of these games than a stamina meter. There are a few other similarities. The worst to me is how similar Genshin's Hilichurls are to Breath of the Wild's Bokoblins. It's not grounds for a lawsuit or anything, but it does feel creatively bankrupt. Still, that's one small part of two very large games, and the list of ways in which these games are different is almost endless. And some of the other similarities people have pointed out feel like a stretch. Like, yeah, both games do have green grass and blue skies, but so does something else. The Windows XP wallpaper. All these games ripping this off is frankly outrageous, but that's hardly Genshin Impact's fault. Both games do focus on exploration though, and both also make the world itself and the way you traverse and interact with it the main focus of that exploration, but if anything, this kind of exploration-based experience almost feels like it could be its own genre. What I'm saying is, I want more games like this, not less, and despite the focus on exploration, there are still ways these games do exploration differently. Like how Breath of the Wild is a deeply intrinsically driven experience, whereas Genshin Impact is almost as densely packed with progression systems as its world is with chests. Really, Breath of the Wild is a great game, and it makes sense that parts of its design would influence future games, and while the influence it's had on Genshin Impact does seem clear, after spending a lot of time with this game, it's impossible for me not to see Genshin as wholly its own thing. So, when it comes to similarities with Zelda, it doesn't seem like a problem to me, but there are other problems, some of which come from the progression-packed, extrinsically driven design. Like how there are so many currencies, items, and unlockables in this game that it can frequently feel overwhelming, and the early game is absolutely choked with pop-ups, tutorial menus, and little red exclamation marks telling you to check something in this particular menu that seem to always start reappearing the instant you get rid of them all. Even the extra rewards get annoying, as your early hours are a frenzy of achievements, adventure ranks, and handbook rewards that end up acting a bit like mini barriers standing in the way of actually playing the game. This is made worse by the way that none of the many different currencies and items you pick up have any meaning to you early on, except possibly Primogens, because for the others you won't have interacted much with the actual progression systems they're used in. Someone watching me play in my early days expressed shock that I was leaving behind items dropped by monsters. I have enough goblin droppings, I said. Why would I need to waste time picking up even more? With the knowledge I have now, I understand this person's shock, and on my personal list of the most ignorant things I have ever said in my entire life, I rank my disregard of goblin drop-ins as a solid 4th highest of all time. That's pretty high. Eventually, the way in which almost every item in this world plays at least some role in your future progression is something that could be considered a positive, at least to the right kind of player, but the way the game handles this certainly doesn't benefit the early game experience. In your blissfully ignorant early game adventures, you'll also start getting to grips with the combat. Genshin Impact has a similar battle system to many other action JRPGs, except where most games have the player controlling a single character with AI-controlled teammates, Genshin instead allows you to directly control all 4 of your party members, which you do by quick swapping between them with only one character on the battlefield at a time. With only one attack, one skill, and one ultimate ability per character, plus a universal dodge, each avatar can feel simplistic to control when considered as a single entity, but it's through your ability to freely swap between characters that combat is given depth, as you're forced to manage multiple cooldowns while setting up synergies between characters. This mostly happens through the elemental system. Every character belongs to one of 6 elements: fire, water, ice, electric, rock, and wind, plus an unreleased 7th element, but we don't talk about that. Never talk about that. Character special attacks will apply an elemental status to enemies on hit, which produces an elemental interaction when the next element is applied. These elemental interactions are generally what you'd expect, and most just boil down to first element plus second element equals more damage. Except for water and ice, which freezes enemies, and rock and anything, which gives you a shield. Elemental interactions also apply to the environment, and can be applied to you too by enemies, as you'll quickly be reminded every time you come into contact with ice and water at the same time. The elemental system isn't deep, but combining elemental statuses feels satisfying and basically means every single character in the game can perform some kind of combo with every other character. Making these combos produce large numbers through specific elemental interactions, alongside specific character skills and builds, is really where combat comes into its own, but you probably won't realise this until much later. Still, the novelty of elemental interactions alongside solid animations and visuals means killing enemies is enjoyable enough that the interruption to exploration it creates feels easily forgivable. More so than the story, at least. Genshin's narrative is frequently slow-paced with long stretches of dialogue, often involving unimportant NPCs who have a tendency to give out unimportant tasks, and foolishly, there's also no way for players to skip entire conversations. In the first multi-hour chapter, you're introduced to Mondstadt, the City of Freedom, which is having trouble with a misunderstood dragon. Here, you start to befriend Genshin's large cast of characters, but it's not until the introduction of Venti that the story starts to find its footing. This carefree bard is soon revealed to be the 1,000-year-old god of wind that everyone here supposedly worships, although no one actually realizes this, even after he tells them. Venti is a reluctant deity who seems to care little for the duties of divinity. Instead, his interests are more focused on music and alcohol, which he has trouble getting his hands on due to his youthful appearance. His outwardly free-spirited playfulness is tempered with occasional moments of introspective wisdom, and his similar status of outsider to Mondstadt makes his newfound friendship with the player's character feel easy to believe in. If any of that sounds a little anime, well, it is, and that's as much a positive as negative. Still, moments with Venti succeed where other early quests and plotlines might not, because Venti brings personality, and it's in this type of character-focused moment where Genshin Impact's narrative is at its best. That said, the overarching plotline of the dragon does feel rather uninspired, but there's more to Genshin Impact than story, characters, combat, or even exploration, as I eventually found out. The world isn't a great place. I mean,
I'm just gonna grab something to drink. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm sorry if you like it here, but it's true. There are problems, and I think we all know this. Still, it's not just the world, it's us too. I'm sure we're all doing our best, but clearly we make mistakes, or maybe our best just isn't good enough. What I'm saying is that things could be better, and yeah, they could be worse, but they could be better. And you could make something better, if you had that power. There's a genre of anime called isekai. The word translates to another world, which describes what happens to the protagonists in these stories, and this is a genre that's grown to be massively popular over the last 10 years. But isekai is more than a genre of anime, people just don't always realise it. I mean, 3 of the most important pieces of fantasy fiction ever created, Alice in Wonderland, The Chronicles of Narnia, and The Wizard of Oz, are classic isekai stories. Games have their fair share of isekai narratives too, including, but not limited to, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, Ni no Kuni, the entire Digimon series, and in many ways, Pokemon. And I don't just mean the Mystery Dungeon series, which is literally an isekai, but also the mainline games, which are thematically isekais, It's just instead of being physically transported into another world, the main characters just come of age and are given a Pokemon, which becomes a thematic portal into another world, and the adventure then plays out exactly according to classic isekai tradition. The question of why isekai anime has become quite so popular is a mystery to some people, because this is a genre that quickly became saturated because their unfamiliarity with their new surroundings is relatable to the audience and can be an easy way to set up comedy or drama, a bit like how amnesia is a narratively useful trope for storytellers. But really, I think the appeal of isekai runs deeper. These stories are often power fantasies, with relatable, easy to self-insert into main characters, which when combined with their settings, make them almost unrivaled as a form of escapism. Being important, living out adventure, and having multiple cute anime girls fall in love with you. Isekai anime took the dreams of anime watchers and then allowed for deliberately relatable anime protagonists to live them out on screen. I feel I should point out here, for anyone not familiar with the genre, that most of the protagonists in these shows are super powerful in these worlds as a direct result of their real-world elite gamer skills. Hopefully that speaks for itself. I've long believed that this is the reason Pokemon is the largest franchise in the world. It's not because of story, gameplay, graphics, or monetization. It's because the concept behind this franchise has such deep appeal at allowing people to step into another world that people want to step into, that this concept alone can sell the exact same game to the exact same people again and again, while maintaining near complete satisfaction. For years, I have thought that Pokemon is the almost objectively correct answer to the common hypothetical of, if you could live in any video game world, which would it be? And that this is what has driven its continuous astronomical levels of success. But I'm not so sure the answer to that hypothetical is as clear-cut anymore. What I'm saying with this dangerously lengthy off-topic tangent is that Genshin Impact is an isekai game, and that I think it might be one of the greatest isekai games ever made. Genshin released with two large regions, Mondstadt and Liyue. If Mondstadt is an idyllic fantasy take on a quaint medieval Europe, complete with timber-framed buildings, knightly orders, and aristocratic nobility, Liyue would be the idyllic fantasy take on a proud medieval China. Funnily enough, I didn't even know Liyue existed when I started this game. What trailers and footage I had seen had focused exclusively on Mondstadt, and my discovery of another entire landmass to explore was a very welcome one, but it was within this new region that the entire Genshin experience finally started to connect to me beyond just offering enjoyment through exploring. Liyue is better than Mondstadt in every meaningful way. The story still suffers from slow pacing with unimportant NPCs giving out unimportant tasks, but the city of Liyue has a much stronger sense of culture. The story here has a heavy focus on the Chinese concepts of guanqi, meaning relations between people, particularly those relating to business, and renqin, which are acts of kindness, honor, or duty. This is exemplified by the region's deity, Rex Lapis, the god of contracts and money, whose mysterious death after a prosperous 1,000-year reign has now plunged the city into political turmoil, and you really get a sense of this region's more unique and original culture through this story. Some parts still drag, but overall it's a step up from what comes before it. And the environmental exploration makes even bigger improvements, in part because of a slight decrease in density and increase in complexity of the many findable things, but also because the environments themselves are just more interesting. Golden trees, azure waters, and towering stone pillars litter the Liyue landscapes, offering breathtaking views aplenty. But it was when I first scaled the Qinyuan peaks that I realized that this world, and this game, has a quality much greater than the sum of its parts.
waifus got him.
It was here, as I sat amongst the clouds just listening to the soundtrack while the sun welcomed a new day.
This is the video of a man struggling with his own anime waifu addiction.
That this quality really became clear to me. There is one word that I think accurately describes Genshin Impact's world. Idyllic. Fair warning, I'm about to use this word many times in the rest of this section. I might even use the word idyllicism. That's not actually a word, but I'll probably use it anyway, because my god does this game just exude absolute pure idyllicism. You hear it in the soundtrack, see it in the landscapes, and feel it in the character interactions, and it's with you everywhere you go. It's in the precise hues of the colour palette, the reward-filled expanse of the overworld, the specific flavours of seasonal events, and the smaller details like how you receive letters on each character's birthday, where they tell you how much you mean to them. You may not have seen these characters in months, but it doesn't matter. Your friendship is as strong as ever, and it always will be. They love you. They'll always love you. I don't know how much objective value this feeling of idyllicism has. I don't know how you could compare it to more commonly compared attributes like narrative or gameplay. I do know that whenever I hear the music for this particular region, I'm struck by a strong sense of nostalgia. A lot of video game music fills me with nostalgia, but it's always music that I first heard years ago, the music from my childhood. I first explored Liyue a few months ago, and I already feel deeply nostalgic for that time. There have been days where, after logging into this game for mechanical or progression-related reasons, that I delayed the act of logging off, out of a desire to spend a few more minutes with this world. With lunch breaks almost over, real-life workloads mounting, and all the many pressures of life weighing heavy on my shoulders, I have cherished the serene beauty of this world and let its relaxing atmosphere flow through me. Genshin Impact can be as idyllic as any game I have ever experienced, and that means something. At least it did to me. And it's through this clear desire to create the ideal...
We get it. We're going to skip ahead to part 4, which is titled Of Waifus and Men. Which is... Now we're getting to the heart of the matter. The real meat, if you will.
I once asked a Discord server full of what can only be described as gacha enthusiasts why they liked these games so much. The first and most common answer was one word: waifus. Waifu is a term so common in the internet lexicon of today that I'm not sure I need to explain it. But while I and others may know what waifus are, I've never been quite as sure why waifus are. For long have I pondered this question. I feel intrinsically that of all the questions of the universe, this is one that truly matters. To this end, I have done what all great minds do when faced with a question to which they know not the answer. I tried to see if anyone else had a good answer I could borrow. So I searched in academic journals, but alas, my search proved not to be a fruitful one. I checked Google Scholar, but did not find any results. I even went back to basics, starting where all should start when chasing life's great.
Even with all the things we've wasted money on with the federal government, we don't at least have a study on waifus. The fuck
mysteries, but
this timeline sucks.
But this time, the Greeks did not have the answer. Clearly, academics, scientists, philosophers, and other great minds are just as lost about this phenomenon as I am.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let's do this. What would Diogenes... I'm not spelling that right. What would Diogenes say about anime waifus? And those that comport with them? Were Diogenes alive today, made aware of anime waifus, fictional female characters worshipped with romantic or obsessive affection, his reaction would be a mixture of scornful laughter and cutting cynicism. Diogenes was a master of trolling social norms, and he'd waste no time dragging modern digital obsession into the philosophical gutter for examination. Here's what Diogenes might say. You desire companionship, yet you cradle shadows. You hunger for love, but you feed yourself with ink and pixels. If Aphrodite herself came down and offered you her hand, you'd swipe left for a cartoon with larger eyes. Pathetic. I begged the gods for a friend and they sent me a dog. You begged for love and fell in love with an illusion. Who's the greater fool? Jesus.
All I can conclude is that maybe the simplest answer is the best one. That people just like characters, and you can take away the anime veneer and that phenomenon doesn't go away. Fan fiction, cosplay, mascots, comfort characters, celebrity worship, the entire way we choose to present most fictional stories, our like for characters can be seen everywhere in our lives. Waifu is just the natural human enjoyment of characters in anime form, with a heavy side of self-aware, often self-deprecating irony from a community that has found pleasure in embracing the over-the-top nature of their enjoyment of a character, so as to be able to express that enjoyment openly while partaking in a community-based meta-humor surrounding the situation. And when considered that way, it doesn't sound weird at all, at least no more weird than most things that have grown from internet subcultures. I don't have a waifu. I've never had a waifu, but my channel icon is a picture of the magnificent Porco Rosso from the Magnificent Porco Rosso. There's no real reason for this. There is no connection between this character and my channel. There's no meaning I'm trying to signify. Actually, I deliberately chose this image because it's not very clear what it is. I wanted to have Porco Rosso as my channel icon without people necessarily realizing that's what it is, precisely because I didn't want to give this decision more meaning than I meant it to have. Really, I just like this character. Maybe Porco Rosso is my waifu. And I don't even like pigs, or anthropomorphized characters, or Italians. That's not true. I have nothing against pigs. I mean, they taste delicious. But while I don't feel a need to own a Porco Rosso Dakimakura that I take out to dinner every Sunday, I do like this character. We all like certain characters. It's human. It was probably hardwired into our brains over the course of our evolution to prevent us from going extinct. Some of us like characters in real life too. We call them friends. We form attachments to people, whether they're fictional or not, and certain characteristics might make us form stronger attachments, like whether their personalities display idealized virtues, or whether we find them cute. And there's nothing wrong with any of this, it's just a part of the human condition. So perhaps it was only a matter of time until something came along to prey on this through direct monetization that combines our human love of characters with addictive luck-based gambling. Here's how that works in Genshin Impact. This is a free-to-play game. There is a currency called Primogems. This is awarded to players for exploring the world, completing quests, and participating in events, among other things. You can also buy Primogems with money, either through a reasonably priced monthly pass, called the Blessing of the Welkin Moon, or just directly, which happens to be less reasonably priced. Primogems are used to roll for characters. In-game, this is called wishing, and in other gacha games, this is sometimes called pulling or summoning, but it's always a similar activity. Each wish has a chance to give a weapon or character. In Genshin, this can be 3-star, 4-star or 5-star, with higher being better. As this is a Chinese game, it means that by law, the exact probability of what you can get.
I was going to say this is kind of like open in magic packs, but at least when you open up a magic pack and you get a really good card, it's a store of value? You don't really get a store of value with the gacha thing. So not the same.
Has to be included in game for people to see. And from this, we know that each wish has a base rate of 0.6% to be a 5-star and 5.1% for a 4-star, with every other wish being a 3-star weapon, which can just be considered unimportant trash. In addition to the base rate, there is a pity system, which means that after a certain number of wishes without winning a higher rate item, the probability will increase until it's 100%. This means that because of pity, you are guaranteed at least one 4-star every 10 wishes and one 5-star every 90 wishes.
Well, yeah, tell that to people that ran fucking Ubers 9,000 times to get the barman shanker. I think it's about time they started working pity systems into games with fucking low drop chance stuff. It's cruel. I've seen people run the same mission 9 trillion times and they never get that drop.
And this means the average probability of receiving a 4-star each wish ends up being 13%, with 5 stars being 1.6%. This comes to an average of one 5-star every 62.5 wishes, and I'm sorry if this seems like a lot of information to take in, but we are far from done. Each wish costs 160 Primogems. Therefore, the average cost in Primogems for one 4-star is 1,230.77, and for a 5-star, it's 10,000. The monthly pass costs $5 and gives 3,000 Primogems, spread out over 30 days. Through this, we could propose...
Wait, you need 10,000 to get a 5-star? So you gotta pay $5 every month for 3 months just to get enough Primo to get a 5-star pool? That's wild, bro.
Is a Primogen value per dollar, which would be 600, meaning the average cost per 4-star is $2, and per 5-star it's $16.7. However, and there will be many howevers, so prepare yourself. However, the monthly pass gives a set amount of Primogens, and you can only buy one pass per month. If you wanted more Primogens, you'd need to buy them directly, where the exact cost can vary, and there are first-time buyer bonuses, but excluding the first-time bonus, the best rate would be $100 for 8,080 Primogems. This gives us a Primogen per dollar value of 80.8, which is considerably less than 600. Our average cost per 4-star with this value is $15.2, and per 5-star is $123.8. So these are our average costs. However, these are the costs per 4 or 5-star, not the cost of specific 4 or 5 stars. So, how do you get a specific character in Genshin Impact? Well, there are 3 different banners you can wish on: a standard banner, a featured weapon banner, and a featured character banner. The standard banner is always the same and contains every 4-star, but only 6 5-star characters out of a total of 16, and that total is increasing with each update. For these other 5-star characters, they appear one at a time on the featured character banner. Whenever you get a character on the featured banner, it has a 50% chance to be the featured character, although anytime you don't get a featured character on that banner, the rate of getting the featured character will increase to 100%, meaning next time it's guaranteed. This means the exact chance to get a featured character in a sample size greater than 1 is... I have no idea. I tried to find out, I really did. All I wanted to know was the average price per specific character after the first 50-50, so I tried to work it out and got lost, and then I started writing down lots of A's and B's where A is success to try to find a pattern. It looked like this, and I got nowhere. I just don't understand this type of probability. I can't find the way to get the number I need. So this is me giving up. Writing this right now is my official surrender. If you are an expert on conditional probability, please send help. I need it on the 31st of July at 7:21 PM. Obviously you would need a time machine, but I'm assuming if you understand this shit, the time machine won't be a problem. Let's just move on and know that however disappointed you are in me, I am more disappointed in myself. But I blame Gacha for my failing. Trying to work out the average cost of a common scenario doesn't make sense to me, and I tried more than I'd like to admit to try to force this to make sense. However, this failure says something. It says understanding the costs involved in this system is too fucking complicated for a normal person. However, we're still not done, because even with the added unknown cost to get a specific 5-star rather than just any 5-star, the costs can still potentially be higher because of constellations. Constellations are small bonuses for each character that are unlocked by getting duplicate versions of that character. There are a total of 6 constellations per character, so you need to get a character 7 times to get everything. Weapons have a similar system, by the way, and it's kind of worse. Anyway, right here is where I wanted to multiply my average cost per specific character by 7 to make a really shockingly large number. I can't do that though, so instead here is a calculation.
This is what I mean by his stuff dragging on. He's just going through his understanding of the system. It's a gacha game, we get it. Let's see what his, on the other hand, argument is.
Gacha has its problems, and a lot of them are quite obvious, but through playing this game I realised that this type of monetization isn't as one-sided as I once thought. So, let me present the other side of the argument. In the West, we pay for games up front. It's how it's always been, but in China that isn't the case. Years of restrictive legislation meant gaming consoles were banned for years, and so free-to-play games became the norm, and it's a norm certain people like. The Western way isn't better just because that's what we're more used to, and there's an inclusivity to free-to-play games that can often be undervalued. Some people can't afford $60 or $70 for a new game, particularly in a country with high wealth inequality, and it's easy for people in the West to forget just how high this value can be to others who might be less fortunate. Free-to-play doesn't exclude these people, and in free-to-play models, what you pay really is a choice. I mean, if you don't enjoy the game, there's no reason to pay anything. In this system, no one can be misled by deceptive marketing or hype into buying a product that doesn't live up to players' expectations. Instead, you play the game first and then decide whether you want to financially support it based on your experience with it. I still prefer to pay upfront for a video game, it's what I'm used to, but I don't think the situation is black and white, and how a monetization system is handled seems far more important than what type of monetization system it is. And as for gacha itself, sure, it does involve a system that's basically gambling, but this isn't exclusive to gacha. Loot boxes are the same, but so are opening packs of cards in something like Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, or Pokemon. When I was young, I opened many a pack of Pokemon cards, and it's the same thing. There's even whale bait by way of shiny cards. You don't need them, but
I disagree. That's false equivalence, because you actually have a physical asset that is a store of value.
People sure wanted them, and they don't exist to improve the game, they exist to make you want to spend more money by tapping into the value of exclusivity while delivering extra dopamine when opening packs. And Pokemon cards are aimed directly at children, even if they were co-opted by YouTubers with too much money on their hands many years later. Anyway, if gacha is a type of gambling, then this isn't something unique to gacha. In fact, even outside of loot boxes and card games, many games deliberately utilize the dopamine rush that comes from getting lucky to make an experience that's more addictive. This is a large part of the appeal of loot-based games like Diablo and World of Warcraft, but it's also a part of games like Team Fortress and Counter-Strike, where luck-based items can even have real monetary value. And if gacha is gambling, it is at least a less extreme form than traditional gambling, because there's no potential to win money, which is what creates situations where people who have lost money have a greater incentive to keep going to try to win back their losses. This is one of the main things that makes gambling dangerous and leads people to being addicted, and this at least doesn't happen in Genshin Impact or other gacha games. Then there are the positive qualities of gacha itself, because whether you like it or not, this genre is popular with many people, and it's not because their entire player bases are compromised of gambling addicts and innocent fools brainwashed by cute anime girls. Of course, there are positive qualities of these games that can be found in many games, including story, character designs, music, and gameplay, but there are things the gacha system creates which aren't common in other games, such as the sense of progression, the sense of value, and the community. The very first character I received from rolling in Genshin Impact was Bennett. A more experienced Genshin player was watching over my shoulder as this happened, and immediately told me this character, the first I'd got, the only non-free-to-play character I had, was terrible. Worst character in the game may have been a phrase that was used, but Bennett was my character. I resolved then to spite this person and the gacha gods by using Bennett for the rest of my Genshin Impact playing life. Worst character, you say? That just means he is the best at being bad. To this day, I have used many characters, and the exact lineups of my party has...
Yeah, unlike MMO systems, the gacha games don't have any catch-up systems.
changed like the weather.
Because then that would make people pay less money.
But Bennett has never been removed. He is the one constant, the only constant, in my time with this game. And the greatest part of all was, Bennett is not the worst character in the game. That was a lie, told to try to take advantage of my then ignorance to trick me into thinking I'd been unlucky. Bennett is actually amazing. He brings lots of healing, plus a noticeable damage boost through his ultimate, and the way his healing scales means you can still build for damage without sacrificing much healing. And his fire affinity makes him fit into almost any party effortlessly. He basically has it all. Well, except for an interesting story. Actually, he doesn't even have a real story, he's not important enough. He also has a rather boring character design. Kind of an annoying personality too, now that I think about it, but none of that ever mattered to me. Bennett was my character, and that was all it took to make him the best character. Sorry, Ayaka, you can dance all night long. My loyalty will always be with my boy, Ben. I have a certain level of attachment to most of the characters I use, and it's because characters are not given freely that I have come to appreciate them. I never would have formed an attachment to Bennett if he was just one of many characters I had available shortly after starting the game. But it's not just attachment that this acquisition method creates. My most played single-player game in the last couple years is Slay the Spire. It's a roguelite deck-building card game that's heavily skill-based, but the skill involved isn't really about the core gameplay. Most battles are quite straightforward. Instead, the skill comes from a series of small choices you make about which card to add to your deck after each fight. You need to understand the inherent value of cards to add the best ones, but even more than that, you need to understand the specific value these cards have relative to your current situation. In a traditional card game, you can build an exact deck where you choose every card in it and everything perfectly synergizes together. But you can never do this in Slay the Spire. Instead, every single run is about learning to make do with what you're given, and that's why this game is so fun despite its relatively simple gameplay and structure. Slay the Spire was not a game I expected Genshin Impact to remind me of, but it did. Gacha games are a bit like a really ridiculously long single run in a roguelike game, and if you don't learn to make do with what you're given, you won't be as successful. If there is one important skill in Genshin Impact, it's not anything to do with combat. Sure, combat does have some skill-based factors, particularly with knowing enemy attacks and avoiding them, and understanding and executing specific combos, but if you want skill-based action gameplay, you should look elsewhere. Instead, the real skill of Genshin Impact is resource management. There are many progression systems and you're always limited in what you have, whether that's characters, weapons, gold, energy, or time. In the face of such regular limitations, you're forced to constantly prioritize. Do you want to level this character or that one? Will rolling for this new character help you out, or is it better to wait for the next one? Are those last few expensive levels you could increase actually worth it? Should you spend resin on talent or artifacts or something else? You can pay money to help with these limitations, which is particularly true in the case of a second monthly pass called the Battle Pass, which costs $10 for 6 weeks, and is another way this game tries to persuade you to spend money even when it's not actually needed. But no matter how much money you spend, you can never remove the limitations. In fact, the more characters you have, the harder it can be to level them up or make the right decisions, particularly if you're constantly getting new characters which are replacing old characters you have already invested resources into. In this way, paying money can actually put players at a disadvantage if you aren't skillful enough at resource management. You could even say Genshin Impact is pay to lose. Most people would think that's a stupid thing to say, but it's not stupid to me. It's like how the bigger your house is, the more expensive its upkeep becomes. Sometimes less is more. Roguelites get much of their enjoyment from creating variables outside the player's control that players are then forced to react to. Gacha games share this quality, and just as I received many hours of enjoyment from trying to make do with what I was given in Slay the Spire, so too did I take a certain level of enjoyment from deciding how best to spend my resources in Genshin Impact. By making the right decisions, I felt like I was mastering these progression systems, and this is something players have to work out for themselves. You can go look up guides online about which are the best characters or strongest parties, and there are many videos and tier lists that try to provide this information, but you can't just copy these guides because you won't have exactly what's needed to do so. Instead, you're basically forced to work with what you have. For example, I once got a 5-star bow from the standard banner. This could be considered lucky, but I considered it unlucky because it was my first 5-star and I wanted a character. Still, sometimes you have to make your own luck. So, in response, I made the first 5-star character I focused on rolling for a bow user. This character isn't considered very strong for a 5-star, but I had a good weapon for them, plus other characters leveled up who would synergize well with them, plus a need for a water affinity character. This is me saying I chose Tartaglia over Hu Tao, and I consider this the right decision. I did get a 5-star spear too, actually, and Hu Tao is considered one of the very best characters in the game, so maybe it actually wasn't the right decision, but it was the right decision at the time, and I would never want Hu Tao over Tartaglia, because Tartaglia is mine, and I care for my characters. Gacha can be fun, for reasons that have Before playing Genshin Impact, I thought gacha was evil. Not in a despotic dictator committing war crimes kind of way, but in a casual, more insidious manner. I thought these games were a corrupting force within the industry that had the potential to cause great harm to their player bases, and Genshin Impact would be the worst of all in how it sought to bridge the gap towards traditional single-player games while
Sounds like somebody who's been corrupted by Genshin Impact. Sounds like something they would say.
exposing entirely new audiences to these corrupting practices. I don't believe this to be true anymore, however, and there should be an obvious lesson here, which is to be careful about what conclusions you draw about that which you don't really understand. Genshin Impact is a good game. It has some of the most enjoyable exploration I've ever experienced, and a sky-high level of polish that stretches across its many hours of game time. Its world is beautiful, and the idyllic atmosphere it creates is unrivaled. One of the most important questions I had when playing and then later evaluating this game was whether Genshin Impact would be a better game without the gacha elements. I've argued so far that gacha isn't black and white and that there are positives and negatives to this system, but yeah, no shit, there are always two sides to every story, and that doesn't mean one side isn't more correct. So, would Genshin Impact be a better game without the gacha? Well, yeah, there is at least the potential for the talent behind this game to have created something better if they didn't include any gacha elements. But it may not have been easy to do this without losing some of Genshin's positive qualities, and the game it would result in may not have been as enjoyable to the audience who currently enjoys it. And it wouldn't make as much money. And the subject of money does matter. miHoYo began as 3 students at university who just liked anime and games and wanted to make their own. They now employ over 2,400 people. Their first title was a simple 2D one-button game, and each subsequent title has been more ambitious than the last. The money they've made through each game has clearly been reinvested in the company, which has resulted in more games. This is where Genshin Impact came from. It's how a game of this level of quality was made possible by a largely unknown developer, and the money Genshin Impact makes might be used to make something even better in the future. It may also be reinvested back into Genshin Impact itself to create more high-quality content for this game's player base. The most recent update is 2.0, which added the brand new region of Inazuma. It is fantastic, featuring some of the best open-world content within the game and a much more engaging storyline than anything which preceded it. Inazuma has a different feeling than the last 2 regions. It's a storm in the night, dark and deadly, long stretches of somber rain that are interrupted by violent flashes of lightning. That sense of melancholy mixed with violence can be found in every part of this region's design. You feel it in the Civil War-focused main story, in the surprisingly sad side quests, in the soundtrack, in the visuals of its environments that combine natural beauty with decay, and in the mechanical aspects of the exploration, where lightning acts as an unseen threat from the sky, and special zones damage you over time, forcing you to have to frequently find shelter. Even the weather here seems to be hunting you down, as if to tell you you're not welcome. Inazuma is a thematically cohesive experience that subverts the idyllicism of the rest of the game to create something new and dangerous. The main story also feels like it has finally matured. It still has the problem of too much time being wasted with uninteresting NPCs, particularly during its start, but after this you're introduced to the region's complicated political landscape, which the player is pulled into against their wishes, and before you know it, the story is moving along with real dramatic tension, until it just stops. Inazuma is not finished. There are more regions to be released, and its story is only half told, but so far it's been a real improvement on the already good base game. There have been 7 major updates in the 10 or so months since Genshin Impact first released, which have continued the main story while adding 5 new areas to explore, with the next update promising another 2. Some players may still feel there should have been more content released for a game so wildly successful, but some players will always expect more, and what has been released has been high quality. I imagine Genshin will continue to be updated for a long time to come, and if this level of quality is maintained,
It's not on Steam. How can you have a video game that's successful and it's not on Steam? I'm just kidding.
makes for another reason in the gacha system's favour. Money can be reinvested back into the game in a way that benefits all players. So, to draw any real conclusion about Genshin Impact, perhaps you have to admit that it will depend on the individual player. There are reasons someone might want to avoid this game. Some people don't wish to play games made in China due to the actions of the Chinese government. Some people don't want to play free-to-play games. Some people might just find anime tropes annoying. These are all valid reasons if that's your opinion. And there are, of course, people who, whether due to personal circumstances or individual psychology, are just more vulnerable to the negative aspects of this kind of monetization. And while I wouldn't suggest that such people shouldn't be free to do as they please with their money, it is important that all people are aware there is some level of risk here, as with other potentially dangerous things in life, like alcohol, unhealthy food, and other forms of gambling. And maybe this means there should be regulation for this type of game to make sure this risk is made clear for potential players, as we see with other potentially dangerous things. The irony here is that the people who are most vulnerable might be the same people who would most enjoy the game, up until the moment they don't. Gambling addicts start as people who enjoy gambling, and the more you like Genshin Impact, the more incentive you have to spend money on it. You also need to consider that for everything said in this video, I might be biased, because I am not that person. I don't have an addictive personality, I also don't enjoy gambling and never have, and I don't even enjoy collecting things. I much prefer to just appreciate what I have. I think I was like this even as a child. I remember I didn't want to collect all the Pokemon because why do I need them all when you only use 6? Collecting them for the sake of collecting them just seemed sad to 7-year-old me. I didn't want to trap these creatures in a pocket dimension of nothingness for eternity just to tick a box on a Pokédex. I guess this opinion on Pokemon wasn't normal for a child. If it was, they did not create a good slogan for that series. But if you wanted to catch them all, maybe you would have a different outlook.
This is why I'm learning Unreal Engine. You're just gonna have to make the game I want to play.
On acquiring characters and spending money in Genshin Impact than I do. Still, the best way to think about Genshin Impact might be to think of it in terms of an investment. And this also brings me to the final and largest problem I have with this game. You could think of every game as an investment. You put in money and time, and get out enjoyment. As you probably don't enjoy every game you play, some games will be bad investments, but where other games might ask for $60 and 15 hours of your time, Genshin Impact is potentially a much larger investment, meaning if that investment does turn bad, your loss could be much greater. The real problem with Genshin Impact then is that players might not realize it's a bad investment until they're already heavily invested. If you spend $1,460 to get a 6 constellation 5-star character, it might be fun in the moment when you're rolling, and you might get some enjoyment from using this character in game. But how many people would actually get $1,460 worth of enjoyment? My guess is almost none, because no matter how rich you might be...
Okay, alright, you've made your point. Let's see what else you got. The entire history of JRPGs. Maybe. I like the entire history. Ooh, the entire history of RPGs. Ooh, there's a difference. He does just RPGs here, and then JRPGs there. I suppose they need to be separated. I don't think you can mention one without mentioning the other, though. And he did a review of Total War and Warhammer 3 and Immortal Empires review. So that's cool. And then Elden Ring is disappointed. Now that's a hot take. And he says here that Dark Souls is underrated. I never played Dark Souls when it came out. A lot of people asked me to. I never got into it. How to save the MMO genre. This looks like it was coming out around the time World of Warcraft, like vanilla experience, was trying to be a thing. That's how you know Blizzard's gone downhill, where they're just re-releasing their old stuff like Hollywood, sadly. It's yeah. What's the expression? You either die young or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Mass Effect Trilogy review and analysis. Now that, I don't know if I want to watch 3 hours of Mass Effect, but I bet that's pretty good. I would really like to see how he covers the controversy at the end where EA basically just, lied to everybody and took their money because they said your choices in the previous games were going to matter. The whole time, that was like the selling point, and then after they got everybody's money and they got to the end of the game, it was just some low effort bullshit, and they got away with it. And here he's analyzed all of Elder Scrolls. He's got it across 3 different episodes. I think we'll watch another one of these, and I might do some writing. I'm been a little out of it today. I'm happy that we got the job hunting done, and that we got the exercise done, and I am content to just hang out with y'all and relax and watch some of these documentaries. I need to rest my mind today, I guess. I guess I'm just stressed out from the job hunt and all that kind of stuff. Alright, well, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer or anything. We're having a good time. We're getting some stuff done. Mountain Blade War Band retrospective. Oh man, he's been active for a long time. Look at this stuff. He's been releasing long form stuff 6 years ago now. He reviewed Kenshin. He seems like the type. The Outer Worlds critique. Now this would probably be interesting. A good in-depth look at Lovecraftian video games. He'll probably talk about Alone in the Dark. At least. This is interesting. Let's check this out. I like this premise. And the quote here says, "The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die." Those are some great quotes. From H.P. Lovecraft, the man himself.
The fear of the unknown, the mercy of ignorance, and existential dread. There's an appeal to Lovecraft that's hard to deny. An ability to get under the reader's skin and transport their imagination to places both disturbing and fascinating. Over the years, the works of Howard Phillips Lovecraft have grown in popularity and gone on to cast a long shadow over many facets of popular culture. From Lovecraft conventions to cute Cthulhu merchandise, it seems many people just can't get enough of the Lovecraftian. And there have been many new pieces of work that have drawn inspiration from and continued the legacy of Lovecraft himself. Ultimately, the works of H.P. Lovecraft haven't just spawned their own horror subgenre, they've become a major part of pop culture.
Hold on, I happen to be a Nicolas Cage fan. Lovecraft movie trailer. Okay, here we go. He's a phenomenal actor. I think as long as he's cast correctly, he makes the movie. He can be cast in the wrong roles, and it happens quite often if you ask me. But there's other roles where he just nailed, like Renfield, where he get to play Dracula. He made the movie. He's okay. So I've never even heard of this movie. Elijah Wood produced it. Excellent. Nicolas Cage is still working, it looks like. Elijah Wood's given Nicolas Cage work. That's cool. It released back in 2019. It had a budget of 6 to 12 million. Yeah, all of that went to Nicolas Cage. And it only made $1 million at the box office. It looks like it only made $1 million at the box office. It looks like they tried to make a low budget horror film, because that's where your 6 to 12 million came from. Typically, you can do something better than that. Like you hope to spend 6 to 12 million, and you hope to pull in like 20, 40, 60 if you're lucky. That's how Hollywood used to really make its bread and butter. It's kind of becoming a lost art of making a low budget film like that and being successful. It gave me an idea for like my own short film. Like imagine making a video of like the meteor landing, and then,
never seen before.
you make it in the Command and Conquer universe, and Tiberium starts growing, and the local farmers and stuff have to start dealing with it. Then GDI show up, and then this would be an amazing premise if it was in the Command and Conquer world, and you did it with Tiberium instead, and you had like how it started affecting people and changing. I'd watch that movie. Give me $6 million, I'll make that movie.
Looks like a...
And perhaps no medium makes that more obvious than video games. You don't have to look far to find Lovecraftian elements or entities in popular games. Lovecraftian creatures are pretty much a staple in most high fantasy settings, from multiple enemies in Dungeons & Dragons, to everything about the old gods in World of Warcraft, to some of the Daedric princes in the Elder Scrolls, or Dagon and the Vodyanoi in The Witcher. And it doesn't stop there. Games like XCOM, Fallout, Quake, League of Legends, Terraria, and many more all either feature multiple references to or take heavy inspiration from the works of H.P. Lovecraft. But this video isn't about games with Lovecraftian elements, it's about those games that take things a whole step further. Games which either describe themselves as Lovecraftian or have been wildly described by others as such, and which, by design, have tried to deliver specifically Lovecraftian experiences. This deep dive into the world of Lovecraftian video games will look at most of the best known Lovecraftian games out there and a few of the lesser known, and in doing so, try to answer a simple question. Why aren't there more successful Lovecraftian video games? Because there is clearly an audience. It seems pretty obvious that there are lots of people that play video games who either like the works of H.P. Lovecraft or just enjoy Lovecraftian ideas and concepts. You hear people who play games say all the time that they're fans of Lovecraftian horror. Game reviewers often praise Lovecraftian elements just by virtue of their inclusion. Any new Lovecraftian game that's announced always gets a decent amount of hype just because people are so eager for Lovecraftian games, and older Lovecraftian games often enjoy a cult following. There are lots of people out there that want more Lovecraftian games, so where are they? There seems to be two common answers to this. Firstly, that games, as a medium, are bad at telling Lovecraftian stories, either because of their desire to be power fantasies, or because games are a visual medium that can struggle to depict certain Lovecraftian things. The second answer is that the creators of these Lovecraftian video games just...
Now that's a good answer. Lovecraftian is as much a feeling and an atmosphere as it is, story plot lines and tentacle monsters.
Just don't understand Lovecraft or Lovecraftian horror and so fail to do it justice. But the thing is, I don't find either of these answers very satisfying. The first is something I reject entirely, and the second seems overly simplistic. But I suppose that is a discussion which will have to wait until a bit later, because if there is one thing that I can't disagree with, it is, unfortunately, that there really aren't that many good Lovecraftian games out there. And having played so many of these games recently in preparation for this video, that's been made more obvious to me than ever. But there is still a lot that can be learnt by looking at these games, and so join me as we delve into the abyss of eldritch abominations, cyclopean nightmares, and indescribable cliches, to look at where these games have went right and where they've went wrong, and maybe see what lessons can be taken away for the future. But before we truly get underway, a quick note on spoilers. This video will look at a range of games, the most prominent of which are shown on the screen now, and because I will be covering a range of games, I'll do my best to keep things spoiler free, but you should still be aware that there may be some minor plot details that might be revealed over the course of this journey. Anyway, to start things off, two modern games with a lot in common, which make for a great double feature of pure mediocrity. Cast your mind back to the summer of 2018, and the gaming future looked pretty promising for Lovecraft fans, with not one, but two upcoming full-length standalone Lovecraft-themed adventures. Probability-wise, it seemed like fairly good odds that at least one of these might actually be good. But alas, it was not to be. Cyanide's Call of Cthulhu and Frogware's The Sinking City are not very good games. Each is riddled with its own technical and gameplay related problems that bring the experience down, although it should be made clear that despite many similarities, gameplay wise these two titles are quite different. Call of Cthulhu is relatively short and largely linear. A few light stealth and puzzle sections break up what is otherwise a pure walking simulator, and what actual gameplay there is simplistic and unengaging, with the few shooting sections feeling so poorly executed, it's a wonder they were actually left in the game. Call of Cthulhu's main selling point is its light RPG elements, and the choices the player is allowed to make in what skills they choose to level up, and what dialogue options they choose in conversations. This sounds great on paper, and Call of Cthulhu even uses some of the systems of Chaosium's popular pen and paper role-playing game of the same name. But don't be misled. The RPG elements provide little more than an illusion of choice, with both what you choose to level up and what you choose during dialogue sections playing almost no role in how things actually play out. The best case scenario is you don't realise just how shallow these systems actually are, and so can get some enjoyment from thinking you're making choices that matter. But if you do look a little closer, Call of Cthulhu's flimsy facade of player choice quickly crumbles. As for the presentation, it's probably one of the game's stronger aspects.
This is what I mean. He's pretty much made his case. We're just gonna skip ahead.
Lovecraftian, but it's to a fault. They're so busy shoving every Lovecraftian element they can think of into the mix, but there's no room left for actual creativity, and no attention given to genuinely decent storytelling. Because it should also be said that both games' stories are a mess, with major characters or plot points being introduced that later seem to just be forgotten, and with endings that are exactly what you expect them to be, just a whole lot less satisfying. In the end, the most accurate description of Call of Cthulhu and the Sinking City is Lovecraftian fan service. Both games seem to overcompensate for their many shortcomings by trying as hard as possible to throw in things they think Lovecraft fans like, but, as my grandmother used to say, too many tentacles spoil the broth. And the thing is, if a jumbled mess of Lovecraftian fan service is all you're after, well, it was done better before, back in 2006. In many ways, Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth sets a low bar. For the most part, it's a dated first-person shooter with clunky stealth, bad gunplay, overly long and empty level design, and terrible AI. The story isn't exactly good either. Once more, you take the reins of a Boston-based detective who takes the wrong case. Dark Corners of the Earth starts off as a kind of retelling of the well-known Lovecraft story, The Shadow over Innsmouth, before the need for first-person shooting turns it into a kind of Lovecraftian Rambo. Then you meet and get tortured by J. Edgar Hoover, who recruits you to go explore a factory where you fight a Shoggoth, and you then end up on a boat and have a gunfight with Dagon, and after that things start to really get wild. So, if not for the story, why is Dark Corners of the Earth better than the previously mentioned games? Well, it's because despite its many flaws, there are some things it does really well, like the entire opening segment where you explore Innsmouth. Not only is this recreation of the run-down harbour town faithful to its source material, it also manages to capture its defining, unwelcoming atmosphere without becoming too over the top to the point it feels like parody. Dark Corners of the Earth's Innsmouth is unsettling. The player is dropped into the centre of town and left to puzzle out their own way amidst the constant scrutiny of the locals. The feeling of being an outsider is pervasive, and signs that something sinister waits around every corner leads to a slow building of tension that culminates in an adrenaline-pumping chase across rooftops as your position as outsider shifts to intruder, and your hunt for answers ends with you being the one hunted. If you've never read or heard of Lovecraft before in your life, this is a fun and effective introduction to the game's setting that can easily create a real sense of unease and dread in the player. And if you are familiar with the story this section is based upon, it's a delightfully indulgent adventure which comes as close as you will get to allowing you to play and therefore experience for yourself what it's like to be inside an H.P. Lovecraft story. There's little about this that's breaking new ground. It is, at its core, a kind of fan service, but it's the satisfying kind that doesn't pretend to be any more than what it is. And as for the other things, the boss fights with great old ones, or the hordes of cultists and monsters you mow down over the course of the game, well, they are a problem. In fact, every YouTube video or games media article that's popped up over the years to complain about how games just don't get Lovecraft may as well have been specifically talking about Dark Corners of the Earth, because not only is it guilty as charged, it's also one of the only serious games where you actually do fight large Lovecraftian monsters in arcadey boss fights, and I'm not going to deny that it is pretty dumb. You see, the purpose of entities like Dagon, and even more so your Cthulhus, is that they are big and mysterious and scary, and that humans seem insignificant by comparison. So if these creatures do just pop up as boss fights where they act as obstacles in your path to be swatted away, it goes directly against their main purpose and undermines many of the themes that Lovecraft's stories tried so hard to evoke. The fact that Dark Corners of the Earth uses actual creatures created by Lovecraft himself makes this even more egregious. If you take your Lovecraft lore seriously enough, this is no mere faux pas, it's more akin to sacrilege. But we should be clear about the reason this game is the way it is, which is that it came out in 2006, and that was a time when full-priced games weren't allowed to call themselves narrative experiences and get away with not having any actual gameplay. Dark Corners of the Earth wasn't always envisioned as a straight-up first-person shooter. Originally it featured more RPG elements with a non-linear story and deeper investigations, but as with many a game, the combination of low budget and not enough time led to revisions and, ultimately, the end product we see today, where levels are filled with enemies needing to be shot down just to give the player something to do, and, as was fashionable for the time, lackluster boss fights were inserted to try to create some kind of gameplay set piece that might temporarily distract players and critics away from the game's other failings. As for the idea that games are inherently power fantasies and that combat should always be avoided in a Lovecraftian game, well, that's not necessarily true. Just because this is something Dark Corners of the Earth does. The rise of the indie gaming scene has led to many breakout success stories of developers stepping up to cater to audiences previously unsatisfied. So, with lots of gaming fans hungry for more Lovecraft, it would seem to be a perfect match. In this section of the video, we'll look at 4 different indie games, each undeniably Lovecraftian and each successful in their own way. The first of which is the short and largely linear, narrative-focused walking simulator, Skyrim. Much like the earlier segments of Dark Corners of the Earth, Skyrim takes a specific Lovecraft story to retell in its own way. This time it is thankfully not the overly used Shadow over Innsmouth, but rather another well-known story, At the Mountains of Madness, which follows the chilling discoveries of a scientific expedition that unearths an ancient ruin hidden among a mountain range in the Antarctic. In Skyrim, you play as one member of this expedition, who awakens to find the research base deserted and journeys into the ruin in search of answers. While the gameplay is limited to walking forwards and occasionally solving the odd puzzle, Skyrim at least succeeds in having a more limited focus than the games we've looked at already. It doesn't try to be as many different Lovecraftian things as possible, and it doesn't get bogged down worrying about how to combine its Lovecraftian setting with mismatched gameplay. And so your descent into this otherworldly ruin feels atmospheric, and the feeling of getting to walk through and experience something straight out of one of Lovecraft's novellas is appreciated. Unfortunately, a narrative-focused game lives and dies by the quality of its story, and Skyrim ends up falling a bit short of expectations. It does deserve credit for breaking away from its source material to do its own thing, and things do get pretty weird, but in the end the conclusion feels confusing and unsatisfying. The story is left feeling underexplained, and any weight the ending is meant to carry feels unearned, with the player having little actual attachment to either the main characters or the events that are meant to have played out. So, on the one hand, while Skyrim suggests that a shorter and more focused Lovecraftian narrative experience has the potential to work well, it also happens to be the case that this particular example ends up feeling a little unimpressive. Up next, we have The Last Door, an episodic pixel art point-and-click adventure game kickstarted on a modest budget way back in 2012. The Last Door takes heavy inspiration from the works of H.P. Lovecraft as well as Edgar Allan Poe, and was commercially successful enough to get a second season. The plot revolves around a group of childhood friends' seemingly innocent search for knowledge that takes a tragic turn. The graphics are basic, even by pixel art standards. Voice acting is non-existent, and the gameplay is much like any other old-school adventure game. But don't let that fool you. The Last Door proves that less really can be more. take a look at the game's first scene that serves as a mini tutorial teaching you the basics of control and gameplay. What The Last Door lacks in graphical finesse, it makes up for in style and direction, with clever use of music and sound effects doing a lot of the heavy lifting in creating a constant sense of...
He did a really good job of just letting that scene unfold. Very well edited.
...foreboding that gradually builds tension. The minimalistic graphics leave plenty of room for your imagination to do the rest of the work, and the slow, investigative gameplay really draws you into this unsettling mystery. For a point-and-click adventure game, the gameplay is pretty good. Although, if you play both Season 1 and Season 2 back to back, it's easy to start to get tired of the same drawn-out gameplay of wandering around and endlessly clicking and combining every item you find to try to progress things along. There's also nothing new Season 2 adds in terms of gameplay, and some of the effective tricks the game uses so cleverly to build atmosphere start to feel a bit stale. But without Season 2 there's no kind of narrative conclusion, so enjoying just Season 1 as a standalone game doesn't work all that well either. But despite this issue with length and pacing, The Last Door is a good game. And what's more, for probably the first time in this video, The Last Door is also a good horror game. There's just one problem. If The Last Door is a game that's clearly inspired by both Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe, well, it's the Poe side of the game that's really good. Things do take a very Lovecraftian turn later on, but this is probably the weakest part of the experience, and the horror that The Last Door uses so effectively isn't very often Lovecraftian horror. I mean, it is somewhat psychological, it's unsettling, it gets under your skin, but it's not exactly existential, and it's certainly not cosmic, more macabre and surreal. Then again, things do take a clear Lovecraftian turn later on, with questions raised about the nature of reality and the consequences to the pursuit of truth. But even then, these questions feel more like they come from a place of post-Enlightenment rationalism that feels somewhat divorced to the more inescapable and hopeless cynicism of Lovecraft. So The Last Door is a good horror game. It might be going a little bit too far to say that it's a good horror game despite its Lovecraftian elements, but I certainly wouldn't say it's a good horror game because of its Lovecraftian elements. Still, the presentation of The Last Door certainly has its advantages to any Lovecraftian storyteller. To show you what I mean, let's return to the 2018 Call of Cthulhu. At the very beginning of the game, the protagonist examines a painting. He comments on its strange beauty and how it fills him with dread. And stuff like this happens quite often in Call of Cthulhu and the Sinking City, where you're playing as a detective who frequently examines and monologues about various things. H.P. Lovecraft was quite a descriptive author, so this is very reminiscent of his writing style, where many things were described as hideous or as making one feel uneasy or faint, and so on. But this style of writing only works because you, the reader, have no reason to doubt these descriptions. In a game where they are represented visually, things are a bit different. You can see them yourself and so can come to your own conclusions. Let's go back to that painting. Do you feel this is strangely beautiful? Does it fill you with dread? Because to me, this painting looks silly, like it's trying way too hard and its style doesn't fit the setting. So that makes a clear disconnect between what the player feels and what their character feels, and when moments like this happen regularly, there's a problem. It's that previously mentioned problem of how to do Lovecraft right in a visual medium such as video games. You can't just adopt the same style and strategy that a book can, because this isn't a book. But in The Last Door, where everything is represented with minimal details, stuff like this works perfectly. So if a game developer did want to mimic the descriptive style of Lovecraft, there is a way. Don't show everything, just show enough and leave the rest to the player's imagination. We'll look at another game that is a great example of this later, but for now, let's look at another Lovecraftian indie game that is perhaps a bit better known than the two covered already. Darkest Dungeon is one of those games whose reputations precede it. Known for its high difficulty and punishing gameplay that combines the high stakes of permadeath with a healthy side of RNG, Darkest Dungeon is a turn-based, grind-heavy dungeon crawler that achieved a lot of popularity, particularly with Twitch audiences.
That's fine as long as you give me one more fucking hit. Find it in no short supply. Don't do it! Fuck! Regroup. Fuck! Fuck! Is timeless after all.
It's also a bit different to every other game so far, in the sense that it's not a game that prioritizes narrative over gameplay. Instead, Darkest Dungeon's main appeal lies in its gameplay systems, with its overall premise being fairly simple and its lore, while interesting, being placed firmly in the background. The plot revolves around the player's character inheriting an estate from their ancestor, who had previously excavated the dungeons beneath their land, unearthing some kind of ancient evil in the process. You send parties of hired adventurers, whose bravery and or desire for money far exceeds their common sense, off into the darkness to bring back loot and level up in preparation for taking on the Darkest Dungeon. Over the course of the game, you'll fight plenty of dark fantasy enemies, ranging from your normal selection of undead monsters to eldritch fishmen and tentacled abominations. In that sense, Darkest Dungeon is not so different from Dungeons & Dragons or World of Warcraft, in that it uses Lovecraftian creatures to add to and complement its otherwise fantasy setting. What really sets Darkest Dungeon apart, however, is its atmosphere, tone, and the way in which its themes are reinforced through its gameplay. One of the key parts of Lovecraftian horror is the feeling of helplessness and hopelessness that comes with being confronted by things beyond mortal comprehension, and in the stories of H.P. Lovecraft, mankind's fragility and vulnerability are laid bare, often leading to devastating consequences for those involved. Now compare that to Darkest Dungeon. Humanity is depicted as inconsequential in quite a literal way. You hire disposable humans who are sent off to die and be replaced with little regard, emphasizing how small human life is compared to the ever-present creeping horror that infests these lands. These disposable humans are the heroes of the story, and their fallibility is always a central focus thanks to the affliction system. whereby characters accrue stress gradually through time spent in dungeons, which leads to them potentially having breakdowns mid-fight. The mortality of these humans is also hard to avoid, as the potential of a permanent death lurks around every corner. In Darkest Dungeon, humanity is presented as weak. Human life is insignificant, and fighting creatures of horror has very real and serious consequences. The sense of dread and despair is ever present, reinforced by both the mechanical and stylistic design choices the game makes. Even the incredibly enjoyable narration of the game has a slightly Lovecraftian feel to it, with its antiquated use of language and sheer verbosity. So, while Darkest Dungeon is not solely a Lovecraftian game, it incorporates several themes and Lovecraftian elements which are conveyed by gameplay as well as story to great success. And maybe that's part of why the Darkest Dungeon is such a good take on Lovecraft. Because being Lovecraftian isn't its sole focus, it means the Lovecraftian elements don't have to do all the heavy lifting on their own. Instead, these Lovecraftian aspects are able to nestle comfortably amidst its gothic and dark fantasy setting, where they can be used effectively and selectively to produce a feeling of atmosphere few games can match. Darkest Dungeon isn't a horror game, but it still might be one of the best examples of Lovecraftian horror out there. The next game we have to look at is even less of a horror game. Released in 2015, Sunless Sea isn't an easy game to explain. It's a story-rich, exploration-based sort of roguelite where you take the helm of a Z captain to navigate the world of Fallen London, a Victorian-era alternative universe where London has sunk beneath the Earth's surface to sit amidst the vast underground ocean of weirdness known as the Undersea. There is a gameplay side to Sunless Sea, with you manually navigating your ship, engaging in basic combat with the Z's other inhabitants, and with quite involved resource management going on. Still, the bulk of the game really revolves around reading. You travel the Z, docking at different ports where you can read about what's going on and participate in events. This leads you to gain or lose certain resources and, most importantly, increases your knowledge. This includes knowledge of what the hell you're actually meant to do in this game, which is initially not explained at all, making this a very confusing game for new players. But it also includes knowledge as a resource in a variety of different forms that you can use to make money or trade for other things. Outside of fuel and supplies, most of what you do trade in Sunless Sea is information, which is represented as defined objects you currently possess. Secrets, tales of terror, recent news, etc. The more, the better, and that makes for a pretty big difference to the norm in Lovecraftian stories where knowledge is dangerous and undesirable. So why is Sunless Sea in this video? Well, it needs to be acknowledged that different people like Lovecraft for different reasons. For some, it's the horror, the lingering unease behind the ideas these stories present, whereas others might be fans of Lovecraft primarily as an author, for his prose and writing style. But for a certain subset of Lovecraftian fans, it's probably more to do with the lore, the variety of inventive creatures, great ones and elder things existing in some kind of weird shared universe. For some, it's this actual mythos, and discovering the details behind it that make up the main appeal, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can be a fan of something for whatever reason you want. The Cthulhu mythos is weird and creative, and maybe that's what draws you to it. And if that is the case, then Sunless Sea might have a lot to offer. It's something new that is weird and wonderful and just waiting to be explored. You can never be too sure what to expect with Sunless Sea, and a lot of the flavour of this universe has a distinctly Lovecraftian vibe to it. You can lose your sanity, run away from oversized Z monsters, sacrifice crew members to the gods, develop an addiction to human flesh, and so on. But while there is a terror meter in-game, I would say the weirdness of Sunless Sea is more charming than it is horrifying. On one island, you come across a civilization of feudal guinea pigs fighting a war against an industrializing society of rats. You can choose to get involved and become one faction's hero, and it is a bit silly. But that's on the sea. As the game is largely text-based, it does mean there's really no limit to how weird things can get, and much like The Last Door, this allows your imagination to do a lot of the work, and means the game can include things that would otherwise be too difficult to draw, such as the intangible or absurd. And so, Sunless Sea is bound to appeal to the right kind of Lovecraft fan, but for horror, one is better off looking elsewhere. So let's do that. So far, this video has covered several good Lovecraftian games, and some less good, but it still doesn't feel like we've really found any good examples of true Lovecraftian horror, so maybe we should look specifically at horror games and try to find which game best captures the fear of the unknown. Amnesia: The Dark Descent is a game that has received quite a lot of hate. It's been blamed for killing the survival horror genre and ushering in a new era dominated by jump scares designed for YouTube-friendly compilations. And make no mistake, this is a game that changed the horror landscape. It single-handedly launched the career of people who make more money in a day on YouTube than I will in a lifetime, and led to several other imitators and viral horror sensations. But no matter how much you might dislike Amnesia: The Dark Descent's legacy, you have to admit, this game is pretty good at being scary. In Amnesia, you wake up alone in an abandoned Prussian castle with no recollection of how you got there and only a few cryptic notes to guide you on your way. These notes mention that you're not actually as alone as you may think. In fact, you're being chased by a shadow, and with no way to fight back, you're under no illusions as to who's the predator and who's the prey in this relationship. And that's really all you're initially told. You see, Amnesia may have its share of jump scares and horror cliches, but the start is a slow and suspenseful masterclass of horror that offers only glimpses of the thing pursuing you as you continue your dark descent, with the tension rising and rising until the point where it's almost unbearable. And at that point, your pursuer is let loose. And it is terrifying. At least for the first couple of times. Amnesia doesn't exactly have a large range of tricks up its sleeve, and it's not even remotely able to match the same level of intensity all the way through the experience, but that build up to the first few big scares is the stuff most horror games can only dream of achieving. So you might be wondering how Lovecraft fits in here. Well, if the oldest and strongest kind of fear really is fear of the unknown, it might explain why Amnesia's early sections are so good. You know something is out there, following you, and you're constantly reminded of this, but it's never made clear exactly what it is. So the fear of the unknown builds and builds. And that also explains why later on in the game, when your cadaverous friend has become a familiar face, Amnesia's scares just don't pack the same punch. But is a protracted game of cat and mouse enough to make for good Lovecraftian horror? Well, no, although there is a lot more that is Lovecraftian to Amnesia than just this.
Hey Phoebus, it's been a day, man. I'm sitting here trying to write some more of this essay while we're checking out this documentary. I just got to keep on moving.
Over the course of the game, you will discover more and more notes that fill the player in on what past events have transpired. They involve a story of an archaeological expedition that went into a tomb in Algeria,
Well, I'm redoing the beginning of the essay. I'm trying to introduce the time in which Waterfall was around and how things were still tied to physical media, that kind of stuff. And how it was a lot easier for people to just go to the store, return the box, and get their money back. Why Waterfall made sense at the time, and how
we've got some better options now. So I'm just not happy with how it flows right now. I'm trying different things and see what works.
Covering a mystical orb that induced visions, ultimately leading the protagonist down a rabbit hole that explains how it is he comes to be here. The way this backstory is written is so similar in style to Lovecraft's own writings that it almost feels like it should be a copyright issue. Amnesia's main story also takes a pretty otherworldly turn later on, so sure, this...
Here's an example. When Worlds Collide, the mind triangle of game development. To truly understand why many games launches go wrong, we need to look beyond the methods. Waterfall, Agile, and Scrum, and focus on people, specifically 3 very different kinds of people who define every game product. Imagine a triangle. In each corner sits a force pulling in its own direction. On one corner we have the CEO, the business mind. On the other hand, the game developer, the creative mind, and finally the gamer, the consumer mind. Let's meet them. The CEO sits at the top floor of the office tower, or more likely now joins board meetings via Zoom. Their world is built on deadlines, investor expectations, revenue forecasts, and market trends. They don't care how magical the game world feels if it doesn't ship on time. They ask questions like, what's our release window? Or how does this quarter compare to last year's? To the CEO, a game is a product, not a passion project.
This game can easily be classified as Lovecraftian. But I have to admit, I don't think Amnesia's story is all that good. And this game really might be a good horror game despite its Lovecraftian elements. So I guess it's safe to say this isn't the best example of Lovecraftian horror, as genuinely terrifying as it can be. Still, the fear of the unknown is clearly important, so what other games get this right? Well, it might be time to leave behind the obviously Lovecraftian to look in a more experimental direction. Which brings us to Darkwood, and it should be said, there isn't much about this game that is specifically Lovecraftian. Acid Wizard Studio took their inspiration from other sources, namely David Lynch and the Stagatsky brothers, and it shows. But if you go to Steam and look at popular user-defined tags, and we all know Steam tags are infallible bastions of truth that are never wrong, Lovecraftian does show up here, so I guess I'm not the only one that sees some kind of connection. Darkwood is a cryptic top-down survival horror game set in a bleak Eastern European forest, where things have went more than a little wrong. Darkwood plays like a slow, surreal, and
I am not entertained. I'm sorry. He does a really good job on a lot of things, but that one is not going anywhere. An in-depth look at the romance in video games. I'm scared. I guess let's do history RPGs. We had such great success with history video games. And then maybe we'll check out the Warhammer one.
RPGs are one of the most influential genres in gaming. They include many of the most beloved and acclaimed games ever made, and there aren't many other genres that have been around for this long and been talked about this much. And yet, I don't think most people understand this genre very well. A lot of people don't know where it came from, how it's actually defined, how it changed, what caused those changes, where subgenres emerged, when the genre struggled and when it prospered, what were the biggest series and what happened to them, what games influenced other games, and more. RPG history is complicated. It stretches about 50 years now, and a lot can happen in 50 years. So this video will aim to cover those years, all of them, going from the humblest of beginnings to the troubles of today. And along the way, I hope the RPG genre might make a little bit more sense. There is a lot that can be learned from the history of RPGs, and its lessons still seem relevant today. After all, this is one of the few genres that hasn't simply evolved ever further away from its origins, but has instead often tried to evolve towards its starting point. RPG history still matters to RPGs. It's still shaping the present, and will still play a part in its future. So, let's talk history, starting with origins and definitions. The most common definition of an RPG is a game where you roleplay. But while this is simple and concise, it does have one slight problem, which is that no one ever agrees what exactly role-playing means in the context of video games. What do you mean, someone is probably thinking right now? Role-playing is obvious. It means a game where you play a role. So, I guess a game like Surgeon Simulator, a game about playing the role of a surgeon. Badly. Or Euro Truck Simulator, a game about playing the role of a truck driver.
No, I haven't heard of Scanner Somber. Is there a video I should check out?
Probably also badly. Except these aren't RPGs, so maybe it's about playing the role of a defined character, like in Uncharted, where you play the role of treasure hunter Nathan Drake, or Pac-Man, where you play the role of Mr. Pac-Man. But these also aren't RPGs, so maybe role-playing has to involve you creating your own character, like in The Sims, or Street Fighter 6. Okay, so maybe role-playing needs a character, but you also need to be able to make choices about them that have consequences, like in the Choices Matter genre of games, such as Life is Strange or Telltale's The Walking Dead, which are all about choices that supposedly matter, and yet still aren't RPGs. So, if none of these games count, what exactly does it mean to play a role? Well, not a lot, because technically almost every game involves playing some kind of role, whether you are a cruel and unseen god, or a deranged theme park designer, or the latest generic action hero. As one of the world's most famous role players once wrote, "All the world's a stage, and all men and women are merely players." So, in many ways, we're all playing a role all of the time, and if you disagree, take it up with Shakespeare, and good luck. He's dead. But if playing a role means so little and applies to so much, then clearly a better definition is needed. So let's go back to where the term began, because defining what an RPG isn't that complex, but it does require context. In 1972, Atari made Pong, and with it, the commercial gaming industry was born. But in 1974, a very different game was made that was arguably much more influential. Dungeons & Dragons was created by Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, and it wasn't a video game, but it did have a massive impact on gaming. Inspired by miniature wargames, which both Gygax and Arneson were avid players of, D&D was the first successful RPG of its kind, and it set itself apart from earlier wargames by focusing on players creating and role-playing as individual characters instead of controlling entire armies. One player then took the role of the Dungeon Master to act as a sort of storytelling referee as they worked alongside the other players in a form of collaborative storytelling. This is somewhat similar to what might be seen in other more traditional forms of role-playing, and yet where D&D differed from these was in its use of rules and stats-based systems that were governed by dice rolls, just like in miniature wargames. So basically, D&D took the more abstract concept of creating your own character and playing a role, and combined it with the less abstract rules and statistics of wargaming to create one of the first true role-playing games, or RPGs, of its kind. Many more would follow in D&D's footsteps, including later and quite different editions of D&D itself, but Dungeons & Dragons has always remained the most popular tabletop RPG, and its impact on video games was immediate, with examples of games it inspired showing up in less than a year from its release. And perhaps unsurprisingly, these games took D&D's focus on creating a character that players would play the role of as well as the use of rules, statistics, and dice rolls to govern gameplay, to create the computer RPG genre. Technological limitations and differences between the two mediums meant the way in which computer RPGs did this wasn't quite the same as their inspirations, but there was still a clear intent to replicate their experience and to maintain that core defining aspect of combining a focus on player characters with rules and stats-based gameplay. And this is the part which has remained true over all time periods and across all the very varied subgenres to provide us with the most accurate definition of an RPG as the term is actually used. So, RPGs are games which focus on player characters through features such as character creation, dialogue choices, narrative choice and consequence, and other types of player character expression, and combine this with statistical rules and gameplay, such as experience points and leveling up, character skills and stats, loot progression, and combat involving statistical calculations like hit chance or variations in damage numbers. Still, there are at least some grey areas to even this definition, because while all RPGs focus on player characters, they might do this in different ways, with some characters even being predefined, and RPGs can also feature multiple player characters while still counting as an RPG, as long as the game maintains a smaller, more personal scale like that seen in tabletop RPGs. What's more, what exactly is meant by statistical-based gameplay also isn't always clear, as over time many action RPGs have emerged that place less focus on numbers and decision-making, while non-RPGs have increasingly incorporated statistical elements to include features like increased player retention and money-sucking microtransactions. I mean, to provide players with a greater sense of pride and accomplishment. Still, the best way to understand the differences in gameplay between RPGs and non-RPGs is again to look at the context in which the genre emerged. In the 70s and 80s, arcades ruled the industry, and when consoles arrived, they were designed around and marketed as being like arcades but for the home. Video games of this era were therefore heavily based around the pay-to-play monetization of arcades, meaning they were challenging, replayable, included features like high scores, and most important of all, they aimed to be purely skill-based. Things like numbers, ambiguity, and randomness in gameplay systems would therefore be seen as bad and likely unfair, and instead, skill in these games was derived by mechanical execution, something that was purely in the player's control. Meanwhile, early mainframe and personal computer games had a completely different set of technical limitations, being generally far inferior to the more powerful arcade machines, and they also had none of the quarter-hungry monetization, meaning they were often radically different to their arcade rivals. A lot of the most famous computer games from this era were text-based adventure games, like Colossal Cave Adventure, or Zork, which focused on using text descriptions and player inputs to create vast simulations of virtual worlds for players to explore and adventure through. In these games, mechanical execution barely featured at all, and instead the challenge came from having to solve puzzles and explore virtual spaces, things that tested your brain rather than your fingers. And for early RPGs, that were heavily inspired by Dungeons & Dragons but also by other computer games of the same era, it was through the use of rule systems and numbers that made this decision-making based gameplay possible. Lastly, there is one final piece of the RPG puzzle that helps explain where this genre came from and why it's had such enduring appeal. And it's something I first saw alluded to in Matt Barton and Shane Stack's book, Dungeons and Desktops, which is the role that J.R.R. Tolkien played on the emergence of the RPG genre, not just by influencing Dungeons & Dragons, but also by influencing many computer RPG creators directly, something which can be seen in many early RPG game titles, like Orthanc, Moria, and even Akalabeth, which is a reference to the Silmarillion. Still, Tolkien's influence may go even beyond this, because as fantastic an author as he might have been, there was one thing Tolkien was even better at than writing: world building. Middle-earth set itself apart from so many other fantasy creations through its depth, its attention to detail, and its sense of mythology and history, and Middle-earth left a lasting impression on many of Tolkien's readers, which many early RPG developers clearly were. And so, when these early RPG creators came to make their games, they may have been playing more than just the role of a game developer. They might also have been emulating one of their biggest inspirations by building worlds. This idea of a virtual world that can be explored and adventured in and believed in has been an important and maybe underappreciated part of the RPG genre ever since its inception. And so, role-playing video games are games which were inspired by and descended from Dungeons & Dragons, as well as other tabletop RPGs, and they are games which combine a focus on player characters with statistical gameplay systems, and maybe, just maybe, when everything goes well, and for the right player at the right time, they are games about building worlds for players to adventure and lose themselves within. Which is a nice sentiment, I hear you say, but what was the first RPG? That's always the important question, right? History, much like YouTube comment sections, is really just about who was first anyway, apparently. No one knows. That's the answer. Sorry if it's a bit anticlimactic, but the explanation for why no one knows is pretty interesting. Dungeons & Dragons released in 1974, but this was still 3 years before the arrival of the first successful personal computers, meaning this was before the computer gaming industry even existed. But even though computers hadn't made it into people's homes by this point, they had found their way onto many university campuses in the form of impressively chunky mainframe computers like the PDP-10. And so, as D&D became popular amongst nerdy student types, some of those same nerdy students took it upon themselves to try to digitalize its rules and gameplay.
Yeah, man, the impact of those two guys, like, on the whole gaming world and Western culture, you know, cannot be understated.
These games weren't commercial projects. They didn't make money. They were typically open source and sometimes collaborative and highly iterative in their development. They didn't care all that much about copyright, and often they weren't very well preserved, as playing D&D wasn't exactly what these exorbitantly expensive mainframe computers were bought for, and so the use of them in this way was often restricted or outright prohibited by university staff. Still, even if early developers were limited in these ways, there were good reasons why someone might want to computerize Dungeons & Dragons, even though the tabletop version already existed. For example, a computer RPG can be played by a single person, rather than requiring an entire group. They can also streamline a lot of the rule checking and calculations to speed up gameplay, while significantly lowering the barrier of entry. It's also worth remembering that the Dungeons & Dragons of 1974 was very different from the D&D of later years, and was generally much more basic and undefined, meaning there was plenty of room for alternative interpretations of it. And so, the emergence of computer RPGs makes sense, and many followed. Some of the best known include Rusty Rutherford's Pedit 5, and Weisenhunt and Wood's D&D, all lowercase, not to be confused with the similarly named D&D, all uppercase by Daniel Lawrence. Others from the following years would include Oubliette, Moria, Avatar, Orthanc, and more, many of which have undoubtedly been lost to time. These games tended to be heavily text-based. The graphics they did feature were typically first-person, with dungeons displayed in rudimentary 3D, and they featured a range of RPG elements, often inspired by or copied from Dungeons & Dragons, such as character creation, character stats, leveling up, acquiring new gear, monsters to fight that get progressively stronger further into the game, and an emphasis on dungeons, which are what formed the majority of these games. One surprising feature of some of these early RPGs was multiplayer. Dungeons & Dragons itself was a multiplayer game, and mainframe computers were already connected to university networks, meaning having multiple players in a single game world wasn't too difficult. It was from this that Roy Trubshaw and Richard Bartle would create the first multi-user dungeon in 1978, which was called Multi-User Dungeon, and created the genre of multi-user dungeons, or MUDs, as they would soon come to be known. MUDs combined RPG systems with a text-based adventure in persistent worlds that multiple users could join simultaneously, giving rise to a new highly social experience that would later inspire the creation of the MMO genre, although that is getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Regardless, this wasn't the only offshoot that came from early mainframe RPGs, as in 1980, Michael Toy and Glenn Wickman would create one of the most famous mainframe computer games ever made. Rogue featured turn-based gameplay with a top-down perspective in a grid-based world represented entirely by ASCII characters. Still, its most famous feature was its combination of an entirely procedurally generated world, unique to each playthrough, alongside permadeath, the two things that would help define the rogue-like genre and inspire so many future games. Still, by the start of the 80s, mainframes were no longer the only computers RPG developers had access to, as in 1977, PCs had their first big commercial breakthrough with the arrival of 3 new machines: the Apple II, the Commodore PET, and the TRS-80. These early personal computers weren't cheap. The Apple II launched at just under $1,300, and that's before inflation. These PCs also weren't that powerful, seeing as they weren't designed around the needs of gaming, and had more technological limitations than both mainframe computers and arcade systems. Still, PCs did bring one big advantage, which is that they didn't just allow their owners to play games, they also allowed a whole new audience to make them. This greatly expanded the pool of potential game developers, and it was from this pool that some of the most legendary RPG series soon emerged. Of course, this hobbyist origin does mean that, again, no one knows what was the first RPG developed for the personal computer actually was, but we can identify some of the first commercially successful PC RPGs, like 1979's Temple of Apshai from developer Automated Simulations, which kicked off the Dungeon Quest series and would receive numerous sequels in the following years. It also sold 30,000 copies by June 1982, making it a big hit, which was new ground for the RPG genre. Temple of Apshai starts with a now routine character creation system, before switching to a top-down graphical representation of the dungeon players will spend the game adventuring through. Still, Apshai does reveal a key difference between mainframe and PC RPGs, which is memory limitations. Mainframe computers are famous for giving rise to the text-based adventure genre, and RPGs that followed would likewise feature large amounts of text to communicate their complicated worlds and systems to players. But personal computers didn't have anywhere near the memory needed for so much text, and these memory limitations would play a major role in shaping PC RPGs for many years. This meant early RPGs often placed less emphasis on story than both tabletop RPGs and later computer RPGs, simply because there wasn't enough memory available to include much story without making other major sacrifices. It also meant that a lot of important information needed to play these games was placed in instruction manuals, including tutorials, explanations of gameplay systems, details about a game's setting and plot, and more. In fact, the Temple of Apshai manual even includes detailed descriptions of each possible room the player enters in-game, all 233 of them, detailing smells, sounds, skeletons, stonework, and more. Temple of Apshai was not one of the games I played in preparation for this video, but from this manual I can at least tell you what the Temple of Apshai smelt like, and the answer is vanilla for some reason. Seriously, the smell of vanilla is described 56 times in this manual, which makes me wonder if the reward for getting to the end of the temple is a giant cake or something. Another important RPG from this era came from a young man named Richard Garriott, who began developing games after entering high school on the school's mainframe PDP-11. He was 14 years old at this time. This just happened to be the same year that Dungeons & Dragons released, and the same year that Garriott first read Lord of the Rings, and so he embarked on his own quest to make a version of Dungeons & Dragons for computer, which he titled D&D, uppercase, not to be confused with any of the other D&D uppercases. Garriott would make numerous versions of D&D, which he numbered, but it wouldn't be until D&D 28 that he made his big breakthrough. By this point, it was 1979, and Garriott was in his senior year, where he was also working at the retail store Computerland, giving him access to an Apple II and the programming language BASIC. Garriott eventually persuaded his father to purchase an Apple II for their home, on which Garriott rewrote D&D 28 in BASIC, with the end result being given a new title, Akalabeth, World of Doom. Garriott sold Akalabeth at the Computerland store he worked at for $20. It came inside a Ziploc bag with photocopied instructions and a cover illustration drawn by his mum. But soon a copy would find its way to the California Pacific Computer Company, who contacted Garriott to ask to publish the game for a wider audience, where it sold over 30,000 copies. This made the still teenage Garriott about $150,000, which is not bad for a school side project. Akalabeth was a first-person dungeon crawler that had a simple go to dungeon, kill specific monster, return to quest giver, repeat 10 times structure. The dungeons themselves were procedurally generated, giving each one a different layout, but gameplay itself was simple, as long as you didn't get lost. More impressive was the inclusion of a top-down overworld, something unusual for the time that would soon be greatly expanded in Garriott's next game. Ultima released 2 years later, and would be much more than a teenager's high school project. It's worth keeping in mind here what was happening in the rest of the gaming industry in this period. 1981 was the year that arcade classics like Galaga, Donkey Kong, and Ms. Pac-Man were released, and by all accounts, these were great games. But they weren't worlds. Ultima, on the other hand, depicted a vast, expansive map that players could traverse, complete with multiple different towns and dungeons, creating a sense of freedom and adventure that just wasn't seen in arcade or console games of this era. The graphics had also seen a major upgrade since Akalabeth, thanks to a new tile-based system that was bright, detailed, and much more immersive, but also required little memory thanks to the heavy reuse of repeating tiles. Combat was still simple, however, with it usually involving just walking into enemies repeatedly until they die, as hidden calculations determine how much damage you do and receive. Character creation was also expanded, but still only features 4 races and 4 classes, with 6 stats that players can now distribute their points into freely. The story revolved around stopping the evil wizard Mondain, who wields the Gem of Immortality and keeps being a bit of a dick, with more details provided in the rather impressive manual. Other features are also quite typical of what you might expect from an early RPG. Killing enemies grants XP, allowing players to level up. Gold can be spent to buy better items in towns. And most of the gameplay still involves moving through large procedurally generated dungeons, hoping you don't get lost. A food system, also seen in Akalabeth, does add to the simulation side of the experience, and Ultima does get strangely sci-fi towards the end, with the inclusion of both spaceships and time travel. But the importance of Ultima really lies in the sum of its parts. Much of what Ultima did had been done already by other RPGs, but Ultima did it bigger and better, to create one of the most believable and immersive worlds that had ever been seen in a video game up to this point. In doing this, it launched one of the most influential RPG series of all time, but Ultima wouldn't be the only series that began that year. Wizardry is the yin to Ultima's yang, is what I would say if I thought most people actually knew what yin and yang meant. So instead, perhaps it's best to think of these games like this. If Ultima is about colourful overworlds, then Wizardry is about dark dungeons. If Ultima is about virtue and heroism, then Wizardry is about surviving and winning. And if Ultima is about epic adventures, then Wizardry is about sweaty dungeon crawls, where each step feels like it could be your last. Both series are important, both were influential, and both would evolve in the future, sometimes even seeming to take inspiration from each other. But even from the start, there was something which set these games apart, and that something never really went away. Released in 1981 by developer Certec, the first Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, was created by Andrew Greenberg and Robert Woodhead, both students at Cornell University, who took heavy inspiration from the earlier mainframe RPGs, particularly 1977's Oubliette, and sought to translate these experiences to the less powerful Apple II. Unlike Ultima, Wizardry lacked an overworld. Its graphics used a now familiar first-person perspective with 3D wireframe dungeons, and its story was basic, focusing on entering a dungeon to defeat a wizard and retrieve a powerful amulet, and being once more told almost entirely via the manual. Still, Wizardry made up for all this with the greater depth of its dungeon crawling. In Wizardry, players created a party of 6 characters rather than just one, and its dungeons were designed to ensure players needed a balanced party that included multiple different skills. Meanwhile, character creation offered a little more complexity, with features like advanced classes and alignments. Combat was also a little more tactical, with each party member having a choice of different options each turn, alongside an impressive amount of spells. And dungeons were a little more deadly, featuring many traps, one-hit KO attacks, and a maze-like layout that required players to create hand-drawn maps to successfully navigate it. Most RPGs of this time were technically dungeon crawlers, and dungeons dominated early RPG design, but few games embodied the spirit of dungeon crawling like Wizardry did. I've always felt there's a reason the genre came to be called dungeon crawlers, rather than something more upbeat like dungeon adventures, and it's because these games want to force players onto their hands and knees and make them drag themselves through the dirt to succeed. The fun is in overcoming the challenge the dungeon presents, and the high difficulty ensures strong replayability, even if the rest of the game seems simple. And with Ultima's open world and Wizardry's dungeons, 1981 became the year the RPG genre truly established itself. Personal computers of the era may have been weak. The developers were often young and inexperienced, and these games still lacked key features seen in their tabletop inspirations, but none of these were enough to slow the genre down. Ultima 1 soon surpassed the sales of the already successful Akalabeth, while Wizardry, Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord, was more successful still, selling 200,000 copies in its first 3 years, a massive feat in such a small market. And this was only the beginning.
Hey Templar, welcome to the stream. I'm doing some of the script writing while we check out the history of RPGs. It's turning out to be a pretty good video essay. I'm not sure what the flashes on the screen were, Phoebus, besides the fact that they looked like really old games. And maybe the flash was representing like moving forward a tile or something. Not sure.
The 80s would be a time of rapid growth and experimentation. This was a time when development teams were small and PC gaming was still learning how to be commercial, meaning RPG developers enjoyed a lot of creative freedom as they got to leave their mark on a genre where the rules were still very much being written. And not just by Wizardry and Ultima. Other RPGs like 1982's Telengard from Daniel Lawrence were instead expanded versions of early mainframe RPGs, in this case D&D uppercase, and this is the same D&D uppercase as earlier this time. Telengard is a top-down dungeon crawler with procedurally generated dungeons, yet its gameplay would take place in real time, giving it a rudimentary hack-and-slash style combat. 1982 would also see Jeff McCord's Sword of Fargale, which also focused on top-down procedurally generated dungeon crawling, this time with a basic fog of war and auto-mapping system similar to Rogue. And Dungeons of Daggerath, which provided the first attempt at a real-time first-person dungeon crawler. Still, while the number of successful commercial RPGs was increasing, it would continue to be Ultima and Wizardry that left the clearest mark on the genre, and it didn't take long for both games to receive sequels. Ultima 2: The Revenge of the Enchantress released 1 year after its predecessor and featured enhanced graphics and the new ability to talk to NPCs. Those NPCs didn't always have much to say, but they did provide the player with various hints and show a clear attempt to both make the game world feel more lived in and to craft an experience that was about more than just dungeons. Ultima 2 would also introduce a greater emphasis on time travel, with portals now randomly appearing on the overworld that could take players to different versions of that world, and that world was now a fantasy version of Earth, with different time periods spanning from the mythological era and millions of years BC to present-day AD, as well as a futuristic post-apocalypse. Oh, and space travel also returned, and players could now travel to different planets in the solar system. Some people criticised Ultima 2 for being buggy and possibly rushed, but one thing that couldn't be criticised about it was a lack of ambition, as it offered a surprisingly creative adventure for a genre that was otherwise still firmly in the hands of D&D. Ultima 3: Exodus would be even more impactful. Releasing in 1983, and this time published by Garriott's own company, Origin Systems, Ultima's third entry brought multiple new additions. The first was that players now controlled a party of 4 characters rather than just one, a change Garriott admitted was directly inspired by wizardry. To go alongside this, it also overhauled combat, which now took place in a separate top-down combat screen that was triggered via random encounters. This made combat much more tactical than before, with players now needing to focus on multiple combatants and manage aspects like positioning. Ultima 3 also made key changes to dungeons, which now featured fixed designs rather than being randomly generated, and used solid 3D color graphics instead of the earlier wireframe approach. Finally, the story no longer incorporated sci-fi elements, and was no longer set on an alternative Earth, but it did place an ever greater focus on talking to and acquiring information from various NPCs, as the player must seek the help of a mysterious Time Lord to stop the evil being known as Exodus. Ultima 3 was an instant critical and commercial success, and would go on to become one of the most influential RPGs of its era. Meanwhile, while Ultima was trying to innovate, Wizardry instead sought to refine. Wizardry 2: The Knight of Diamonds would also release in 1982, 1 year after its predecessor, and it looked a lot like that predecessor due to being made on the exact same engine. The story was once more basic and revolved around acquiring another magical artifact, and the dungeons were once more brutal, and again seemed to want nothing more than to lead players to their doom. But Wizardry 2 did include one important new feature, which was the ability to import your party of characters from the previous game to continue their story and advancement. Wizardry 3: Legacy of Ligerman released 1 year after Wizardry 2, and again offered more of the same, although this time, while characters could still be imported, the party you played as were actually the descendants of the previous characters and were reset back to level 1. So Wizardry wasn't making many bold new strides, but it did do enough to maintain its popularity. 1984 would be a quiet year for the RPG genre, perhaps as a knock-on effect of the mostly console-focused but still very impactful great video game crash of 1983. But things wouldn't stay quiet for long, as 1985 would see several major releases, kicking off what is often referred to as the golden age for computer RPGs, and once more, a familiar name would be at the forefront. Ultima 4: Quest of the Avatar released in late 1985 and brought the most significant change to the series yet. Where previous Ultima games, and pretty much the entirety of computer RPGs, were all about dungeon crawling, Ultima 4 instead feels like it's first and foremost about story. And where previous game stories were about defeating monsters and other evil entities, Ultima 4's was instead about being a virtuous person. In fact, Ultima 4 is one of few RPGs that didn't have any kind of big baddie or ultimate evil for players to defeat. Instead, the story focused on understanding and acquiring the 8 virtues. These were then raised or lowered by the player's in-game actions, where things like giving money to the poor might improve one's sacrifice, while fleeing from a battle lowered your valor. Also, instead of rolling for your character's stats and selecting a class at the start of the game, Ultima 4 instead had players answer a series of moral dilemmas, which were then used to assign players their starting class and stats. This genuinely groundbreaking focus on morality and reactivity was the result of feedback from earlier games in the series, where some unhappy parents had complained that these games were rewarding players for immoral actions, like theft and murder. This was also the time of the Dungeons & Dragons satanic panic, and so Garriott decided that he would respond to these critics by proving that a video game could be a force for good and teach important ethical lessons. Yet, Garriott didn't want to do this at the cost of the story, and so the story came to be about this quest for virtue, where the player's character was meant to be a direct representation of themselves, who was transported from our world to the game's world in the opening cutscene, and where there was an ever greater emphasis placed on talking to NPCs, as well as defined companion characters who each embodied one of the virtues. The result was a game that puts the morality system of many later RPGs to shame. In Ultima 4, being virtuous was much more than a simple choice between being good or evil, and the game went as far as to create puzzles and dilemmas to test players' morality, such as asking them to murder a group of children who are later revealed to be monsters in disguise. Ultima 4 was hugely successful, and remains an important step for the genre. But the second half of the 80s was when RPGs started to be about much more than just wizardry and Ultima. 1985 also brought the release of The Bard's Tale: Tales of the Unknown by developer Interplay and then esteemed PC publisher Electronic Arts. The Bard's Tale took inspiration from wizardry and Dungeons & Dragons to create what might seem to be just another first-person party-based dungeon crawler. The story is also quite basic, with a fairly routine premise of defeating an evil wizard to save the town of Skara Brae. Still, The Bard's Tale offered impressive graphics, with plentiful use of colour, alongside an easy-to-use interface and strong sound design to create a much more well-realised world than other dungeon crawlers of the time, and its more light-hearted and jovial tone also helped it stand out amidst its darker, no-fun-allowed peers. It was also massively successful, selling over 400,000 copies by the end of the 80s, making it one of the few RPGs to match Ultima and Wizardry in terms of sales. The Bard's Tale would receive sequels in 1986 and 88, which offered similar yet greatly expanded experiences, and established The Bard's Tale as another major RPG series to be reckoned with. And The Bard's Tale wasn't alone. 1986 would see the debut of New World Computing's Might and Magic series, with Book 1, The Secret of the Inner Sanctum. Coded almost single-handedly by John Van Caneghem over several years, Might and Magic was another first-person party-based dungeon crawler, except Might and Magic stood out by making the dungeon the entire world, and by making that world massive in scale. With a large range of diverse locations, Might and Magic's forests, deserts, and mountains made exploration more exciting by moving the dungeon crawler formula away from the now routine dungeons. It was also less punishing than many dungeon crawlers that came before it, making it a more accessible RPG than most others. And so, while Might and Magic 1 didn't see quite as strong sales as The Bard's Tale, it still sold over 100,000 copies by the decade's end, and it would soon be followed by many sequels. Most RPGs of this era were turn-based, and this preference made a lot of sense, as early PCs struggled with the speed and memory requirements needed to create real-time persistent worlds. As the decade progressed, however, newer PCs meant that these technical limitations started to be less severe, which would soon give rise to a new type of real-time dungeon crawler, like FTL Games' Dungeon Master. Released in late 1987, Dungeon Master's pseudo-3D graphics and real-time combat blew many people away and ensured strong sales and many accolades. Movement inside the dungeon was still grid-based, but enemies would now roam the game world independently, and after combat is initiated, players would decide all 4 party members' actions in real time, ensuring quick decision-making was essential. This is what Dungeon Master is best known for, but this was far from the only way it influenced the genre. It also used a distinctly not very Dungeons & Dragons style advancement system, where instead of experience points and level ups, skills were instead improved directly by using them, and it featured objects that could be directly manipulated in first person, and it was the first game to use a paper doll type interface, the same iconic interface used in so many future RPG character screens. Dungeon Master would receive multiple sequels, although none made as much impact as the first game, but it's still easy to see Dungeon Master's impressive legacy in many of the future titles it helped inspire. The success of a certain Japanese console game would also help inspire a new breed of action RPGs, with one of the best examples being 1988's Times of Lore from Origin Systems. Featuring a top-down perspective similar to The Legend of Zelda, alongside more mechanical-based action combat and only very limited RPG systems, Times of Lore is a good example of how early some RPGs started to move away from their roots, and how certain games were starting to be inspired more by other games than any tabletop RPG. And this move away from the dominance of Dungeons & Dragons wasn't just seen in gameplay. Other RPGs set themselves apart through new settings, like in Interplay's 1988 post-apocalyptic role-playing game Wasteland. While not necessarily the first post-apocalyptic CRPG, Wasteland was certainly one of the most influential, and its bleak depiction of a futuristic America brought to ruin by a Third World War and ensuing nuclear holocaust is both memorable and distinctive. Wasteland featured a large open world, similar to that seen in the Ultimate games, with menu-based combat and encounters, and a party of up to 7 characters. Still, it was the strong writing and rich details of its non-medieval fantasy setting that ensured Wasteland would be remembered as an RPG classic for many years to come. Several sci-fi and space-inspired RPGs were also making strides, the most impressive being 1986's Starflight from Binary Systems. Starflight featured space exploration, trading, combat, planetary landing, and more, all set in an impressive procedurally generated galaxy that featured 800 different planets for players to travel between. Still, it was the combination of RPG systems with a space sim setting that truly made Starflight excel, allowing players to build a party of 6 characters with highly impactful skills while creating a strong sense of progression contained inside an impressive and immersive simulation of a believable galaxy. Starflight would receive a sequel in 1989 and would inspire many more games in the future. Finally, the late 80s is also when we can first see other non-RPG genres starting to incorporate obvious RPG elements to create new, more hybrid takes on the genre, as was the case with 1989's Quest for Glory, So You Want to Be a Hero. Created by Sierra Online, the same company behind a whole slew of landmark graphical adventure games, Quest for Glory combined Sierra's much-loved puzzle-solving adventure gameplay with standard RPG elements like classes, character stats, and combat. This might make Quest for Glory sound like it should be shallower than other pure RPGs, but despite the relative simplicity of these systems, it still featured several immersive elements not usually seen in the genre, like the passage of time, complete with a day-night cycle, as well as the need to eat food and sleep to prevent your character from becoming tired. Quest for Glory also placed a heavy emphasis on story, often satirizing many genre tropes in the process, and its new formula was a clear success, selling 130,000 copies within its first year and receiving 4 more sequels. And so, as RPGs incorporated things like real-time combat, inspiration from console games, a greater range of settings, and new hybrid approaches to game design, the genre finally moved away from its Dungeons & Dragons roots to become its own thing, something distinctive and diverse that existed completely independently from the tabletop game that had once created it. Or at least, that might have happened, in an alternative universe where Dungeons & Dragons publisher TSR decided to stay away from gaming. That is not our universe, though, as despite all the ways the computer role-playing genre grew, flourished, and evolved during its golden age, the biggest success story of this era would once again be tied to the game which started it all. Strategic Simulation Inc., or SSI, was founded in 1979 and initially established itself through creating a number of wargame adaptations. In 1984, they would branch out into the RPG genre with the heavily Ultima-inspired Questron, which would be followed by even more successful and impressive titles like Fantasy in 1985 and Wizard's Crown in 1986. These games cemented SSI's reputation as a talented CRPG developer. But unlike many other RPG developers of this time, SSI was also a fairly big company who were publishing multiple games a year, with many going on to be successful. And so, when TSR decided who should be bestowed the much coveted license to make official advanced Dungeons & Dragons video games, SSI were perhaps the most logical choice. After all, no developer had as much experience adapting existing rule sets as them, and while there were other developers who could make one big new RPG a year, SSI was someone who could make multiple. Which is exactly what they did. Pool of Radiance released in 1988, and it would be the first of 14 Gold Box RPGs, all built on the same engine, that released over the next 5 years. The term Gold Box derives from the colour of the boxes these games were sold in, but it also came to be a marker of prestige, both for these games, which were official D&D products amidst a sea of imitations, and for the quality of the RPGs found within, which became some of the most beloved and successful of the era. And this multi-series series hit the ground running from its very first entry. There are 3 things Pool of Radiance excels at, and the first has already been mentioned. By being an official D&D RPG, Pool of Radiance was able to adapt the already tried and tested AD&D rule set, which many players would already have familiarity with, as well as pull from the rich and highly detailed Forgotten Realms setting, which promised a vast, believable world that extended far beyond what was seen in this one game. The second strong point of this game was its turn-based tactical combat, which took place on a separate top-down battle screen and expanded upon what was seen in SSI's earlier Wizard's Crown. These battles gave players plenty of options and provided some of the most strategic and deep encounters seen in the genre up until this point, even if the slow, miss-heavy D&D gameplay and large number of possible combatants could also make them quite time-consuming. Pool of Radiance's final strength was in its world design, which was once more depicted with 3D graphics and explored in first person, and yet was more logically consistent in its construction and offered a sense of clear narrative progression as players worked to reclaim and rebuild the fallen city of Flan. And so, for RPG fans, Pool of Radiance was the real deal and offered a complete package, and its sales reflect this, with over 260,000 copies sold in North America alone. Sequels soon followed, some of which would be developed by different studios, and some of which would spawn different series, but the net result would be a raising of the bar for the CRPG genre. RPGs began the 80s as unproven and incomplete attempts to use the hot new technology of computers to replicate the hot new experience of tabletop role-playing, and this was carried out by ambitious students, teenagers, and hobbyists. By the decade's end, however, RPGs were one of the most popular genres in gaming, and they represented big business. Along the way, the genre moved away from its D&D roots in new and exciting ways, only to return to those same roots to find ever greater success. And the decade would end with this so-called Golden Age still going strong. And yet, despite all the many accomplishments outlined in this section already, this still isn't the full story, because across the Pacific, RPGs were forging their own path, and it was one that would end up taking them in a rather different direction. It's easy to take the global nature of modern gaming for granted, but things weren't always so interconnected, and in the 80s, the barriers presented by different geographic regions and languages were significant. It wasn't until the Nintendo Entertainment System that this started to change, and this would also be the system that established JRPGs as a distinct and impressive force to be reckoned with. And yet, some Japanese RPGs were being made before Nintendo's Famicom even released, on the distant frontier of the early Japanese home computer. Just like with their Western counterparts, pinpointing the first Japanese RPG is no easy feat, and detailed information on the earliest of these games can be hard to find in general. Despite this, the influence of both Ultima and Wizardry can still be seen quite clearly. Like in Koei's 1983 game Dungeon, which featured an overworld and dungeon design reminiscent of Ultima 1, alongside some rather D&D inspired monster designs. Or 1984's The Black Onyx, a Wizardry inspired game created by Dutch-American Henk Rogers after he moved to Japan, that went on to sell over 150,000 copies, making it the first RPG in Japan to find major commercial success. 1984 would also see a trio of influential action RPGs: Namco's The Tower of Druaga, Nihon Falcom's Dragon Slayer, and T&E Soft's Hydelide. The Tower of Druaga was originally an arcade game, and this is reflected in its design, but developer Masanobu Edo's inspiration still came from buying a copy of Dungeons & Dragons on a business trip to America. It's worth noting that just like with Wizardry and Ultima, Dungeons & Dragons wouldn't officially release in Japan until several years later, and yet, just like with Wizardry and Ultima, it was still influencing Japanese developers, and those developers would in turn go on to influence others, which is the case for both Dragon Slayer and Hydelide, as they drew clear inspiration from Towers of Druaga. Still, the real breakthrough for Japanese RPGs would follow the release of Nintendo's immensely successful Famicom. It was on the NES that Shigeru Miyamoto would create The Legend of Zelda in 1986, by building on the action RPG formula of Hydelide and Dragon Slayer, while apparently also being influenced by the open world of Ultima. The Legend of Zelda would lack most of the statistical gameplay elements usually necessary to qualify a game as an RPG, but its sequel, The Adventure of Link, wouldn't, and included an XP and leveling system, showing that despite the different direction that the Zelda series would go on to take, role-playing games were still a clear part of its origin. This origin might also explain why you spend so much time in these games inside various dungeons. And yet, as important as The Legend of Zelda was, it would be another game released in that year that would go on to define JRPGs. Yuji Horii first discovered Wizardry on a trip to America in 1983, which led to his decision to make a game that combined elements of Wizardry and Ultima to create an RPG experience that could be enjoyed by Japanese audiences. And so Horii and his team at Enix took the overworld and towns of Ultima and the menu-based combat of Wizardry to make something new. To ensure the game would appeal to Japanese gamers, the team then looked to popular manga serial Shonen Jump for inspiration in visual style, which led them to working with Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama. And the result was Dragon Quest, a game which sold millions of copies and inspired countless games of the future. Dragon Quest's success had much to do with its accessibility. By comparison, Western RPGs were dense and unforgiving, with games sometimes even assuming a certain amount of familiarity with the tabletop RPGs that inspired them. Meanwhile, Dragon Quest had wider appeal and was better suited to newcomers to the RPG genre, of which there were plenty of amidst Japanese and console audiences. In 1987, Dragon Quest would be followed by several other long-running JRPG series, including Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei, Phantasy Star, and Final Fantasy. These games would build on what was started by Dragon Quest, while often drawing further inspiration from both Wizardry and Ultima, which by this point were receiving Japanese releases of their own on the NES. Still, while Western RPGs would continue to be inspired by Dungeons & Dragons and other tabletop RPGs for many years to come, this wasn't the case in Japan, as D&D would never achieve the same level of popularity, and Japanese RPG developers instead seemed to look to other popular JRPGs as their primary source of inspiration. This explains why JRPGs initially seemed a bit more experimental in their settings and visual styles, with Dragon Quest drawing from manga, Megami Tensei featuring urban and school settings, the Mother series being an idiosyncratic take on modern-day America, and Super Mario RPG being Mario in an RPG. As JRPGs evolved further, they had little reason to stick to the ideas and principles seen in tabletop RPGs, which is perhaps best illustrated by Final Fantasy. From the series' inception, Hironobu Sakaguchi was driven by his desire to tell stories, And so, when a new console generation allowed for more memory, and therefore more text, Final Fantasy's fourth entry removed any form of character creation for the first time, and instead forced all players to take the role of Cecil, a Dark Knight turned paladin with a defined personality and pre-written story. This is a clear step away from a key part of tabletop RPGs, and yet, this change was widely celebrated, and became one of the most praised parts of this game. Final Fantasy VI and VII would then take this focus on story even further, with an increased emphasis on cinematic storytelling, sometimes at the cost of gameplay, and again this would be met with critical and commercial success. And as Final Fantasy came to be more and more about story, it also became more and more linear, with it eventually removing the overworld completely, until Final Fantasy XIII was almost a literal straight line, and not everyone was happy about that. But Final Fantasy was free to develop in this direction because it was never trying to stay true to Dungeons & Dragons, and it was this freedom that shaped the series, for better or worse. This same freedom applied to the entire JRPG genre, leading to more action RPGs and more anime visuals, and less dialogue or narrative choices, and an entirely different set of tropes and characteristics that would give the genre its own identity, completely distinct from Western RPGs. And why shouldn't JRPGs have evolved to be different? To be similar would mean trying to beat Western RPGs at their own game, but it was through being different that Dragon Quest was able to sell millions of copies, a feat no Western RPG achieved until the late 90s, by which point JRPGs were breaking even more records. Still, the full story of Japanese RPGs will have to wait for another day, and that might be a long wait because it's not currently a video I plan to make. But I still think it's important to understand where JRPGs came from, how they share important DNA with Western RPGs, and yet why they ultimately ended up so different. Oh, and also, Japan loves wizardry. Like, Japan really loves wizardry, and would keep the series and entire subgenre alive long after both died in the West. But as romantic as that story might be, it's still a story for another day, because we have a long way to go, and the 90s are finally cooling. The 90s would begin with RPGs in full swing, but as the decade continued, it would come to be a time of problems, failures, and finally reinvention. Yes, troubled water was on the horizon, but that didn't stop this decade from producing many of the most beloved RPGs of all time, and in the early years at least, most popular series were still going strong. Ultima received a 5th entry in 1988, which continued directly on from the 4th game, even allowing players to import their character, and yet took the narrative in a drastically different direction. In Ultima 4, players worked hard to embody the 8 virtues, and yet in Ultima 5, players returned to see those same virtues have been twisted into a totalitarian set of rules being used to oppress the populace, with the player joining the resistance to overthrow them. This made for a clever twist on what was seen in the last game, and continued Ultima's bold march into more philosophical and ethical narrative themes. In other ways, Ultima 5 was a similar, if greatly expanded version of the last game. However, 1990's Ultima 6: The False Prophet completely overhauled the engine, updating the graphics while introducing a brand new physics simulation that expanded the interactivity of the world and even allowed features like modelled movable items. The world was also more open in design, with an even greater emphasis on exploration. Ultima 6 would also continue the series' increased focus on story, while asking all new moral questions of the player, this time centered on racism and xenophobia, which drastically recontextualized elements of the previous games. Complicated stories and explorations of morality is standard stuff for RPGs today, but that wasn't always the case, and Ultima 4 through 6 marked a massive step for the genre into territory rarely seen in any video game at this time. And yet, Ultima 7: The Black Gate, which released in 1992, went even further still, improving the graphics once again, increasing the interactivity of the world once again, redesigning the interface to be much more immersive and unobtrusive, and being the first mainline game to change the gameplay into real time. This, in many ways, reduced the tactical complexity to combat, and other changes had their drawbacks too, but the net result of these changes was one of the most immersive, open, detailed, and genuinely sandbox worlds ever seen in a game. And Ultima 7 did all this without making sacrifices to the story, which was once again deep, complex, and featured much more fleshed out side characters. In fact, Ultima 7 was such a big step that its developers made a part 2, 1 year later, in order to reuse the same engine and give players even more high quality roleplay.
I'm gonna start heating up some dinner. I'll be AFK for a bit.
To sink their teeth into. Meanwhile, where Ultima was climbing higher and higher, its venerable rival Wizardry was also finally getting back on track after stumbling in the latter half of the 80s. Wizardry's fourth entry released in 1987, 4 years after the third game, and it still used the same, now obviously dated engine, while making large changes to gameplay most fans saw as negative. To Wizardry 4's credit, it was at least original, as it placed players into the role of the evil wizard Verdner, who was the villain of the first game, with a party system now focused around summoning other monsters that players couldn't control directly. Unfortunately, while this was creative, it wasn't all that popular, and the even more brutal than usual difficulty turned many people away. Surtech would follow this with Wizardry 5 in 1988, which was a more conventional entry, but which still failed to move the series significantly forward in a time when new rivals like The Bard's Tale and Might and Magic seemed to be beating Wizardry at its own game. But in 1990, Wizardry was ready to fight back with its sixth entry, Bane of the Cosmic Forge. Wizardry 6 would finally use a new engine, with new graphics to kick off a new trilogy, and while much of its tried and tested dungeon crawling formula remained, Wizardry 6 seemed intent to do everything better, and if it couldn't succeed at that, it would at least make sure everything was bigger. More races, more classes, more skills, more enemies, more puzzles, more story for the first time really, and a much larger world all ensured Wizardry 6 would be seen as a worthy successor, and 2 years later it would receive a sequel of its own. Wizardry 7, Crusaders of the Dark Savant, took the bigger and better philosophy even further still, to create a game of somewhat ludicrous size and complexity that featured numerous side quests, multiple factions complete with an innovative diplomacy system, and a surprisingly detailed story that now focused on Wizardry's new hybrid fantasy science fiction setting. So basically, the Dungeon Crawler King was back, and it had arguably evolved into more than just a dungeon crawler at this point. And as for Wizardry's other rivals, The Bard's Tale would not see any new major releases, but it did receive a construction set in 1991 that let players create their own dungeon crawler with its engine, and even allowed creators to share and distribute their creations freely to make other commercial games. Developer Interplay would continue releasing promising new RPGs, however, like the 1990 and 1992 Lord of the Rings adaptations. New World Computing's Might and Magic series, on the other hand, would receive 4 new entries between 1991 and 1994, which would improve the graphics, update the interface, and introduce key features like mouse support and auto-mapping to ensure Wizardry still had fierce competition. As for Goldbox developer SSI, they would continue to release D&D adaptations, including publishing 1991's Neverwinter Nights, an online multiplayer RPG that was one of the most important forerunners of the MMO genre, Eye of the Beholder from developer Westwood Studios, also in 1991, which was a hugely popular real-time dungeon crawler that refined many of the elements seen in the earlier Dungeon Master and received multiple sequels, Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures, a Goldbox engine-focused creation kit that released in 1993, and several other adaptations that would move away from the high fantasy of the Forgotten Realms into other, less explored D&D settings. The most impressive of these was Dark Sun Shattered Lands and its sequel, Wake of the Ravager, which were developed by SSI, took place in the brutal post-apocalyptic desert world setting of Dark Sun, and released in 1993 and 1994. The Dark Sun games moved away from the now dated Goldbox engine to a more seamless top-down perspective with turn-based combat, and Dark Sun is notable not just for its intriguing and underused setting, but also for being a decisive step away from the dungeon crawling of the Gold Box era. Instead, these games placed a greater emphasis on role-playing, and are some of the first RPGs outside of Ultima to feature regular dialogue options that truly allow players to act out the role of their character. Other exciting developments were also happening elsewhere, as in 1992, a landmark title would release that influenced far more than just RPGs. And as if the series didn't already have enough accomplishments, it would once more come from Ultima. While not the first spin-off from the series, Blue Sky Productions' Ultima Underworld: The Stygian Abyss was arguably the most important, and this is a series that also contains one of the most influential MMOs ever made. At first glance, Ultima Underworld might look like just another first-person dungeon crawler, following on from the success of Dungeon Master 5 years earlier, but as soon as you look a little closer, it becomes obvious this game is something more. In fact, Ultima Underworld's achievements are so numerous, it's hard to fit them all in. The biggest was that it was the first game to offer full 360-degree movement in a 3D environment. Earlier games similar to this were grid-based, and even later games like Wolfenstein 3D and Doom still didn't allow players to look up and down. It also featured immersive real-time combat where attacks were determined by specific mouse inputs. It was one of the first games to combine a first-person perspective with such a highly interactive and detailed environment. You can swim in flowing water, which is more impressive than it sounds, and it championed the idea of emergent gameplay and non-linear solutions to problems, whether those be puzzles, quests, or just exploration. As a result of these features, its developer referred to the game as the first ever dungeon simulation, a term that reflected how much more impressive Ultima Underworld's dungeon was to other dungeon crawlers, and how much emphasis was placed on immersion. Still, a more commonly used term today for such a game would be an immersive sim, of which Ultima Underworld is widely recognized as the first. And just like its achievements, the games that would take inspiration from Ultima Underworld are also numerous. Its developer would later be renamed to Looking Glass Studio, where they would create other immersive sims including System Shock and Thief. It was also a direct influence on the creation of id Software's seminal shooters, Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. It would influence many later immersive sims like Deus Ex and Bioshock, and it would soon influence many future RPGs, including a direct sequel 1 year later, as well as a new series by a developer called Bethesda. The Elder Scrolls Arena released in 1994 and combined the first-person dungeon exploration of Ultima Underworld with much of the city design and general quest and guild structure of the somewhat lesser-known RPG Legends of Valor. The result was a game which took Ultima Underworld's immersive dungeon design outside of just dungeons, with added features like a day-night cycle that NPCs reacted to, as well as dynamic weather. Arena was also massive, thanks to the use of procedural generation, which was used to populate its world with a large number of towns and dungeons to create a vast and realistic sense of scale rarely seen in gaming. Bethesda would follow Arena with the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall in 1996, which expanded on many of the ideas seen in the first game to great effect. Daggerfall also relied on procedural generation to create an almost incomprehensibly large game world, but it would also emphasize the sandbox nature of this world as your playground approach, which is perhaps best exemplified by the manual telling players to follow your own spirit and tell your own story in your own way, as well as encouraging players to avoid loading saves and instead try playing out your mistakes to see what might happen, such as being sent and escaping from jail or contracting lycanthropy. This focus on player freedom made Daggerfall stand out in a genre that had only recently popularized side quests and was still heavily focused around a single main questline structure, where the player always has a clear overarching and defined objective. And while much of Daggerfall still plays out as a dungeon crawler, with a fast travel system used to get around and a wilderness that was largely empty and lifeless, making it devoid of reason to explore, it's still a massive step for open world game design, with a massive world that has almost never been matched in sheer size. Over the early 90s, immersion was probably the aspect of RPGs that saw biggest improvements, thanks to innovations in design and improvements in technology.
Dinner today is chicken, vegetables, and mashed potatoes.
But storytelling would also flourish, as the once so restrictive memory limitations had become a thing of the past, while more detailed graphics and new features like voice acting offered enhanced presentation. For example, Westwood's 1993 Eye of the Beholder follow-up, Lands of Lore: The Throne of Chaos, featured detailed pixel art with impressive cutscenes and even celebrity voice acting, like that guy that dies at the start of Oblivion.
The time has come, and I have no
Westwood
choice.
Studios made a game like that.
I
bet it
must
was really good.
destroy her now.
Who apparently was also in some Star Trek thing. One of the best stories of the era came from Betrayal at Krondor, which was developed by Dynamics and released in 1993. Betrayal at Krondor was based on Raymond E. Feist's Rift War series of fantasy books, with the author assisting with its development, and the game itself being full of rich characters and evocative prose. Krondor featured turn-based combat and open-world exploration, as well as many of the RPG systems players might expect, but there's a sense that these features always exist to serve the narrative in this game, rather than the other way around, and that narrative is long, detailed, and full of unexpected twists and turns, even if the title does rather give away one of the main ones. Other developers were releasing promising new series in these years too. Minecraft would release a popular series of 4 largely Ultima-inspired games known as the Magic Candle. German studio Thalion Software would release Amber Star and Amber Moon. Another German developer, Attic Entertainment, would release the Realms of Arcania games, based on the Dark Eye tabletop RPG. French studio Silmarils started the Ishar series, and so on. And so, at the start of the decade, the RPG genre seemed to be flourishing like never before. Old series were continuing strong, even the ones that had previously stumbled. Many new developers were making a name for themselves, promising even more popular RPG series in the future. And game design was evolving continuously, giving players even more choice in gameplay, settings, and structures. And yet, in the space of just a few years,
He's
all
about to start
this
talking
would
about
change.
Diablo.
The 3 biggest names in the industry would produce massive flops. All of the most respected series would either disappoint fans or just go dark. Numerous once promising up-and-coming developers would either go bankrupt or leave game development entirely. Onlookers and critics would turn from seeing RPGs as gaming's future to seeing them as a relic of the past, and by the time the genre got back on track, RPGs would have changed completely, with different series and different developers leading the way into an entirely new era of role-playing video games. So, I guess the real question is, what exactly happened, and why? This question doesn't have a simple answer. While
There we go. Sorry, Phoebus. I couldn't figure out where the mouse was. Having mixed vegetables, mashed potatoes, and baked chicken. That's dinner.
While RPGs were experiencing the end of their golden age, gaming was changing in the background. 2 of the most notable developments of this period were the arrival of 3D and CD-ROMs. This led to a rapid evolution in graphics, which RPG developers seemed to struggle to keep up with, and led to multiple popular new genres, with first-person shooters and real-time strategy games both emerging in this period to take a not insignificant piece of the PC market pie. And as graphics and gaming evolved, any game that was more old-school in design received criticism for seeming dated. This is similar to how 2D pixel games dominated the 16-bit era and then rapidly disappeared during the next generation of consoles when 3D was the hot new thing and 2D seemed dated by comparison. And while gaming was evolving at this time, game development was also getting more expensive, with bigger teams and longer development cycles, meaning the cost of failure quickly shot up. Finally, while the gaming industry itself was growing during this period, the biggest growth would be in the console sector, with many former PC developers suddenly wanting to prioritize making games that could appear in both markets. So, all in all, technological advancement led to RPGs falling out of fashion. At the same time, the cost of failure was becoming more significant, and the PC market was becoming less attractive, causing what might have been a cyclical and natural decline in a constantly changing industry to instead become a spectacular fall from grace of a genre people were surprisingly quick to declare dead. Still, if you're more a fan of the great man theory of history, you might also want to consider that maybe the big players simply got it wrong. No names carried more prestige in the RPG industry than SSI, Interplay, and Origin Systems. And yet, in this period, all three made serious missteps, delivered poor games, and alienated their core fans. SSI continued to publish Dungeons & Dragons adaptations in new campaign settings, including the space fantasy Spelljammer Pirates of Realmspace, 2 Ravenloft games titled Strahd's Possession and Stone Prophet, the Arabian Nights-inspired Al-Qadim The Genie's Curse, and the Why Did Anyone Ever Think This Name Was a Good Idea? Menzoberranzan. These games generally received worse reviews than earlier adaptations, with bugs often being mentioned amongst the reasons why, and their different settings also seemed to receive less interest from consumers. After this, TSR revoked the Dungeons & Dragons license from SSI, and after several attempts at original RPGs that still failed to perform commercially, SSI shifted their attention back to what made them popular in the first place: adaptations of wargames. Meanwhile, after parting ways with SSI, TSR would open up the D&D license, leading to numerous new adaptations, many of which were in other genres, and many of which were received poorly. One of the most infamous of these games was an RPG, however, and it would come from another respected developer. Descent to the Undermountain was released by Interplay in January 1998.
If you want to learn a crazy story, Dungeons and Dragons in like the 70s and the 80s, like some lady got control of it and she was like intentionally sabotaging everything for a long time, like screwing up movie deals and all kinds of crap. I gotta watch that again.
After failing to meet its holiday release date, and is described by Barton and Stax as possibly the worst CRPG ever produced by a major developer. Descent to the Undermountain was meant to be D&D's big 3D RPG breakthrough, but after a lengthy development cycle, with numerous delays and cut features, the end result was lampooned for being visually dated, buggy, and often downright broken. Many of the problems reportedly arose from the decision to use the 3D Descent engine, which had been created for the technically impressive 1995 first-person shooter, Descent. However, the decision to switch to this engine was made by corporate leadership and led to heavy rewrites to the code in order to make this FPS engine work for an RPG. Descent to the Undermountain would be far from the only bad D&D RPG in the post-SSI era, but it does still stand out by marking a clear low point for Interplay. Still, Interplay's RPG-related problems started several years before this. A disappointing sequel to Dungeon Master that not only failed to innovate like the first game, but also failed to keep up with newer competition, kicked things off in 1993. This would be followed by the cancellation of Interplay's third and final Lord of the Rings RPG, leaving the trilogy unfinished, before the long-awaited Stonekeep released in 1995, to weak sales and mixed reviews. Stonekeep was a first-person real-time dungeon crawler with pre-rendered environments and live-action cinematic sequences, making it technically advanced, but it also used grid-based movement with a fixed camera, more than 3 years after Ultima Underworld had rendered such a system as antiquated. Stonekeep also began development in 1990 with an estimated budget of $50,000. In the end, its development lasted 5 years, with the cost growing to $5 million, which is 100 times the estimate. for anyone bad at maths. Of course, as most people watching probably already know, Interplay's run of bad RPGs wouldn't last. But there was a time where it looked like it might. Still, the biggest failure of the big three would surely be Origin Systems, as in 1994 they didn't just release a bad RPG, they released a bad Ultima. Ultima 8, Pagan, continued the story of the Avatar, but it would introduce a number of changes to gameplay that were intended to try to appeal to new players. These included changing to an isometric perspective, simplifying the action combat introduced in 7 even more while removing features like companions, and adding an increased focus on platforming elements, which were criticized for their poor controls that involved pressing both mouse buttons to jump, as well as for being a poor fit for an RPG series. Even worse than this, however, were the large number of bugs, and Richard Garriott himself would later say that he thought the game needed 3 more months to be finished. Ultima had been the forerunner of the computer role-playing genre for 14 years, but now, for the first time, it seemed to be moving in the wrong direction, and the next and final entry would be even worse. Ultima 9 Ascension released in 1999 after a long, painful development, and when fans finally got their hands on it, they found little of the series they once knew and loved. Ultima 9 was criticized by reviewers, particularly over bugs and other technical issues, and was criticized even more by fans for being a betrayal of the series that changed key plot details and barely resembled earlier games, despite a promise from Garriott himself that the series would return to its roots after 8. Ultima 9's development shows the struggles RPG developers faced in this era when trying to transition to full 3D at a time when 3D technology was still rapidly evolving. Work on Ultima 9 regularly needed to be redone to avoid it becoming out of date before the game had even released, and these revisions caused development to drag on endlessly while causing inconsistencies in the final plot. Despite the long development, Ultima 9 sold poorly and did not receive a follow-up. And so, possibly the most important series in the history of RPGs would go out with barely a whimper. Of course, Origin would also release Ultima Online in 1997, which was one of the first and most seminal MMOs ever made. But I've talked about the history of MMOs already in their own video, so I won't be covering that here. Despite that, it is worth acknowledging that just like with JRPGs, MMO history is firmly rooted in its computer RPG origins, and it doesn't feel like a coincidence that it would be Ultima, a series that pioneered so much for the genre, that would lead to the establishment of this new form of massively online RPG experience. And as for Ultima's oldest rival, Wizardry fans would have to wait 9 years for a new mainline entry. But Surtech did release Nemesis, the Wizardry Adventure, a more adventure-focused spin-off that was presumably intended to appeal to new fans and failed to make much impact. Meanwhile, New World Computing would take a long break from RPGs to launch their new strategy game series, Heroes of Might and Magic, before returning with a well-received and still rather traditional new fully 3D Might and Magic in 1998. This was soon followed by 3 more sequels, with each one doing progressively worse. Sierra Online also struggled with the transition to 3D, which can be shown by the troubled development of both Quest for Glory 5 and King's Quest Mask of Eternity in 1998. And so, one by one, the leaders of the RPG industry fell. But you know what they say, one man's loss can be another's gain.
Fresh meat.
Blizzard Entertainment was founded in 1991, and would get their breakthrough with the early real-time strategy hit, Warcraft Orcs and Humans. The idea to make an RPG came from David Brevik, who was then head of the studio Condor, and who wanted to create a modern take on the roguelike genre, which Brevik saw as having too many barriers of entry for modern players. And so he envisioned a game that would be an RPG, with a focus on the excitement of procedural generation and dungeon crawling, but its role-playing systems would be simple, its combat would be fast-paced, and the barriers to entry would be minimal. Brevik struggled to find a publisher to back this idea because so many saw the RPG genre as being dead at the time, but he eventually found a match with Blizzard, whose only requirements were that the game have action combat and include multiplayer. And so, Diablo was born, and it took the world by storm. Releasing in early 1997, Diablo featured an isometric perspective and heavily mouse-centric controls to create a new breed of RPG, and it was one that would be immensely popular, with sales reaching 2 million in 1998, a number no other Western RPG had even come close to before this. For many, Diablo was like the remedy to all of the genre's problems. It was modern where other games were dated, fast where others were slow, and simple where others were complex. But while Diablo did de-emphasize certain parts of the RPG genre, this also meant it was able to give a starring role to what was left, namely progression. Frequent level-ups, loot, and increasingly tougher enemies made Diablo's dungeon crawling addictive and rewarding, and it also had great replayability thanks to its use of procedural generation, as well as the exciting addition of multiplayer, and fantastic presentation that helped create an atmospheric world and gripping story. And so, Diablo was both an unprecedented success and the birth of a new RPG subgenre, one focused on fast-paced action and constant progression instead of narrative choice or complicated character systems. In time, Diablo would receive expansions, sequels, and many imitators, which would include Larian Studios' debut RPG, Divine Divinity, as well as Dungeon Siege, Sacred, Titan Quest, Torchlight, Path of Exile, and more, with the subgenre still continuing strong today and still showing many similarities to the game which started it all. The only problem with the subgenre is its name. Action RPG can mean many different things, but the games which have descended from Diablo clearly have a lot in common and represent their own unique branch of RPG history. Yet Diablo wouldn't be the only RPG series to emerge from this troubled era. Over at Interplay, most of the studio's focus was being placed on their ambitious up-and-coming D&D adaptation, Descent to Undermountain. But in Undermountain's shadow, a smaller team, led by Tim Kaine, were working on their own new RPG. Originally conceived as a successor to Interplay's 1988 Wasteland, and based around the generic universal role-playing system tabletop rule set, 1997's Fallout was a triumphant return to the idea of RPGs as a medium for storytelling. Fallout is perhaps most famous for its radioactive post-apocalyptic setting, but interesting settings, even irradiated ones, had been seen before. Instead, where Fallout raised the bar for the genre was in its strong writing, its attention to detail, its oppressive tone, its logically cohesive world, and in its commitment to providing players with choice in how to resolve quests, which is best exemplified by the final boss of the game, who can be talked out of confrontation, providing you can actually manage to convince him of the folly of his plan. And so, Fallout helped put the role-playing back into the RPG genre, and in doing so, it continued the legacy of games like Ultima and Dark Sun, while helping to recapture an important part of the tabletop experience that had sometimes seemed forgotten in a genre so focused on combat and dungeons. Fallout was also a commercial success, and while it wouldn't sell anywhere near as many copies as Diablo, it did prove that the genre didn't need to embrace action to survive. Fallout 2 would release 1 year later, which continued the story and expanded the setting while continuing to impress fans and critics both. Still, the biggest RPG that Interplay published in the 90s would come from a different developer. BioWare were a new Canadian studio formed by a small group of recent medical graduates who happened to have a passion for tabletop RPGs and wanted to create their own. The group soon impressed Interplay with a prototype demo for their project, leading Interplay to suggest that they use the Dungeons & Dragons license to create an official adaptation, and 3 years later, Baldur's Gate would release in late 1998. Baldur's Gate was an immediate critical and commercial success, and would bring D&D to a new generation of players. One of the biggest differences between it and earlier adaptations was the use of an isometric perspective with a new real-time party-based combat system. This was reminiscent of combat seen in some earlier RPGs like 1992's Darklands, and it controlled much like the newly popular RTS genre, giving Baldur's Gate a modern look and feel. Yet while action is real-time, players still had the option to pause combat whenever they wished, to think through their options and issue individual commands, which allowed for a high level of tactical depth and led to the name real-time pause.
The Seraph.
Still, underneath this real-time appearance, Baldur's Gate
Heralds. Harbingers. The Seraph. What we chose to call them is irrelevant. Their arrival marked the end of our world. Civilization. Culture. Continents. Torn apart and left in ruin. But life.
Greetings. How's it going? So, I'm not sure how I feel about it. So, so in the time period that you were gone, right? There a game had came out that was called Worlds Adrift, right? And it was all predicated on a newer technology that that was being made by called Spatial OS, right? And basically, I mean, I wouldn't really call it Minecraft. Like, I mean, I haven't played Lost Skies. Like, it wasn't really I mean, it wasn't really like building in that sense, right? It's definitely like exploration was a large part of it. But there's like you also had to like discover there's technology trees, and you like built your own airship and stuff. And like literally that, like grappling hooks, like because these are all like floating islands, right? But the PvP, well, you're seeing some right there, was I mean, it was some intense stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. No, so the Worlds Adrift was based on Spatial OS, which doesn't exist anymore. Basically, like, I've seen some comments about like, you know, that company is, you know, they moved on to doing Web3 and then crypto. They're just like, you know, yeah, 100%, right, and over promising stuff, right? I did hear about a new database system that might be able to work for something like that, but yeah, no, the game never like got out of early access or whatever. But you know, it was definitely something different and unique. But yeah, the yeah, I don't know, like yeah. But it's these are good documentaries.
Yeah, I do. I like the amount of work that he's put into them. It's also like I've probably got some writing done today. I've been kind of, I don't know. I've been pretty tired today. I don't. I guess maybe the exercise is working, or I don't know.
You're tired today, or you're less tired today?
No, I'm just I am more tired today. I got some writing done, but by the time I got done with my exercising and got done cooling off, I just don't have any go juice. But I did get some stuff done still. I did get. I'm gonna, as far as the script goes, I'm going to introduce the different mindsets earlier on, the business mind, the creative mind, the consumer mind, and talk about it through that lens. So.
Yeah, business versus consumers, right? Like,
right.
I'm excited to be here at the start of your journey to becoming a Bernie bro. I don't mean that in a derogatory way towards anyone, like but it's just it's kind of, I think people are starting to realize that it's very dehumanizing to just treat human beings as like, basically how can we extract the most revenue out of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just, it's very kind of dehumanizing, right? But it's because it never used to be that way, right?
Well, it's I think it's also like the games industry got like mature enough to where people with money got into it just to make money. You know what I mean? Like there's entire projects and stuff that are simply greenlit, not because like the period of time that we've been watching for the documentaries and stuff. That was all like students and people who played Dungeons and Dragons and were just coding stuff on their spare time, basically. You know what I mean? That was the RPG industry, the computer RPG industry early on, right? And the change and shift that we have seen as the industry's gotten established, there's enough infrastructure out there, it's mature enough, that people can might just go into something like game design. You can now go into game design as like a career.
Mm-hmm.
And what am I trying to say? The people, might not.
It's become an industry.
Yes, it's become an industry. People aren't getting into it just because they have a passion for that. They're getting into it because, they got to do something with their skill set and need to make a living, and that's what they've chose to focus on. But not because they had like some sort of crazy idea that they had to get out of their head or they had some sort of vision, like some of the earlier developers had. And that's kind of one of the things that I want to be able to get the people to understand a little bit better, like the different mindsets, because it's like this whole idea that there's like crunch and that you might still be using waterfall development in this day and age for a video game when you have the internet as a form of communication between millions of people. It's just not necessary. It's a lot. There's a lot of I see it in a bunch of the coverage, the video coverage, and the article coverage about people, understandably upset, but completely seeing past one another when it comes to discussing anything related to changes in the industry. Like they're just talking past one another. Like the CEOs and the business people are saying we need to charge more for games, and the developers and stuff are saying, well, that's actually quite varied depending on. I guess it depends on the developer that you ask, and then the consumer's in the middle, with plenty of reason to be disappointed. But the idea is that I want the video to be ultimately constructive, so it might help some more people get projects up off the ground that might not have gotten up off the ground, right? If you can if you can propose a development method where trust is built over time, instead of like the Kickstarter where, you know, you get like all this money up front, you know, just start your project like I'm doing, and work on it every chance you get, and you know, as people see that, you know, you're putting in the effort, and things are coming along, then there's, you know, besides early access, still other ways to get your work supported for the development of the game, especially if you keep costs low as like an independent indie developer. So. That's the direction I'm going to have the essay take. Something more constructive. I didn't like this.
Agile, Scrum, Waterfall.
Yeah, and well, Kanban. Because I'm gonna explain how like a Kanban board would work in early access. That's derived from player feedback. So I'm actually gonna like kind of spell that. Like I'm spell out the steps more. I think that's that's one of the tacks that I want to try with the video essay, is kind of get into the nuts and the bolts, and you know, show a few fucking flowcharts, you know.
Nuts and bolts hurt. Nuts and bolts hurt.
Where did you send that? Is it in the main channel?
Oh, that's my bad.
Chat.
I did definitely that's my bad. I put it in the wrong spot. There's a second one.
I was like, what is? There we
go. I can delete the first one and then move it. Just some articles that I thought you might like to consume.
Okay.
As they are related to what you're working on. The first one here. Well, not the first. This next one. So now they're out of order, right? But the second one here is it's a bit older, right? But it's a snapshot in time, right? Is the way I look at it. And it's a survey that they did for in 2010 that have used Scrum before for a game, and you know, it basically was surveying them on a number of topics, right? Like, oh, you're looking at it, and you know, and how they felt that Agile affected them. So it seems to be a good source. I mean, it's a little bit dated, right? You know, but at least it's a snapshot in time in how the developers feel that it directly related to things. And I mean, clearly, I would say it kind of backs up. I mean, to at least my reading of the data, right? Like in the one bar chart, like it backs up the it backs up what you're trying to say, right? And you know, some of it's a mixed bag, right? But you know, it's but there's also quotes in there. Oh, you're looking at them.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in here, especially from people that actually responded to the survey. And are talking about it.
Primary sources, people. Primary sources.
Yep. One of the biggest challenges for management faced was resistance to change. Adopting a completely different and in some cases unheard of project management methodology can be a very scary thing. But after a while, we found that people either experienced the benefits of Scrum firsthand or saw the results speak for themselves on our end of sprint demo days. Yeah. Yeah, because you had something tangible to show.
Man, this website is a wealth of information, buddy. Let me tell you. Here's another one for you. Hold on. The title of it. Wait till you see the title.
Waterfall game development done right. Oh my god. When can
waterfall development work?
Never.
Risk-adjusted estimates. Let's examine 2 estimates. Task A is a non-risky job that you've done before. Task B is a risky job that you've done before. Assume for a second that I've asked the engineer to give me an estimate for each, and in both cases they say 2 weeks. Beware, in this case, 2 weeks does not equal 2 weeks. More often than not, undiscovered work will cause job B to take longer than expected. Yeah, duh.
Well, yeah,
it's
and
likely
that's also up to the PM to write better stories.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. It's likely that 2 weeks really means 2 weeks if everything goes the way I hope it will.
Right. Yeah.
It's probably more accurate to assume the job will take 2 to 4 weeks, since we don't actually understand all the ramifications of a risky task until we do it, and we can't be very accurate. Yeah, some people pad their estimate.
That's what blows my mind about Waterfall. It's like, we're going to build a brand new game, and this is how long it's going to take. You've never built it before. What do you do? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the sequel to a game, but.
Well, I have come across stuff where people talk about like agile fall, right?
Well, you have to build enough of the thing for them to play it. I mean, I get that.
Sure. Well, no, but like, but where they, like, so some things like there's certain, like, you know, in the way that, I mean, I would probably couch that is, you know, people are, you know, like probably early on, it just depends on the size of the people, the size of things, and what's going on, right? Like, you know, like a lot of times, you know, I mean, hell, like actually you see it done in a bunch of different ways, right? Some places will start off with like concept art, and maybe they have a game designer like kind of really pushing things, and if they're smart, they have a writer, you know, from the get-go, not everyone takes that approach, and they'll build something and then try to bring in a writer to develop a story, rather than, you know, having it be a holistic part of the development process.
I think it's also important to, like, you know, have some sort of vision or overall goal. Like, I think like, there's something to be said about going into things too agile. Okay, we're gonna make a game, and it's, you know, and then you don't know which direction you're going. Well, I can't wait to get back to working on that Unreal Engine 5 thing. Now that I understand how much time I'm going to save with the animation stuff, and the fact that I can now more easily have a complex animation movement set using Unreal Engine 5, I'm very excited.
Skate was still running on the dice rolls and turn-based rules of D&D, giving the action and authenticity.
Here's an article that's doing a compare and contrast
Agile versus waterfall, localization, and game development. Pros, cons, and how to do it right. Yep, this is waterfall. Yep, challenge waterfall localization. Okay, agile localization workflow.
But apparently, this company does nothing but localization for stuff, which is interesting. But there's there's surprisingly
and understandability.
There's surprisingly not that much written about this stuff out there.
No, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the things that interested me about making the video essay. So I want to. That's one of the reasons why I want to show the consumer, like, hey, there's actual plot, like here's how it's made. We're gonna look at how the sausage is made and how far away from the mark some things are.
I did come across this game development software engineering process lifecycle, a systematic review from the Journal of Software Engineering Research and Development. An actual paper, like peer-reviewed paper.
Okay, well, it is getting too late for me to be reading learned papers, but I will leave that tab open and I'll get to it first thing in the morning.
Yeah, buddy.
Ability for those who wish to understand it, while also allowing players to ignore much of the rule set and just rely on the game to do all the calculations in the background for them if they preferred. This combat system proved popular, but Baldur's Gate was more than just a modernization of D&D. It was, by RPG standards, the complete package, with detailed character customization and party-based combat to provide depth, a large expansive world for players to explore, brought to life with new high-quality pre-rendered backgrounds, and a heavy focus on story, characters, and player choice to satisfy players' desire to roleplay. Many RPGs might do individual aspects better, but few did so many things so well, and for the standards of 1998, this made Baldur's Gate seriously impressive, which its sales reflected. In fact, in time, it would pass the 2 million mark and come close to matching the mighty Diablo. And if Fallout proved that RPGs could still survive, Baldur's Gate proved they could still flourish. This would be the first in a series of D&D games built on Baldur's Gate's Infinity engine. The next would be developed by a division of Interplay, Black Isle Studios, and released in 1999. Planescape Torment would not sell as many copies as some of the other RPGs of this era, but its reputation became just as legendary. Taking place in the much stranger D&D campaign setting of Planescape, Torment would retain many of the features of Baldur's Gate, while placing a much greater focus on narrative. Its story had players take the role of the Nameless One, an immortal with no memory of his past, and the game cleverly plays with both amnesia and immortality, incorporating them into the gameplay while forcing players to search for their own answers and question everything they're told. As a result, Planescape Torment is less about combat encounters and leveling up, and more about getting a chance to explore this weird world and gripping narrative, as well as their various philosophical implications. Put simply, many RPGs have raised the standards of storytelling over the genre's history, but Planescape Torment is one of those rare games that has never truly been surpassed in this area. 1999 would also see several other successful RPGs, such as Looking Glass Studios' System Shock 2, which built on the immersive qualities of the earlier Ultima Underworld, while combining role-playing systems, survival horror, and masterful storytelling. Or Jagged Alliance 2, a more strategy and combat-focused role-playing game from Surtech about controlling a group of mercenaries during a fictional insurgency. Still, while the RPG genre might have finished the decade strong, it was undeniable that it had changed a lot in the process. The period between the mid-80s and the early 90s that is often referred to as the golden age for computer RPGs is accurately named, but not because this was when the best ever RPGs were made. Instead, it was a golden age because this was a time when RPGs were genuinely dominant. They were one of the biggest genres in the computer gaming market. Old series were still continuing strong, new developers were regularly emerging, innovations were coming quickly, and the reign of the computer role-playing game looked like it would last forever. But it didn't. Not a single one of the biggest RPG developers of the Golden Age would survive. Origin closed in 2004, SSI was dissolved in 1994 unofficially and 2002 officially, Interplay was sold to avoid bankruptcy in 1999, with almost all original staff having left by 2002, Surtech went defunct in 2003, and so did New World Computing, and there were plenty of smaller casualties too. The biggest RPG series would also end alongside them, usually with bitterly disappointing final entries. In their place came new names like Bethesda, BioWare, and Blizzard, and new series that found success through innovation. One thing that seems to be more than a coincidence here is the role of 3D in both these successes and failures. Many of the biggest disappointments were ambitious 3D games, and yet many of the most acclaimed RPGs of this era, like Diablo, Fallout, and Baldur's Gate, were instead games which continued to use 2D elements and an isometric perspective. New technology can have benefits, but it can also have costs, and 3D almost seems like a siren song that lured RPG developers to their doom in this period, with the only ones to survive being those who resisted its call. Regardless, RPGs did change, and so did all of gaming. Gone was the era of small teams making big games in less than a year. By 2000, game development was more expensive.
He's made a good point and a good observation about the use of 3D in RPGs and the effect that it had
chasing trends
on the genre, yeah. And like, well, that and the technology just wasn't up to it at the time, clearly.
More time-consuming and more risky. And from this point onwards, RPGs with smaller budgets would struggle to compete or even receive much attention. The RPG genre would increasingly be defined by a smaller number of standout games, and the changes to the genre wouldn't end there. RPGs would start the new millennium strong, but as the years went on, one thing would come to dominate the decade, and it changed the nature of the genre in the process. Still, the early years of the 2000s would continue exactly where the 90s left off. BioWare released Baldur's Gate 2 in 2000, which continued the story of the first game and improved upon nearly every aspect of its design to become one of the most highly reviewed RPGs of all time. Where Baldur's Gate 1 offered a more standard and introductory low-level fantasy adventure, Baldur's Gate 2 instead embraced being a higher-level sequel to explore some of the more unique and creative aspects of the Forgotten Realms setting, while increasing the complexity of combat encounters, character building, and itemization. The result was a sprawling, epic adventure that shows off the best of what D&D video games have to offer. Baldur's Gate 2 would also greatly expand the personalities and dialogue of companions, even going so far as to include romance options for several characters, a feature that would come to be seen many more times in future RPGs, and be seen as quite important for a certain subset of the player base. And if one Infinity Engine RPG wasn't enough for the year, Black Isle Studios also released Icewind Dale, which took the formula of Baldur's Gate, yet placed the focus back on dungeons and combat, while allowing players to create a full party of 6 characters to adventure with. Icewind Dale would receive a sequel 2 years later, which would update the D&D rule set to the generally considered more interesting 3rd edition, and would go on to be the final Infinity Engine RPG. Icewind Dale and its sequel are easy to overlook for being less well known than their Infinity Engine compatriots, and for being less focused on story, something which might put off newer RPG fans. That said, these games offered an interesting blend of an older, dungeon-centric game design alongside the more modern gameplay and presentation brought to D&D adaptations by Baldur's Gate. Another game liable to be overlooked was Surtech and Wizardry's final game. Wizardry 8 released in 2001, with Surtech on the verge of bankruptcy. In fact, Surtech was in such a dire position that they even added adverts into the game, encouraging players to upgrade their PC with Falcon Northwest. Poor framerate kills, after all. Despite this, Wizardry 8 is considered by many to be the best entry in the series. With a full 3D open world that is just as intimidatingly large as earlier entries, and with all the complexity to character building and combat that fans had come to expect, Wizardry 8 was a swan song for both one of the most important RPG series in history, and for party-based dungeon crawlers overall, as the genre would largely die out outside of Japan from here on. Newer series were also making a big impact in these years. 2000 brought the release of Iron Storm's Deus Ex, an immersive sim FPS RPG hybrid from famed Looking Glass studio director Warren Spector that further blurred the lines of the now already blurry gaming genres. Deus Ex would drop players into a dystopian cyberpunk future laden with shadowy conspiracies, but what really set Deus Ex apart from other games was its open-ended level design. With numerous solutions to problems and a continued focus on environmental interactivity, Deus Ex set a new bar for this play-your-way approach to game design to create an experience that could satisfy both fans of RPGs and other genres. Another series that got its start in this period was Piranha Bytes' Gothic, whose first entry released in 2001. Gothic was a third-person action RPG set in an impressive 3D open world that featured details rarely seen before, like its highly reactive reputation system or realistic NPC routines. Gothic also stood out thanks to its tone and setting. Unlike the high fantasy heroism of so many RPGs, Gothic was instead a grounded struggle for survival, set inside a magically sealed-off prison colony where the inmates had taken over. This focus on survival was reflected in the quest and world design, where danger lurks around every corner, and no one is willing to help you without getting something substantial from you in return, further adding to the sense of realism. Gothic would not become a big international success, but it received strong sales and enduring love in its home market of Germany, and would receive an even more impressive sequel 1 year later. Another RPG that sold less than it deserved was Arcane Studios' debut, Arx Fatalis, which released in 2002. Originally intended to be a sequel to Ultima Underworld, Arx Fatalis shows what such a game might look like 10 years later. Set completely below ground, in a world where the sun has failed, Arx Fatalis impressed with its well-thought-out setting, its modern take on real-time dungeon crawling, and its unique magic system that involved players drawing runes with their mouse to cast spells. One final developer that helped define this era was Troika Games, a studio formed by Interplay veterans who had previously created Fallout. Troika's first game was Arcanum of Steamworks and Magica Obscura, which released in 2001 and combined many fantasy RPG norms with a steampunk setting in which the world is undergoing an industrial revolution, leading to tension between technology and magic. In other ways, Arcanum featured everything players might want and expect in a big isometric turn-based RPG, including deep character creation that was almost unrivaled in its number of options and how impactful these choices could be, with aspects like race and background sometimes radically changing how other NPCs might treat you, often because other NPCs are racist. Arcanum was a commercial success and soon developed cult classic status. Troika would follow this with the Temple of Elemental Evil in 2003, a D&D adaptation based on 3.5 edition and set in the fantasy but less fantasy than Forgotten Realms setting, Greyhawk. Temple of Elemental Evil features a similar isometric perspective to the Infinity Engine games, but with a fully turn-based combat system, making it one of the most faithful representations of the tabletop rule set seen up until this point. This resulted in impressively tactical combat encounters, but the game was also infamously buggy and sold less than Arcanum. Troika's third and final game released 1 year later. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines was based on the Vampire the Masquerade tabletop RPG and released in 2004. This was not the first Vampire the Masquerade RPG of the decade, as Nihilistic Software also released Redemption in 2000 to modest success, but Bloodlines was the definitive vampire RPG, and it still is all these years later. Set in the seedy streets of modern-day Los Angeles, Bloodlines casts the player as a recently turned vampire, while retaining much of the choice and reactivity of Troika's earlier games. That said, Bloodlines was also a distinctly modern RPG, featuring action combat, a 3D world, full voice acting, and some still impressively realistic facial animations that work fantastically if you ever want to cherry-pick bad animations in modern gaming to show how awful modern gaming is now. Bloodlines was a seriously impressive RPG that oozed atmosphere and personality, provided plenty of opportunities to roleplay, and felt thoroughly modern. But once more, it would be criticized for the presence of bugs, and once more, its sales would be disappointing. Troika Games would go out of business mere months after its release. And if a game like Bloodlines wasn't enough to succeed in the early 2000s, it suggests there was a serious problem in the RPG genre during this period. And yet, while many RPG developers were struggling at this time, others were finding new successes in a new area, and no developer better illustrated this than BioWare. After breathing new life into the RPG genre with Baldur's Gate, and reaching new heights of critical acclaim with its sequel, BioWare would begin work on 2 new games, one that tried to redefine the computer RPG genre, and one that actually redefined it. Neverwinter Nights released in 2002, and saw BioWare graduate from the popular Infinity Engine into their new 3D Aurora engine. In many ways, Neverwinter Nights tried to do what Baldur's Gate did before it, i.e., breathe new life into the genre by returning to tabletop Dungeons and Dragons and trying to emulate that experience in a new way. This time, however, that attempt would be even more radical, as Neverwinter Nights tried to incorporate 2 of the most defining aspects of tabletop RPGs: multiplayer and player-created content, things rarely seen in computer RPGs. To this end, Neverwinter Nights was designed around an online multiplayer system where people had the option to play with a party of other players, with one person even taking the role of a dungeon master through a dedicated client that gave them control over the campaign. Neverwinter Nights also provided a toolset for players to create custom modules, similar to what had been seen in Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures on the Goldbox engine all those years ago. This toolset was fairly advanced and led to an active and dedicated community built around creating and sharing player-created content. As a result, Neverwinter Nights was a genuinely ambitious, innovative, and technically cutting-edge RPG. The only problem was the rest of the experience. Neverwinter Nights only allowed players to control a single character rather than the full party of the Infinity Engine games, with any NPC companions being computer-controlled, which drastically reduced the complexity of combat. The base game also had one of BioWare's least interesting stories, and even the more technically impressive graphics lacked a lot of the detail and atmosphere of the pre-rendered backgrounds of the past games, making the single-player experience of Neverwinter Nights feel like a clear step back from what had come before. The game would receive multiple expansions and premium modules, several of which would be more highly praised than the base game, but while Neverwinter Nights' ambitious experiment in computer RPG evolution was far from a failure, it still didn't define the genre's future. But BioWare's next game might have. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic released in July 2003 on Xbox. 4 months later, it would also come to PC, but for once, PC wasn't the priority, and this would be reflected in the combat, the UI, and the controls, which were all designed with controllers in mind. Even the setting could be seen as an attempt to reach a wider, more casual audience. I mean, D&D has always been popular, but it's never been Star Wars. Knights of the Old Republic's big secret was that underneath its new sci-fi setting, it was still a Dungeons & Dragons game. Its gameplay systems used D&D rules and D20 dice rolls in a modified real-time with pause combat system. But the focus had moved away from complex character building and varied enemy encounters towards streamlining and style. The result is tactically simplistic, but visually impressive, with plenty of cinematic animations and a more zoomed-in camera that lets you get closer to the action. This cinematic quality also extended to the rest of the experience, with lots of voice acting, better character models, and detailed environments, all combining with one of BioWare's most memorable storylines to create a hugely enjoyable RPG that was accessible enough to win over new fans, and impressive enough to satisfy many older fans. Knights of the Old Republic was a big critical and commercial hit, with the Xbox version alone selling over 1 million copies, showing that Western RPGs could not only succeed on console, but could also excel, and BioWare weren't the only one making moves towards this new market. One of the other winners of the 90s, Bethesda, would also release their next mainline entry in the Elder Scrolls series on both Xbox and PC. The Elder Scrolls III Morrowind released in 2002, and was a huge step for open-world video games. Gone was the focus on procedural generation and dungeon crawling of earlier Elder Scrolls. Instead, Morrowind made its world the main priority, and allowed players to step into an immersive and alien landscape of almost unprecedented scale and detail. If RPG developers were once inspired by the world-building of popular fantasy authors, then Morrowind feels like the culmination of this idea. Its world aspires to be a simulation of a realistic place, where things like gameplay and player convenience are a secondary consideration to believability, and the player is merely a visitor. As a result, Morrowind doesn't have the best combat or deepest role-playing systems, but its depiction of a virtual world is one of the most impressive ever seen in a game, and it was appreciated by PC and console players alike. The Elder Scrolls was already focused on action combat and controlling a single character, making it a good fit for a controller-based console, and it went on to become one of the Xbox's best-selling games. In time, the Xbox would even get some exclusive RPGs of its own. Released in 2004, Fable came from Lionhead Studios and designer Peter Molyneux, a man with a long and impressive history of hit PC titles. But Fable was published by Microsoft themselves, and designed from the outset with console gamers in mind. As a result, Fable is an accessible action RPG with streamlined character systems, but it retains an emphasis on choice and consequence, with a world that reacts to the player's actions in many different ways, even if not quite to the high degree that was initially promised. But Fable was also full of personality, with a distinctly British sense of humour and whimsical visual style, and again it was a big success for Xbox, and received another highly regarded sequel in 2008. Microsoft would also publish BioWare's next game. Jade Empire released on Xbox in 2005, and was the first RPG from the studio that was not based on a pre-existing IP, being instead inspired by Chinese mythology. It was also BioWare's first true action RPG, with a martial arts-inspired combat system that has little in common with any of their previous games, and character systems that feel even more streamlined than Knights of the Old Republic. Jade Empire would once more impress with its story, however, and its setting made it distinct from most other games in the genre. Finally, the Xbox's small but esteemed RPG library would be rounded out by Knights of the Old Republic.
Oh, hey man, I'm sorry. I should have been looking at chat earlier. Rec, if you're still in the chat, I'm so sorry. Just now seeing. I don't think Swifty got back to me just yet, so we'll wait until tomorrow, and maybe I'll send him a message over Twitter or something. So we'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow, basically.
The Sith Lords in late 2004. Unlike the first game, Knights of the Old Republic 2 would be developed by the newly formed Obsidian Entertainment, a studio founded by a number of ex-Black Isle employees. Knights of the Old Republic 2 had much in common with the first game, and was built on the same engine, but Obsidian did use this opportunity to put their own spin on Star Wars, creating a narrative that dug deep into the setting and deconstructed many parts of it. And so, where PC-exclusive RPGs struggled, RPGs that also came to consoles thrived, and even though the number of RPGs on PC still vastly outweighed the number that appeared on both, the most important RPGs seemed to belong to the latter. And as the decade rolled on and a new generation of consoles arrived, this only became truer. The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion released on PC and Xbox 360 in 2006, and continued Morrowind's focus on open-world design, while significantly raising the level of presentation. To this end, Oblivion would include full voice acting, a new physics system alongside more detailed character and item models, and vastly improved draw distance and environmental detail, made possible by the new console generation. Oblivion also added an ambitious new Radiant AI system for NPCs that gave them convincing daily schedules and even allowed for rudimentary NPC-on-NPC interactions. The result was a hugely impressive open-world game that was technically a clear step above any game that came before it, and it proved hugely popular with consumers, with 3 million copies sold by just 2007. Despite this clear commercial success, however, Oblivion would receive criticism from some older RPG fans for changes some saw as dumbing down the series, like the inclusion of quest markers, showing players exactly where to go for quest objectives, hit detection-based combat that no longer employed hidden dice rolls, more extensive fast travel, and heavy use of level scaling. These features increased player convenience, but some saw this as coming at the cost of challenge and immersion. Oblivion is also notable in that it was developed primarily for Xbox 360 and then ported to PC later in development, and this ever greater focus on consoles shows in some of its UI choices. Still, when it came to open-world RPGs, Oblivion had little competition. Piranha Bytes' next entry into the Gothic series would release that same year, and did provide another large, technically impressive world to explore, but it also lost much of what made the first two games so special, and had noticeable performance problems. Their next attempt, Risen, in 2009, would be more successful, but only by moving back towards Piranha Bytes' roots and away from a huge open world. There was also the seemingly Elder Scrolls-inspired Two Worlds in 2007, but it was once more let down by technical problems that seemed to show just how difficult making such a large open-world game was. The true rival to Oblivion would come once more from Bethesda when they released Fallout 3 in 2008, bringing their popular open-world formula to Fallout's post-apocalyptic wasteland. Just like with Oblivion before it, Bethesda once again excelled at creating a vast, visually striking world, rich in detail and atmosphere. Fallout 3 would also add first-person shooter gameplay into the mix, and while its shooting was clearly behind any actual FPS from its era, it was still a significant step that would broaden the game's appeal beyond traditional RPG players. To complement this core gameplay, Bethesda also created the Vault-Tec-assisted targeting system that players can enter into to slow time and take specific actions, giving combat an optional turn-based element that aimed to retain the tactical feel of the first Fallout games. And once again, Fallout 3 was massively successful, receiving universal acclaim from critics and even going on to win many Game of the Year awards despite tough competition, making it one of the most highly acclaimed RPGs in history. And yet, where Oblivion received minor pushback from some older fans, Fallout 3 seemed to spark its own mini-civil war, with many older Fallout fans unhappy that the series had changed from a turn-based isometric RPG into Oblivion with guns, and that the company making this change was not the original creator of the series, and didn't always seem to respect established lore. This was one of the clearest examples of division within RPG communities, and a growing discontent towards the way the genre was changing. But for the time, this didn't spread far beyond the online Fallout community. Meanwhile, the other de facto leader of the RPG industry during this period, BioWare, were also enjoying record success. In 2007, they would release Mass Effect, another original IP, this time in a sci-fi setting that took inspiration from popular series like Star Wars and Star Trek, and from classic space games like Starflight and Star Control. In fact, Mass Effect's setting, where humanity has recently developed interstellar travel due to the discovery of ancient technological devices bringing them into contact with other alien races, was one of its best features, and was cleverly communicated to players to effectively pull them into this brand new universe. Mass Effect's gameplay revolved around a third-person shooter combat system that, like Fallout 3, was still behind other third-person shooters of the era, but still represented a significant step towards closing that gap and appealing to new audiences. The game also featured an ambitious, if somewhat flawed, planetary exploration system. Still, Mass Effect's most praised aspect was its story and commitment to providing players with meaningful choices, something that was made even more exciting by this being the first entry of a new trilogy where players' actions were promised to have impacts throughout the entire series. Mass Effect would also release on Xbox 360 a whole 6 months before it would make its way to PC, continuing to show consoles' new RPG supremacy in this era. That said, there were still notable PC-exclusive RPGs being released, like Obsidian Entertainment's Neverwinter Nights 2 in 2006, which built on the first game while continuing to offer both multiplayer and player-created content. In other ways though, Neverwinter Nights 2 was a return to a more traditional D&D style campaign that also brought back full party control, although, just like the first game, most consider its best content to be found in its expansions. Another important PC RPG from this period was CD Projekt's The Witcher in 2007. The Witcher used BioWare's Neverwinter Nights engine and adapted the then largely unknown series of Polish fantasy books about a magically mutated monster hunter. In the end, The Witcher's dark, morally complex setting and its unique atmosphere was some of its greatest strengths, and while the rhythm-based combat was somewhat less successful, it still offered a large and ambitious RPG with plenty of depth and a more PC focus. Other modestly successful PC RPGs can also be found in this period, and many retained a more old-school design, but it was clear that the biggest budget and most hyped RPGs would always be found on consoles as well by this point, and games still releasing exclusively on PC were generally targeting a much smaller and more dedicated market. Still, by appealing to consoles, concessions were made to both complexity and control schemes, and trying to create a game to appeal to both console and PC players was a challenge, which no game better epitomized than the decade's final RPG, Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age would see BioWare creating another original IP, this time with a focus on dark heroic fantasy. As such, the game was envisioned as a spiritual successor to the heavily tabletop-inspired Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights, and it aimed to provide a more tactical and old-school RPG after the more console-focused Knights of the Old Republic, Jade Empire, and Mass Effect. And so, this game would be a return to BioWare's roots, to exactly what made them famous in the first place, and yet, how do you make a game like that which also meets the demands of consoles? Dragon Age Origins is very much the product of that dilemma, and the clearest way BioWare tried to resolve it is by making substantial changes between the console and PC versions in regards to UI and control schemes. This meant the PC version revolved more around an optional top-down perspective and players' ability to pause combat to issue commands and micromanage party members. Meanwhile, the console version has no top-down view and a reduced difficulty focused around playing in real time and issuing much more limited commands. To improve both versions, BioWare created a clever, customizable AI system that helps reduce the need to micromanage on PC and helps take the place of micromanagement on console. Origins would also make somewhat of a return to the more complicated character systems of older RPGs, while still trying to streamline these systems where possible so that less experienced players wouldn't be overwhelmed. And so, Dragon Age Origins is a rare RPG that sits in between both old and new, and PC and console, while trying to please just about everyone. And given the difficulty of this task, it seemed largely successful. But some more experienced RPG fans found the game too simplistic given what was promised, and some console players may have felt left out by getting a more simplified version of the game. Pleasing everyone does tend to be difficult. Dragon Age Origins also had some fantastic characters and an interesting...
Okay, y'all, I think I'm actually gonna call it for the night. It's about it's almost 9 o'clock, so really enjoyed having everybody here today. We'll pick it up same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Do some more job hunting, and then we'll definitely do some work on a video tomorrow. I was content just to check out documentaries and stuff today, but I'm gonna get some rest, and then we'll pick it up again tomorrow.
Have a great evening, sir.